welcome. As you settle into a comfortable and restful position tonight, allow your body to relax completely, releasing any tension from the day that has just passed. If you are watching on a screen, you may notice the picture softly fading to darkness now after this opening card, leaving only the tranquil sound of a calm, steady voice to accompany you into the quiet of the evening. There is nothing you need to focus on, and nowhere else you need to be. You are simply invited to drift back through the peaceful corridors of time, carried along by a gentle and restorative stream of memory. Tonight, our journey begins in a world that existed long before paper, ink, or printed books were ever conceived. A time when human thought lived only within the soft breath of spoken words, floating into the evening air and vanishing almost as soon as it was spoken. For countless generations, everything humanity knew, remembered, or cherished existed solely within the living vessel of human recollection. Stories were shared around the gentle glow of evening fires. Seasonal cycles were tracked by observing the moon, and promises were sealed with a simple look or a nod under the open sky. Yet, as early communities expanded and peaceful villages grew along fertile river valleys, the human mind began to long for something more enduring, a gentle way to anchor fleeting thoughts onto the physical earth, so that what was spoken today might remain quiet, clear, and unforgotten when tomorrow arrived. Imagine the wide, peaceful horizons of the ancient Near East, where the twin rivers of the Tigris and the Euphrates flowed gracefully through vast alluvial plains, bringing rich, life-giving silt to broad fields of barley and wheat beneath a shimmering dome of stars. In this timeless landscape, life moved in harmony with the natural rhythms of the earth, measured not by ticking clocks, but by the slow flooding of the riverbanks, the soft rustling of reeds in the evening breeze, and the gradual movement of the constellations across the night sky. Here, in the quiet hush of dusk, when the heat of the sun gave way to the cool night air off the water, the very first seeds of written language began to take root, cradled within the soft, damp clay beneath human feet. To understand how writing truly began, we must travel back more than 5,000 years, walking softly along the sun-baked pathways of ancient Mesopotamia. As the darkness around you deepens and settles into a serene stillness, visualize the ancient city of Uruk, rising peacefully amidst the lush marshlands and cultivated fields near the banks of the Euphrates. Uruk was a vibrant yet remarkably harmonious community, a place of sun-dried mud brick homes, majestic temples, and wide, quiet courtyards where families gathered to share harvests, exchange goods, and tend to their herds. As the city grew, the simple act of remembering became a shared civic responsibility. Every basket of harvested grain brought in from the surrounding fields, every bundle of soft fleece shorn from the sheep, and every jar of fragrant sesame oil needed to be accounted for so that the community could be sustained through the turning seasons. In these early days, long before letters or symbols were etched into tablets, people relied on small, hand-shaped pieces of clay, delicate geometric tokens, carefully fashioned into simple forms such as spheres, cones, discs, and cylinders. Each unique shape carried a specific, shared meaning, representing a precise unit of agricultural wealth. A small cone might signify a measure of barley, while a smooth disc stood for a sheep or a vessel of oil. These humble tokens were held in the palm of the hand, smooth, cool, and solid, carrying the quiet weight of human trust and mutual agreement. When two people engaged in a trade or entrusted goods to a central storehouse, they would count out these small clay tokens together, feeling the pleasing texture of the dried earth between their fingers. It was a tactile language of touch and tangible form, a quiet way of giving physical structure to value long before a single written character had ever been drawn. The air in Uruk was filled with the calm, earthy scents of river mud, drying brick, and roasting grains, while the gentle murmur of soft voices drifted across the evening, creating a soothing rhythm that mirrored the slow, continuous flow of the ancient river itself. As the centuries unfolded and administrative life grew more detailed, the accountants and keepers of Uruk devised a remarkably elegant method to protect their agreements and ensure that records remained untouched and secure over long stretches of time. Around 3300 BCE, in the Sumerian city of Uruk, accountants sealed small geometric clay tokens representing grain and fleece inside hollow clay spheres called bulli, gently imprinting each token onto the damp exterior shell so the contents could be read without opening the vessel. This ingenious practice was both deeply practical and beautifully poetic, creating a permanent, tamper-proof archive crafted entirely from the natural soil of the riverbank. Imagine sitting near the quiet edge of the Euphrates as an ancient clerk works attentively by the warm, flickering glow of an oil lamp. The clerk would take a lump of fresh, moist clay from the riverbank, kneading it patiently until it became perfectly smooth, soft, and pliable underhand. Working with slow, deliberate care, the clerk would hollow out the center of the clay ball to form a rounded, protective sphere, known to modern historians and archaeologists as a bulla. Into this hollow inner chamber, one by one, the clerk would place the small tokens representing the exact details of the transaction. Perhaps 3 small clay cones representing measures of grain, and 2 textured discs representing fleeces of wool. But once the hollow sphere was sealed shut and smoothed over, the tokens inside were completely hidden from view, safely encased within the protective clay wall. To resolve the challenge of knowing what lay inside without breaking the delicate sphere, the accountant would take each token before placing it within, or use an identical marker, and gently press its shaped surface directly into the soft, damp clay of the outer wall. The impression left behind was a precise mirror of the token inside, a small circular indent for a sphere, a triangular mark for a cone, or a tiny cross-hatched pattern for a piece of fleece. In this quiet, thoughtful gesture. The outer surface became a clear visual reflection of the hidden interior truth. It allowed anyone who held the bulla to read its contents simply by observing the soft impressions on the outside, while knowing that the original tokens remained safely locked within the unbroken earth inside. The clay sphere would then be left to dry slowly in the warm desert air, hardening into a durable, permanent record that could withstand the passage of years. These sealed clay bulli were far more than simple instruments of ancient record-keeping. They marked a monumental threshold in the unfolding story of human consciousness. The quiet moment when information was transformed from something internal and temporary into something external, physical, and enduring. For the very first time in history, a thought, a count, or an agreement could exist independently of the human mind that conceived it, remaining silent, true, and preserved beneath the stars, even while the accountants slept. As you lie here tonight, bathed in the calm cadence of these words, consider how extraordinary this gentle transition truly was. From the simple act of pressing a clay token into a damp sphere of river mud, humanity took its very first tentative step toward the vast and beautiful ocean of written language. In time, people would realize that if the impressions on the outside of the clay sphere could tell the entire story on their own, the hollow chamber and the physical tokens inside were no longer strictly necessary. The outer surface alone was sufficient to hold the memory. Slowly, over generations of quiet observation and refinement, the rounded bully flattened into thick, rectangular clay tablets, and the three-dimensional token impressions evolved into two-dimensional line drawings made with a sharpened reed stylus. These simple, stylized pictures, scratched gently into wet mud and dried under the golden sun, would eventually transform into cuneiform, the world's earliest system of true writing, named for the wedge-shaped strokes left by the angled edge of the reed. But all of this grand evolutionary story began here, in the peaceful twilight of Uruk, with small tokens of clay cradled in human hands and sealed inside hollow spheres of earth. The ancient accountants of Sumer could never have envisioned that their humble records of grain and fleece would lay the enduring foundation for epic poetry, philosophy, mathematics, and the vast digital and printed libraries of our modern world. They were simply seeking order, clarity, and peace in their daily lives, trusting the quiet clay of the river to keep their memories safe. Now, as the night deepens and the distant past merges seamlessly with the tranquil stillness of your room, let your mind rest in the calm certainty that human knowledge, like the steady flow of the ancient Euphrates, has always found a way to endure. Allow the serene atmosphere of ancient Uruk to envelop you as your breathing becomes slow, soft, and effortless, guiding you gently into a deep, peaceful, and restorative sleep. Long before written words carried stories across distance and time, the quiet lands of ancient Mesopotamia moved to the slow, rhythmic cadence of water, sunlight, and seasonal floods. Along the fertile banks of the Euphrates River, where broad fields of tall marsh reeds swayed gently in the warm breeze, the very earth underfoot offered a smooth and pliable medium for human thought. It was here, amidst the peaceful alluvial plains, that early communities began searching for a lasting way to remember their shared lives, tracking the seasonal yields of barley, the counting of sheep, and the peaceful exchanges of daily village life. In ancient Sumer, around 3200 BCE, scribes shaped damp clay harvested from the Euphrates River banks into smooth tablets, pressing the triangular tip of a cut marsh reed into the soft surface to leave gentle, wedge-shaped impressions that hardened under the sun. This quiet act of pressing a stylus into wet silt was modest in its beginning, yet it marked a profound turning point in how human memory was held and shared. Rather than relying solely on the fragile continuity of spoken voices echoing across campfire light, the scribes allowed their thoughts to rest upon physical matter, creating tactile records that could endure long after the afternoon light faded behind the western horizons. The process itself was inherently soothing and deliberate, requiring a calm hand and a quiet focus, as the scribe held a small slab of gray or ochre mud in one palm while guiding the edge of the reed with the other. Each impression left a crisp, triangular head followed by a fine, fading tail, a geometric sign that captured a measure of grain, a head of livestock, or a vessel of sweet palm wine. As these damp tablets lay resting on woven palm mats in the open air, the gentle heat of the Mesopotamian sun slowly drew out the moisture, curring the soft mud into durable brick, fixing the wedge marks in place like tiny shadows frozen in time. Across the surrounding fields, the broad river continued its quiet journey toward the horizon, nourishing the papyrus and reed beds that provided both the raw tools for writing and a natural sanctuary for water birds drifting upon the quiet currents. The soft, rhythmic sound of the reed meeting damp earth became the subtle background hum of early civic life, a serene craft rooted entirely in the natural elements of river water, alluvial silt, and warm sunlight. In these early centuries, writing was not yet used for high poetry or grand historical sagas, but rather as an anchor for trust and communal order, bringing a calm clarity to human agreements and ensuring that every harvest could be remembered with quiet accuracy across the passing seasons. As centuries passed across the fertile valleys, these simple wedge impressions evolved into a rich and sophisticated writing system capable of expressing complex ideas, administrative laws, and quiet prayers dedicated to the ancient deities of sky and soil. Cities grew along the watercourses, constructed of sun-dried mud bricks that echoed the very material of the tablets housed within their quiet storehouses and temple archives. Within these peaceful urban spaces, trade flourished across broad networks, connecting distant mountain ranges and desert oases, requiring ever more refined methods to protect the privacy and integrity of written communications. Around 2100 BCE, in the Sumerian city of Ur, merchants sealed private clay documents by rolling small cylindrical beads of carved lapis lazuli across wet clay, leaving a continuous, raised relief of quiet patterns that hardened under the sun. These cylinder seals, often no larger than a person's thumb, were crafted from deep blue stone brought by peaceful trade caravans from remote mountain quarries, carefully bored through the center so they could be worn on a soft linen cord around the wrist or neck like a cherished amulet. When a merchant or official wished to sign a contract, confirm a shipment of wool, or secure a jar of precious oils, they would gently press the carved stone cylinder into a fresh band of damp clay, wrapping a container or tablet envelope, and roll it smoothly from left to right. As the carved intaglio surface turned against the moist earth, it unfurled an endless, repeating scene of miniature artwork, delicate figures of guardian deities, grazing livestock, flowing streams of water, and fine cuneiform inscriptions, elevating the simple mud into a beautiful, raised impression that proved authenticity beyond doubt. The tactile pleasure of rolling polished stone over smooth, moist clay created a seamless ribbon of pattern, a continuous seal that could not be tampered with without leaving noticeable fractures in the soft material before it dried beneath the radiant skies. These lapis lazuli beads were both practical legal instruments and deeply personal treasures, reflecting the unique identity of their owners while embodying the peaceful order that structured Mesopotamian commerce. To step inside a merchant's courtyard in ancient Ur was to encounter an atmosphere of measured calmness, where the steady sorting of clay tablets, the subtle scent of river silt drying in the shade, and the rhythmic rolling of carved gemstones brought reassurance to every agreement, binding human trust with the enduring permanence of baked earth. The transmission of this intricate craft took place in dedicated scribal schools known as the Adaba, or tablet houses, where young students sat on woven reed mats in quiet rooms shielded from the midday heat. Here, the atmosphere was defined by patient repetition, gentle instruction, and the soothing scent of wet clay kept moist in large earthenware jars set in shaded corners. Beginners learned by holding small round tablets, often called lens-shaped or pillow tablets, practicing the fundamental wedge strokes until their hands moved with effortless grace and steady rhythm. A teacher would press a series of signs into one side of the clay, and the student would carefully mirror those forms on the reverse, learning not only the shapes of characters, but the subtle physics of how soft silt responds to varying degrees of pressure. Over years of steady practice, these apprentices mastered hundreds of distinct cuneiform signs, learning to write administrative inventories, mathematical tables, astronomical records, and soothing hymns that celebrated the cosmic order the scribes were held in quiet esteem by their communities, regarded as guardians of memory, who possessed the rare and honored ability to make invisible thoughts visible upon the physical earth. In the quiet sanctuaries of great temples and royal palaces, vast libraries of tablets began to accumulate, neatly arranged on wooden shelves or stored in woven wicker baskets labeled with small clay tags. These archives formed the world's first long-term cultural memory, preserving records of medical remedies, legal precedents, and ancient literary tales such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, which spoke of human mortality, friendship, and the timeless search for peace. When walking through these silent rooms, one would notice how cool and still the air remained within the thick mud brick walls, preserving thousands of dried clay leaves that held the thoughts of generations past. Each tablet was a quiet testament to the human desire for connection across time, demonstrating how simple materials gathered from the riverbank could transcend their humble origins to become enduring vessels of wisdom, carrying the quiet voices of ancient thinkers through thousands of quiet winters and sunlit summers. Looking back across the millennia at these early beginnings in Sumer and Ur, one gains a peaceful appreciation for the humble and meditative foundations of all human writing. Long before paper was milled from wood or digital screens glowed in the evening dark, writing was a slow, physical dialogue between the human hand and the natural landscape. The soft mud of the Euphrates, shaped by gentle breezes and sunlit afternoons, accepted the touch of a simple river reed and transformed it into an enduring bridge of human communication across generations. Every wedge-shaped impression, every delicate roll of a lapis lazuli seal, and every smooth clay tablet laying under the open sky represented a moment of calm focus, an intentional pause in which someone chose to preserve a piece of their world for those who would come after. As evening fell over the Mesopotamian valley, the fires in the brick kilns would slowly dim to glowing embers, and the scribes would lay aside their wooden and reed styluses, leaving their finished tablets to rest peacefully in the warm twilight air. The great river flowed on silently toward the sea, its waters carrying fresh silt to the banks, ready to yield new material for the next morning's quiet work. In this timeless rhythm of creation, drying, and preservation, the foundations of literature, law, and history were gently laid down, inviting a sense of stillness and quiet reflection that connects us to those early writers who first saw the potential of clay. Their quiet craft reminds us that the journey of recorded thought began not with noise or urgency, but with the restful, rhythmic pressing of reeds into soft earth beneath a warm and steady sun, leaving an eternal impression upon the memory of the world. Across the vast, sun-softened plateaus of ancient Anatolia, where gentle winds once carried the scent of dry mountain scrub and river silt, the rhythm of human connection found a quiet, permanent home in the earth itself. long before paper was pressed from fiber or ink, was mixed from soot. Travelers and merchants walked along worn trails beneath wide, open skies, carrying news, contracts, and gentle greetings across hundreds of miles of quiet landscape. In this distant era, speech was fleeting, drifting away like mist above the morning valley. Yet the desire to hold onto words, to send a thought across distance and time, prompted hands to reach down to the damp banks of rivers. Here, the clay was smooth and fine, cool to the touch, pliable enough to yield beneath the rounded point of a carved reed stylus, yet firm enough to retain every deliberate press of a human hand once dried in the soft warmth of the sun. As trade routes stretched across the ancient Near East, connecting distant valleys and hill cities, writing evolved from simple counts of grain and livestock into a nuanced tapestry of human voice, capturing the warmth of personal letters, the careful promises of business agreements, and the quiet reassurances of family members separated by long journeys. In these peaceful settlements, the daily act of writing was intimately tied to the earth, requiring patience, physical care, and a slow, meditative engagement with raw materials. A tablet was not merely an abstract carrier of information, but a physical object molded by warm palms, resting heavily and reassuringly in the hand, bearing the unique weight of the thoughts inscribed upon it. Each mark pressed into the soft clay was an anchor placed against forgetting, a silent testament to the enduring human wish to remain connected across space, allowing quiet messages to travel slowly along dusty trade tracks, resting peacefully in leather pouches carried by donkey caravans under the quiet expanse of ancient skies. In the northern trading colony of Canish, nestled within a fertile valley where cool mountain streams nourished fields of grain, daily life moved with a steady, tranquil cadence centered around trade and communication. Around 1900 BCE, in the Anatolian trading city of Canish, Assyrian merchants encased written clay tablets inside protective clay envelopes, dusting the inner letter with dry flour so the damp outer shell would not adhere to the carved text inside. This thoughtful technique reflected a remarkable understanding of natural materials, blending the practical needs of long-distance communication with a quiet, artisan precision. When an Assyrian merchant in Canish finished carving a letter or receipt into a tablet of smooth clay, the tablet was left to dry until it was firm and stable, to ensure that the delicate wedge-shaped impressions would remain secret during transport and safe from the friction of a long journey. The writer prepared a fresh piece of wet clay, flattening it into a thin sheet to wrap around the original document like a protective sheath. Yet, wet clay naturally seeks to bond with dried clay, threatening to fuse the outer shell to the inscribed surface within and ruin the clear lettering beneath. By softly dusting the dry inner tablet with fine, powdery flour before folding the moist clay around it, the merchant created an invisible, paper-thin barrier of organic starch. This simple layer of flour prevented the damp envelope from clinging to the carved text, ensuring that when the distant recipient finally received the package, they could carefully chip away the outer casing to find the inner tablet perfectly intact, its wedge-shaped words as sharp and legible as the moment they were first pressed into the earth. The outer envelope was then stamped with intricate cylinder seals, rolled smoothly across the wet clay to leave raised patterns of gods, animals, and geometric lines that acted as both a signature and a tamper-evident seal, guarding the privacy of the words resting softly inside. The physical ritual of crafting these clay envelopes transformed every letter into a small, sacred vault of personal memory and trust. Inside the quiet rooms of Canish's merchant houses, illuminated by the gentle beam of sunlight filtering through small, high windows, the air would smell of damp earth, beeswax, and ground grain. Writers worked with unhurried hands, smoothing the edges of the clay with wet fingertips, polishing the surfaces until they caught the warm light like river pebbles. The flour used to dust the tablets was ground fine between heavy millstones, the same flour that nourished the household with daily bread, linking the sustenance of life directly to the preservation of thought. Once the outer envelope was sealed and signed, the complete package was set aside in a shaded corner to dry slowly in the calm indoor air, allowing the moisture to evaporate naturally so the clay would not crack or warp. When fully dry, the encased tablet became surprisingly durable, capable of enduring rain, dust, and the rough jostling of travel across rugged mountain passes. Upon arrival at its destination, perhaps after weeks of travel across windswept hills, the recipient would hold the cool, heavy envelope in their hands, recognizing the familiar seal of the sender impressed upon its face. With a small tool or a gentle tap, the outer shell would crack open, flaking away in clean fragments to reveal the inner letter resting inside, dusty with a faint veil of dried flour that brushed away with a breath. To open such a letter was an experience of slow discovery, a quiet unfolding that required patience and mindfulness, turning the reading of a message into a moment of focused presence where distance dissolved and a voice from far away was welcomed into the home. Thousands of years later, as centuries of dust accumulated over the quiet ruins of Canish, these clay envelopes remained nestled deep within the dark, protective embrace of the earth, preserving their silent contents undisturbed through millennia of changing seasons. Unlike organic materials such as wood, leather, or papyrus, which gradually soften, fade, and return to the soil when exposed to moisture and air, the baked and sun-dried clay of ancient Mesopotamia and Anatolia possessed an extraordinary capacity to endure. The flour that once separated the inner letter from its outer shell dried into microscopic traces, leaving behind a subtle air gap that allowed modern archaeologists to gently separate the clay layers without damaging the ancient inscriptions within. Reading these preserved tablets today offers a serene and intimate glimpse into the everyday thoughts of people who lived 4,000 years ago. Their quiet concerns about shipments of wool and tin, their affectionate inquiries after the health of distant relatives, and their careful records of shared agreements built on mutual trust. The survival of these delicate clay packages reminds us that human communication has always been an act of care, an effort to wrap our thoughts in protective forms so they may travel safely through time and reach another mind intact. As we reflect on the simple beauty of a tablet dusted with flour and sealed in earth, we find a soothing continuity in the human story, recognizing that beneath all our changing technologies, the fundamental desire remains the same: to send a gentle message across the silence, trusting that it will be received unsealed and understood in peace. As evening sun settles over the fertile plains of ancient Mesopotamia, a slow and soothing stillness descends upon the riverbanks where civilization first learned to commit its thoughts to earth. Here, along the slow curves of the Euphrates, the air carries the dry, sweet scent of sun-baked mud, river silt, and drying reeds gathered from the marshy shallows. Within the quiet rooms of scribal schools and temple chambers, the soft work of the day comes to a gentle pause. Scribes, who have spent the daylight hours seated upon woven mats with damp clay held within their hands, set down their wooden and reed styluses. The atmosphere inside these thick-walled adobe buildings remains pleasantly cool, insulated from the warmth of the day by heavy mud brick architecture that muffles the faint sounds of the town outside. A delicate dust drifts through narrow windows cut high near the timbered ceilings, catching the golden evening light in slow, floating motes. To write upon clay was an intimate, tactile art, requiring a deep patience and a harmonious understanding of natural elements. Scribes would begin by kneading fine, well-sifted river clay until it reached a smooth and pliable texture, removing every tiny pebble or fragment of organic grit so that the surface would remain pristine. Small portions of clay were then rolled into flattened cushions, tablets designed to fit comfortably within the palm of a hand. While the clay remained soft, the scribe pressed the wedge-shaped edge of a carved reed into its face, leaving precise impressions that formed syllables, names, trade agreements, and verses of ancient song. Each wedge mark was made with a gentle, calculated pressure, creating crisp geometric angles that held their form as the clay gradually lost its moisture to the surrounding air. In these quiet moments of creation, writing was not merely an abstract system of thought, but a physical craft rooted deeply in the soil, water, and sunlight of the river valley. The physical tablets, once filled with text, were left to rest upon wooden drying frames where the soft desert breeze could draw away the water, solidifying the impressed marks was no hurry in this process. Every step unfolded at the patient pace of nature itself, allowing the scribes to cultivate a state of calm focus as they transformed fleeting speech into permanent records. As the shadows lengthened across the plaster floors, the newly crafted tablets grew cool and firm, ready to join thousands of others in the great continuous conversation of human memory. Within the specialized archive chambers of the great urban centers, this collection of written memory required an equally thoughtful and orderly system of care, designed to keep records organized and accessible without causing damage to the unfired or sun-baked clay. Around 1750 BCE, in the old Babylonian city of Sippar, archivists stored completed clay tablets inside woven wicker baskets lined with dried river reeds, attaching small clay tags called pissu to the exterior handles, so scholars could quietly identify the records inside. This delicate and methodical approach to organization reflected a profound respect for the written word and the historical memory it preserved. The choice of materials was both practical and harmonious with the local ecology, utilizing the plentiful resources of the nearby river channels to protect the fragile tablets from friction and impact. The woven wicker of the outer baskets provided a sturdy yet lightweight container that allowed air to circulate naturally, preventing dampness from settling around the clay. Inside, the soft lining of dried river reeds created a gentle, cushioned nest for the tablets, insulating them from bumps and jolts whenever a container needed to be moved. The small clay tags, or pissu, tied with fine cord to the exterior handles of the baskets, functioned as early index labels, bearing brief cuneiform inscriptions that summarized the contents within, whether they were legal deeds, agricultural tallies, royal decrees, or temple inventories. By reading these exterior labels, an archivist or visiting scholar could locate a specific set of records instantly without having to unpack or handle the individual tablets inside, thus preserving the delicate edges and surfaces of the clay from unnecessary wear. The archive room itself was a sanctuary of quiet order, with rows of these reed-lined wicker baskets arranged neatly along mud brick ledges or low wooden benches that lined the walls. Walking through such a room, one would hear only the soft rustle of dry reed weaving and the muffled echo of gentle footsteps upon the earth floor. Scribes moved through the space with deliberate, careful motions, lifting a basket by its sturdy handles, inspecting the hanging label, and retrieving a tablet with reverent care before returning the container to its designated place. In this tranquil environment, knowledge was neither lost nor scattered. It rested securely in a system built on simplicity, durability, and a deep appreciation for quiet precision. The records held within these peaceful archives spanned the full breadth of Babylonian daily life, serving as a silent record of human relationships, economic trust, and spiritual devotion. Among the baskets in Sippar were tablets recording the harvest yields of barley and wheat from surrounding fields, meticulously listing the amounts set aside for seed, the portions allocated to temple workers, and the surplus stored in city granaries against times of drought. Other tablets captured the private agreements between neighbors, such as the sale of a house, the lease of a date palm orchard, or the settlement of a family inheritance, each sealed with the unique cylinder seal impressions of witnesses who pressed their carved stone rollers into the wet clay edges to grant the document binding authority. There were also letters written between family members separated by trade journeys, asking after health, sending news of household events, and offering warm words of reassurance across long distances. In these letters, the ancient voices retain an extraordinary intimacy, reminding us that despite the span of nearly 4 millennia, the fundamental hopes, worries, and affection of human beings have remained remarkably constant. Scholars also visited the archives to consult literary and scholarly works, epic poems that told of ancient heroics, collections of proverbs offering practical wisdom for everyday living, mathematical tables for calculating land areas, and astronomical logs that tracked the slow, majestic movements of planets and constellations across the clear night sky. Every tablet, whether dealing with mundane accounting or profound philosophical reflection, was treated with the same quiet care. The archivists understood that they were custodians of time itself, holding in trust the thoughts and actions of past generations, so that future generations might learn from them. As night fell over the city, the archivists would conduct a final, unhurried inspection of the room, ensuring that every basket was properly aligned, every pissu tag was securely attached, and every tablet was resting safely in its bed of dried river reeds. The quiet work of the archive was completed for the day, leaving the stored knowledge to sleep peacefully in the dark, cool chambers of the temple. As the stars emerged over Sippar and the cool night wind whispered through the tall reeds along the banks of the Euphrates, the ancient archive remained a timeless reservoir of human thought, standing as an early testament to our enduring desire to record, preserve, and share our experiences. The soft clay that had once been simple river mud now held the enduring shape of human ideas, protected within the simple elegance of woven wicker and fragrant marsh reeds. This early triumph of information management laid a foundation for all library science and archiving systems that would follow across the centuries, demonstrating that the preservation of knowledge depends as much on gentle stewardship and thoughtful organization as it does on the durability of the writing medium itself. The peaceful silence of the Babylonian archive room reflects a universal human need for order, quietude, and continuity, a place where the chaotic flow of daily life is distilled into clear, permanent signs that can be revisited across time. To imagine those quiet rooms in Sippar is to feel connected to a long, unbroken lineage of thinkers, writers, and keepers of books who have labored quietly through the ages to to ensure that memory is not washed away by the tides of time. As the night deepens, the image of those neatly arranged reed baskets, resting in the soft shadows, with their small clay tags hanging motionless, brings a sense of deep rest and quiet reassurance. The work of preserving human history began not with noise or fanfare, but with the gentle pressing of a reed into soft earth and the careful placement of a clay tablet into a basket lined with river reeds. In that tranquil memory of ancient Sippar, we find a soothing rhythm of care and stillness, inviting the mind to settle into a state of peaceful rest, surrounded by the quiet legacy of words that have endured through the long, gentle sleep of centuries. In the quiet expanse of the ancient Mediterranean, where the gentle waters of the Ionian Sea lap against the sunlit coasts of the Peloponnese, there once existed a rhythm of human life dictated by the changing seasons, the ripening of olives, and the peaceful passage of day into night. Long before paper, parchment, or bound books were imagined, human thought found its very first resting place upon the earth itself, within the humble and yielding medium of soft riverbank clay. In the Mycenaean world of the late Bronze Age, writing was not conceived as a grand art intended for monumental stone inscriptions to boast of kingly conquests, nor was it a luxury reserved for distant philosophical musings. Instead, it was an intimate, practical record of daily harmony, a calm and orderly accounting of the gifts of the earth. Scribes, working within the cool, shaded sanctuaries of administrative complexes, spent their days tracking the movement of agricultural abundance. The measures of golden wheat stored in subterranean granaries, the jars of fragrant olive oil, the fleeces of sheep grazing along coastal hillsides, and the hours of quiet labor offered by local artisans. To create a suitable surface for writing, a scribe would gather smooth, moist clay from nearby stream beds, carefully kneading and shaping the pliable earth with patient hands, until it formed small, flat tablets or slender, leaf-shaped strips that rested comfortably in the palm of a hand, with a delicate stylus carved from reed, wood, or polished bone. The scribe pressed fine, geometric lines into the damp surface, creating the intricate grid lines and syllabic characters now known to history as linear B. Each impression was made with deliberate care, yet swift efficiency, translating spoken words, agricultural yields, and physical goods into visual form. These clay tablets were never intended to endure for generations. They were ephemeral documents, designed solely to serve as temporary working ledgers for a single administrative year. Once the annual harvest had passed, the seasonal balances were settled, and a new agricultural cycle commenced. The soft, unbaked clay was meant to be submerged in water, smoothed flat once again, and repurposed for the coming year's inventory. In this way, early writing lived in a state of continuous renewal, a fluid and impermanent dialogue between the scribe's hand and the soft earth, where words dissolved back into the soil as gently as they had first been formed, leaving no trace behind once their seasonal purpose had been fulfilled. High upon the ridge of Epano Inglianos, overlooking the tranquil bay of Navarino, where a soft sea breeze rustles through ancient olive groves, stood the sprawling palace complex known as the Palace of Nestor at Pylos. Within its thick stone walls and timber-beamed rooms, daily life unfolded in a serene and structured cadence, organized around open courtyards, colorful Megaran halls, and extensive stone storehouses filled with massive ceramic jars, known as pithae, containing the region's agricultural wealth. Scribes moved quietly through these cool, shaded corridors, their fingers familiar with the cool moisture of fresh clay, as they recorded the steady flow of goods entering the royal estate from surrounding villages and farmland. Around 1400 BCE, at the Palace of Nestor in Pylos, scribes recorded annual harvests on soft, unbaked clay tablets. When a low burning fire passed through the stone storehouses, the quiet heat baked the temporary clay into durable ceramic tiles. This remarkable transformation occurred not through deliberate human craft or foresight, but through an extraordinary confluence of chance and architectural design. As the low burning fire drifted slowly through the stone-walled storerooms, the ambient heat was neither sudden nor intensely destructive to the dense clay tablets resting upon wooden shelves and within woven wicker baskets. Instead, the gradual, indirect warmth acted in much the same way as an artisan's kiln, slowly evaporating the internal moisture from deep within the raw clay, without causing the tablets to crack, warp, or obscure the fine, delicate linear inscriptions impressed upon their surfaces. As the flames eventually faded into glowing embers and soft gray ash settled across the stone floors, the physical structure of the clay underwent a permanent chemical metamorphosis. The fleeting administrative notes of a single seasonal harvest were unexpectedly frozen in time. Their soft, water-dissolvable earth hardened into durable ceramic tiles, capable of enduring the moisture of the soil, the structural collapse of surrounding walls, and the quiet passage of more than 3,000 years beneath the ground, preserving a momentary snapshot of Bronze Age life forever. What had been created as a temporary record, meant to be erased and rewritten with the turning of the seasons, became instead an enduring archive of the quiet, everyday reality of Bronze Age Greece. When the palace complex fell silent, and the ruins were gradually enveloped by layers of protective soil, roots, and wild Mediterranean flora, these baked terracotta tablets remained completely undisturbed in the subterranean dark, held safely by the very earth from which they had been drawn. For 34 centuries, the delicate grid lines, numerical tallies, and pictorial symbols pressed into the clay lay in total stillness, preserving the precise impression of the scribe's styluses, and even the subtle fingerprints of the hands that had shaped them so long ago. When modern archaeologists carefully cleared away the earth of Pylos in the mid-20th century, they discovered thousands of these hardened tablets, remarkably preserved with their original text clear and crisp. The script they bore, Linear B, offered humanity its earliest direct glimpse into the Mycenaean Greek language, revealing an incredibly detailed, peaceful administrative system where every measure of barley, every vessel of wine, every flock of sheep, and every allocation of bronze was accounted for with calm, methodical reverence. Reading these ancient tablets is like listening to a quiet whisper across millennia, a voice speaking not of legendary battles, heroic myths, or grand royal decrees, but of the tranquil mechanics of community life, seasonal work, and shared resources. The accidental vitrification of the Pylos tablets serves as a gentle reminder that our understanding of human history is often preserved not by intentional monuments of stone or bronze, but by the most modest and unassuming materials: soft earth, cool water, and gentle heat coming together to transform a momentary note into a permanent bridge across time, connecting us to the daily lives of those who walked the earth long ago. As we contemplate the long evolution of written communication, moving from these early clay impressions to the papyrus scrolls, parchment manuscripts, and printed pages of later centuries, the story of the Pylos tablets illuminates the deep connection between human thought and the natural world. Writing began not as an abstract or distant pursuit, but as a grounded, tactile practice rooted in the physical environment, allowing human communities to extend their memory beyond the limits of spoken sound and the brief span of a single conversation. The unbaked clay tablet held in a scribe's hand was an emblem of adaptability and harmony with nature, accepting the temporary quality of seasonal existence while bringing order, clarity, and peace to the present moment. That a gentle, low-burning fire could silently preserve these humble records for thousands of years highlights the quiet wonder hidden within ordinary physical processes. The clay, having captured the gentle pressure of a wooden reed on a warm afternoon 34 centuries ago, held that quiet human touch through ages of silence, until it could be read once more by modern eyes. As the evening draws to a close and darkness settles softly around us, there is a deep comfort in reflecting upon this quiet preservation. Just as the soft clay of Pylos found its lasting form and rested peacefully beneath the earth for millennia, our own minds can release the active burdens of the day, settling into a tranquil, unwinding rhythm, letting go of lingering thoughts, and finding a deep, restorative rest in the stillness of the night. As the ancient world settled into its patient rhythms, the medium of human memory underwent a profound and quiet transformation along the waters of northeastern Africa. For centuries, the clay of riverbanks had provided a sturdy, heavy slab for impressible wedge-like marks. Yet the weight of fired earth held a certain permanent rigidity that called for a lighter, more graceful touch. Along the quiet banks of the Nile, around 2500 BCE, Egyptian artisans peeled the inner pith of papyrus reeds into thin ribbons, pressing overlapping layers together before polishing them with seashells into supple, honey-colored scrolls. The plant itself, Cyprus papyrus, flourished in dense, towering thickets in the shallow marshes of the Nile Delta. Its tall, triangular stalks, crowned with feathery umbrellas of green foliage that swayed in the warm river breeze. To harvest this gift of the river, artisans cut the tall stalks near their base, carrying them from the sunlit water edges to shaded workshops. There, with sharp blades and delicate precision, they stripped away the tough outer green rind to expose the spongy, pale ivory heart of the plant. This soft inner pith was carefully sliced into long, thin strips, each translucent layer laid down side by side upon a damp linen cloth on a flat wooden table. A second layer of pith strips was then laid directly across the first at a right angle, creating a fine crisscross lattice of vegetable fibers. Without needing any artificial glues or synthetic adhesives, the natural sticky sap contained within the fresh plant cells bound the two layers seamlessly together under gentle, repetitive pressure. The artisans wrapped the damp sheets in cloths and pressed them under heavy stones or wooden beams, allowing the sap to set while the moisture evaporated into the warm desert air. Once dry, the raw sheets were rubbed and smoothed using the polished curves of seashells, ivory, or smooth river stones, until the surface was transformed into a silky, continuous plane that yielded comfortably to the touch. These individual sheets were then joined end to end with a simple paste made of flour and water, forming long, continuous rolls that could stretch for meters while remaining light enough to hold easily in a single hand. The resulting scroll was not only a triumph of organic craftsmanship, but a vessel of extraordinary portability and softness. It possessed a warm, golden hue that mirrored the afternoon light reflecting off the Nile, creating a serene canvas for the dark, liquid inks that would soon trace the thoughts, inventories, and prayers of a flourishing civilization. The transition from heavy clay to supple papyrus allowed knowledge to travel effortlessly along trade routes and down quiet stretches of the river, rolling neatly into compact cylinders that could be stored safely in woven reed baskets, wooden cabinets, or soft leather sleeves. Within the serene sanctuaries, temples, and administrative chambers of ancient Egypt, the craft of writing on papyrus became a rhythmic, almost meditative practice carried out by dedicated scribes. Sitting cross-legged upon woven straw mats with long honey-colored scrolls unrolled across their knees, these scribes held slim brushes crafted from the stems of rushes, their tips softened by gentle chewing into delicate points. On their wooden pallets lay small recessed wells holding dry cakes of pigment, deep black ground from the fine carbon soot of oil lamps mixed with gum arabic, and rich, warm red derived desert ochre. With a brief dip of the brush into a small pot of clear water, the scribe dissolved a tiny portion of the pigment, bringing the brush tip to the smooth surface of the papyrus. The ink absorbed instantly into the natural fibers without feathering or bleeding, settling into the paper with a quiet permanence that has preserved delicate strokes for over 4 millennia. As the scribe's hand moved smoothly from right to left across the grid of fibers, the complex pictograms of hieroglyphic script softened into the faster, more fluid curves of hieratic writing, a cursive hand tailored specifically for the swift motion of ink upon papyrus. The quiet room would be filled only with the faint, soothing sound of soft brush strokes sliding across paper, the soft rustling of unrolling scrolls, and the steady breath of those who held the memory of the kingdom. Here were recorded the subtle changes of the seasons, the precise measurements of the annual Nile inundation, agricultural yields of barley and emmer wheat, architectural plans for rising monuments, medical treatments composed of soothing herbs, legal treaties, and poetic hymns reflecting on the calm order of the cosmos. Because papyrus rolls could be unrolled section by section, a reader could drift through vast histories or intricate mathematical tables at an easy, leisurely pace, untethered from the cumbersome weight of clay tablets. Scribes developed meticulous methods for organizing their work, leaving generous margins along the top and bottom edges of the scroll and arranging text into neat, uniform columns separated by clear vertical spacing. When a long document was finished, the scribe gently rolled the scroll shut, securing it with a thin strip of papyrus cord and sealing it with a small dab of moist clay stamped with a signet mark. These light cylinders rested quietly on open shelves in temple libraries known as the Houses of Life, where scholars studied under the warm Mediterranean sun. The flexibility and grace of papyrus invited an unprecedented expansion of record keeping into every facet of daily life, fostering a culture of scholarly contemplation, administrative harmony, and artistic reflection that endured for centuries along the fertile banks of the Nile. While papyrus was perfecting the art of long-form scholarship in the lush river valley, a quiet revolution in the very structure of writing was slowly taking shape in the arid, stone-strewn highlands beyond the river's reach. Far to the east, across the Gulf of Suez, lay the rugged peninsula of the Sinai Desert, an expanse of reddish sandstone hills, wind-carved canyons, and quiet plateaus where turquoise and copper lay, embedded beneath the sun-baked earth. At the remote mining site of Serabit El Khadim, perched high on a wind-swept plateau, Egyptian expeditions established mining camps and erected a grand temple complex dedicated to Hathor, the gentle goddess of turquoise and protector of desert travelers. For generations, trade caravans and labor forces composed of local West Semitic workers, miners, stonecutters, and Bedouin laborers journeyed to these high desert mines, working alongside Egyptian scribes, stonemasons, and temple overseers. Towering stone monuments, known as stelae, stood scattered across the sanctuary grounds and mine entrances, their polished surfaces deeply carved with formal Egyptian hieroglyphs that commemorated royal expeditions, offered prayers, and listed offerings of food and wine. To the untrained eyes of the Semitic workers, these elaborate hieroglyphic inscriptions were breathtakingly complex, containing hundreds of distinct signs depicting birds, animals, human figures, sacred symbols, and intricate tools. Each hieroglyph carried multiple potential meanings, sometimes representing an entire concept, sometimes a multi-consonant cluster, and sometimes acting as an unspoken visual classifier. The Semitic miners, who spoke a language closely related to early Canaanite and Phoenician, possessed no formal written tradition of their own, yet they felt a deep human desire to leave their own names, prayers, and dedications carved into the turquoise-bearing rocks of their workplace. They observed how the Egyptian overseers used script to speak across distances and preserve memories for eternity. But they recognized that mastering the hundreds of specialized symbols of formal hieroglyphics would take a lifetime of elite scribal training. Thus, amidst the calm silence of the Sinai Desert, turquoise mines of Serabit el-Khadim around 1800 BCE, workers adapted complex Egyptian hieroglyphs into the first linear alphabet, turning the pictograph for a house into the gentle ancestor of the letter B. The brilliant insight of these desert miners lay in a process of profound simplification known as acrophony, taking a complex visual symbol from the Egyptian repertoire, stripping away its original foreign meaning, and reusing it to represent only the very first consonant sound of the word for that object in their own native Semitic speech. Where an Egyptian scribe saw a hieroglyph depicting a house or courtyard *PR* in the Egyptian tongue, and interpreted it through a complex web of phonetic values and royal titles, the Semitic worker looked at the simple rectangular outline and named it Bet or *bait*, the ordinary word for house in their own language, by isolating just the initial opening sound of *bet. They realized that this simple rectangular shape could stand universally for the quiet consonant sound B, rather than needing to memorize hundreds of intricate characters for every idea or multi-syllable sound under the sun. A writer needed only a small, manageable set of about 20 to 30 simple linear signs, one for each fundamental consonant sound of human speech. In this way, the hieroglyph for an ox *alp became the first letter sound, which would later turn upside down to become our letter A. The hieroglyph for water *mem became a series of gentle ripples representing the sound M. The hieroglyph for a throwing stick or corner *gamel became the early ancestor of G and C, and the simple ground plan of a house bet became the foundational stroke for the letter B. The workers etched these new, simplified signs onto small stone statuettes, mine shaft walls, and votive offerings around Serabit el-Khadim, leaving behind soft, unpretentious inscriptions, asking for protection and blessings from the divine. This new linear alphabet was extraordinarily light, adaptable, and easy to learn, requiring neither years of scribal apprenticeship nor access to wealthy royal courts. As maritime trade expanded along the eastern Mediterranean coast in the centuries that followed, Phoenician merchants and mariners carried this simple set of linear letters across the sea, sharing it with Greek scholars who added vowel signs, and eventually with Etruscan and Roman scribes who refined the shapes into the smooth, balanced letters of the Latin alphabet used today. The gentle house of Serabit el-Khadim, which began as a humble sketch on a desert stone, grew over millennia into the familiar rounded curves of the letter B, bridging ancient minds with our own through a simple, universal thread of written sound. As night falls and the quiet of evening takes hold, the long journey of these marks reminds us that the vast tapestry of human communication began with the softest of steps, a ribbon of papyrus smoothed by a seashell along the Nile, and a small, hopeful shape carved into the silent stones of the desert. As the golden light of late afternoon softens over the fertile banks of the Nile, a gentle stillness settles across the ancient settlements of the river valley. The waters flow with a calm, unhurried rhythm, reflecting the wide, open expanse of the sky as it transitions from dusty turquoise to the soft, muted hues of twilight. Along the marshy edges, where tall papyrus stalks sway lightly in the evening breeze, the long history of human recording unfolds not through grand monuments or thundering declarations, but through the quiet, deliberate gestures of daily craft. In the era of New Kingdom Egypt, the written word was an intimate companion to life, administrative order, and spiritual devotion, held within the pliable fibers of river reeds and preserved by hand upon rolls of smooth, pale papyrus. To step into the quiet sanctuary of a scribe's workspace is to enter a world measured by patience, breath, and the slow, rhythmic transformation of raw natural elements into enduring thought. The scribe sat cross-legged upon the woven reed mats of a shaded courtyard or administrative chamber, the unrolled scroll draped gently across a linen kilt that served as a natural writing desk. Before a single mark could touch the surface, there was a deep reverence for the tools of the trade, which were crafted with an elegant simplicity that mirrored the natural harmony of the surrounding landscape. Long, thin brushes were prepared from the slender stems of rush plants, gathered from the riverbanks, and carefully dried until supple. A scribe would gently chew the tip of a stem, softening its fine fibers until they separated into a tiny, flexible nib capable of holding liquid without splattering or blotting. This delicate implement responded to the subtle pressure of the hand, gliding across the textured surface of the papyrus with a whisper-soft sound like wind drifting through dry grass. In this atmosphere of serene focus, the scribe was neither hurried nor distracted, understanding that every sign drawn upon the sheet was a bridge between the transient moment of spoken thought and the vast, silent horizon of memory. Writing in this time was not merely a mechanical task, but a meditative practice, a continuous, restful act of giving form to words that would outlast the daylight, resting quietly upon scrolls stored safely in wooden chests and clay jars. Essential to this tranquil art were the portable implements that accompanied the scribe throughout the day, resting neatly in a woven satchel or held lightly under one arm as they moved between temple archives, royal storehouses, and quiet domestic gardens. Around 1400 BCE, in New Kingdom, Egypt, scribes carried narrow wooden pallets carved with two shallow circular wells, one holding black carbon ink ground from lamp soot, and the other holding soft red ochre pigment used to gently highlight the opening words of new paragraphs. These wooden pallets, often fashioned from smooth cedar, ebony, or local acacia, were crafted with long, rectangular grooves down their centers to house the rush brushes, keeping the fragile tips safe from harm while remaining instantly accessible to the artisan's fingers. The preparation of the inks themselves was a ritual of quiet precision, relying on simple, pure substances gathered directly from the earth and hearth. Black ink was made by collecting the dark, powdery carbon soot that accumulated on the undersides of oil lamps or cooking vessels, which was then carefully scraped, ground fine, and bound with a small amount of water and natural gum acacia resin. When moistened with a drop of water from a small clay vessel, this carbon ink yielded a deep, velvety blackness that clung smoothly to the reed nib and bonded permanently with the cellulose fibers of the papyrus, resisting the light of centuries without fading or flaking away. Beside it lay the reservoir of red pigment, derived from natural iron oxide ochre, gathered from the sun-baked desert hillsides and ground into a warm, clay-like powder. This soft red ink served a distinct structural and aesthetic purpose on the page, creating visual harmony and guiding the eye of the reader with effortless clarity. The scribe would dip the reed brush into the red well to mark the beginning of a text, the transition to a new section, the total sum of an accounting ledger, or the start of a new stanza in a poetic hymn. This practice, which later European scriptoria would inherit and designate as rubrication, allowed the written page to breathe, offering natural resting places where the eye could pause before venturing further into the flow of narrative. The gentle contrast between the deep black signs and the warm, earthy red rubrics gave each scroll a visual rhythm, reminiscent of the sunrise breaking softly against the dark silhouette of the desert horizon. Within the peaceful walls of the scribal schools and temple scriptoria, known as the houses of life, This art of writing was passed down from generation to generation through patient practice, quiet emulation, and steady discipline. Young apprentices spent long, tranquil hours seated on the shaded ground, learning the intricate forms of hieratic, the flowing, cursive script derived from traditional hieroglyphs that allowed administrative records, literary tales, medical recipes, and personal correspondence to be written with swift, graceful sweeps of the hand. Unlike the formal, monumental hieroglyphs carved meticulously into limestone temple walls and granite stelae, hieratic was a living, breathing script of the hand, shaped by the fluid motion of ink on papyrus. As the scribe dipped the brush into the water pot and touched the pigment well, the mind entered a state of calm concentration, matching the steady cadence of breathing to the rhythmic movement of the reed across the page. The texts produced during this era reflected a profound appreciation for order, balance, and moral reflection, ranging from delicate love poetry and devotional hymns praising the cyclical rising of the sun to practical treatises on mathematics, architecture, and astronomy. In the famous scribal instructions recorded during the New Kingdom, elders reminded their students of the quiet dignity inherent in their profession, painting a picture of the scribe as one who works in cool shade, free from heavy physical labor, holding converse with the wisdom of the past through the peaceful companionship of scroll and palette. The physical surface of the papyrus itself contributed to this sense of soothing harmony, created by layering thin, sliced strips of the papyrus plants in her pith crosswise, pressing them together under heavy weight, and smoothing the dried sheets with a polished stone or seashell. The material possessed a gentle, natural texture with subtle horizontal lines that served as organic guides for the brush. As the scribe moved from right to left across the unrolled portion of the sheet, the ink sank gently into the absorbent fibers, drying almost instantly in the warm, dry air of the valley. Each completed column of text stood as a testament to orderly thought and quiet focus, arranged neat and square like rows of crops, planted beside a calm, slow-flowing stream. As evening deepens into night across the Nile Valley, the work of the day draws to its natural conclusion, leaving behind scrolls that would silently carry the memory of an entire civilization across thousands of years into the distant future. The scribe would carefully rinse the wooden palette with a few drops of clear water, wiping the circular wells clean until only a faint, soft stain of carbon and ochre remained against the polished grain of the wood. The rush brushes were smoothed back into their central slot. The clay water pot was emptied, and the freshly written papyrus was left to rest in the warm air until its ink had thoroughly cured and settled into the fibers, tied loosely with a strand of spun flax string and marked with a small clay tag detailing its contents. The scroll was placed in its designated niche or wooden chest, sheltered from dust, light, and moisture. Because the climate of Egypt was so dry, and and the materials chosen by the scribes were so remarkably stable. These simple wooden pallets, with their twin wells of black soot and red clay, have survived across millennia, preserved intact in dry tombs and buried chambers. Today, when one looks upon a New Kingdom pallet preserved in a museum display, the dry cakes of soot and ochre still sit within their carved hollows, bearing the tiny indentations left by a brush dipped 3,400 years ago. They offer a silent, luminous connection to the human hands that held them, a quiet reminder that behind every historic leap in human communication lies a simple, serene moment of individual care and focus. The river outside continues its eternal movement under the starlit sky, flowing softly past the swaying reeds, while the written words rest in dark stillness, preserving the thoughts, stories, and dreams of a distant afternoon for generations yet unborn. As the slow, golden light of late afternoon softens across the wide band of the Nile Valley, the river carries with it a quiet sense of permanence, flowing gently past reed beds, mud brick walls, and silent cliffs of pale yellow sandstone. For centuries, the art of writing in ancient Egypt had belonged primarily to the grand architecture of eternity, carved deeply into temple pillars, painted in vivid mineral hues upon tomb walls, and chiseled carefully into heavy basalt slabs intended to withstand the passage of endless generations. Yet as the rhythms of civilization settled into a steady, comforting routine, the practice of writing gradually softened, descending from the tall, silent monuments of kings and gods into the gentle, everyday spaces of human life. Beyond the solemn domain of state affairs and religious ritual, there grew a soft, rhythmic need to record the small, transient details of daily existence. The simple tally of grain delivered to a storehouse, a note of quiet reassurance sent to a distant relative, a brief prayer spoken under one's breath, or a line of reflective verse composed when the heat of the day gave way to the cool breath of twilight. In this gradual opening of the written word, script became less of a rigid monument and more like a quiet voice speaking across space and time, carried on surfaces far lighter and more accessible than monumental granite. The landscape itself provided the raw elements for this delicate tradition. Papyrus stalks gathered from the river's edge and pressed into pliable sheets, fine soot scraped from the bottoms of clay cooking vessels, and the countless smooth, discarded fragments of limestone scattered across the desert floor. To trace the history of human thought through these early scripts is to observe a gentle shift in how people anchored their memories, turning the fleeting thoughts of an afternoon into visible, lasting shapes that could be carried gently in the palm of a hand. As the evening breeze moves softly through the palm fronds along the riverbank, one can imagine the quiet focus of those ancient writers who sat beside the water or within the cool shelter of stone doorways, dipping their fine brushes and allowing their hands to move with measured, restful precision across surfaces that would quietly hold their words for thousands of years, preserving a peaceful record of their inner lives, offering a quiet bridge across the centuries to all who listen. Nestled in a quiet desert valley on the western bank of the Nile, just beyond the reach of the green floodplain, lay the secluded settlement known today as Deir el-Medina. Here lived a specialized community of master craftsmen, stonecutters, painters, and scribes, whose primary calling was to carve and adorn the subterranean tombs of the Pharaohs in the nearby Valley of the Kings. Because their work required a high degree of literacy and technical skill, writing was not merely an occasional duty for a distant elite, but an integral part of the village's daily breath and pulse. While official documents and royal inscriptions were meticulously rendered on costly scrolls of papyrus or permanently etched into tomb walls, the ordinary moments of life required a substrate that was both abundant and free. The surrounding arid hills offered an endless supply of smooth, pale limestone flakes and shattered pottery fragments, materials that were ideal for recording immediate thoughts without the expense of refined papyrus. Around 1300 BCE, in the village of Deir el-Medina, Egyptian scribes drafted daily letters and quiet poetry on smooth flakes of limestone called ostraca. They used slender rush stems tipped with black lampblack ink that rested coolly in the desert shade. These unpretentious stone surfaces became the informal canvas of the ancient community, capturing everything from household inventories, medical prescriptions, and legal agreements to personal notes of affection, humorous sketches, and meditative songs composed during quiet pauses in the workday. Unlike the grand monumentality of temple hieroglyphs, which demanded rigid geometric symmetry, the cursive script written upon these limestone flakes, known as hieratic, flowed with a swift, expressive grace that reflected the natural motion of the human hand. A scribe resting against the sun-warmed rocks could quickly jot down a reminder to a neighbor about borrowed tools, record the distribution of grain rations, or compose a brief line of verse reflecting on the quiet beauty of the desert sky at dusk. In these modest inscriptions, the distance of millennia seems to gently dissolve, revealing a world where written communication was intimately interwoven with the calm, human rhythms of work, rest, and personal expression. The limestone flakes, heavy yet portable, possessed a natural durability that protected these soft voices from the weathering effects of time, preserving the subtle nuances of hand-drawn script within the dry, protective folds of the desert valley, where they rested undisturbed through centuries of stillness, holding the gentle memories of a community that lived and dreamed beside the sands. To understand the quiet intimacy of these ancient texts, one must look closely at the tactile craft and slow, deliberate preparation required by the scribal art. The tools of the Egyptian scribe were simple, elegant, and drawn directly from the natural environment. The primary instrument was a thin length of sea rush, carefully harvested, dried, and cut into slender stems about 10 inches long. Rather than being split into a nib like later quill pens, the tip of the rush stem was lightly chewed or crushed at one end, softening its fibers into a delicate, flexible brush, capable of producing both fine, whispered lines and broad, rhythmic strokes. The scribe carried a wooden palette containing small carved depressions for ink cakes, most notably a deep, midnight black and a warm, earthy red. Black ink was formed by scraping pure carbon soot from lamp chimneys or cooking fires, then binding it with a light solution of gum arabic and water so that it dried into a stable, dry disc. Red ink, derived from ground iron oxide or red ochre, was reserved for headings, corrections, dates, or the opening words of new stanzas. When preparing to write, the scribe dipped the tip of the rush into a small vessel of water, moistened the cake of black pigment until it softened, and allowed the ink to coat the fine fibers of the rush. As the brush met the cool, pale surface of the limestone, the carbon pigment absorbed smoothly into the tiny pores of the stone, creating crisp, dark characters that stood out with striking clarity against the cream-colored background, working in the soothing shade of a porch or beneath the shadow of a canyon wall. The scribe experienced a rhythmic, meditative flow. The gentle dipping of the brush, the soft scratch of plant fiber across stone, and the gradual appearance of human thought rendered in dark, elegant curves. This quiet method of ink preparation was so effective that many of these limestone fragments retain their vivid, dark lettering to this day, as clean and readable as if they had been written only yesterday afternoon. The physical act of writing thus became a peaceful dialogue between hand, mind, and material, turning simple natural elements into a timeless vessel for human memory, grounding the artisan in a calm rhythm that transformed everyday materials into quiet monuments of quiet reflection. As twilight deepens over the desert cliffs of Deir el-Medina, the intense heat of the day dissolves into a cool, tranquil night, wrapping the ancient village in profound stillness. The daily work of tomb building comes to a close, and in the quiet interiors of mud brick homes, scribes set aside their palettes and lay their rush pens to rest upon small wooden tables. The limestone ostraca, carrying their fresh black and red inscriptions, lie quietly in the fading light, waiting to deliver their messages, or simply preserve their gentle stanzas for an unknown future. What makes these modest limestone fragments so deeply moving within the long narrative of written history is how they demystify the human past, bridging the vast gap between monumental history and the intimate reality of personal life. Through these quiet records, we discover that writing was never merely a tool for emperors to command armies or for priests to codify sacred doctrines. It was also a soothing medium through which ordinary people shared their hopes, expressed their grievances, settled their debts, and whispered their love under the quiet canopy of ancient stars. When we listen to the soft echoes of these early texts, we can sense the profound shift in human consciousness that occurred when thoughts were first translated into visible, enduring symbols. A single line of verse written on a limestone flake could outlast the house in which it was composed, outlive the village that nurtured it, and survive long after the names of kings were forgotten beneath shifting desert sands. As night settles completely over the Nile Valley, the cool desert air carries a sense of timeless rest, connecting the ancient scribes who worked in the shade to everyone who seeks peace in the quiet world of words today. The history of writing is, at its heart, a history of human connection, a gentle, continuous stream of thought passing from one hand to another, from ink to stone, from mind to mind, across the silent spans of time. Resting here in the quiet evening, one can feel the comforting continuity of this ancient craft, knowing that long after the sun sets and the world grows quiet, the words written in love and curiosity remain, holding their peaceful guard over the stillness of the night, guiding the mind toward calm and restful slumber. As the golden light of late afternoon began to soften across the fertile banks of the Nile, a serene quiet settled over the scribal workshops and places of learning throughout the Hellenistic world. For generations, the principal surface for capturing human thought had been the supple sheet of papyrus, crafted from the tall, green sedges that swayed gracefully in the shallow waters of the river delta. Scribes harvested these sturdy stalks in the cool morning mist, peeling away the outer green rind to reveal the soft, white inner pith within. By slicing this pith into thin, ribbon-like strips, laying them side by side in crisscrossing layers upon wooden boards, and pressing them beneath heavy stone weights, they produced smooth, flexible sheets of remarkable durability. When dried in the warm sun and polished with smooth river stones or polished shells, these pale leaves offered a continuous, inviting canvas for the written word, far lighter than heavy clay tablets and far smoother than coarse carved stone. Yet as the volume of administration, literature, philosophy, and scientific study expanded dramatically across the Mediterranean basin, the traditional tools used to mark these surfaces evolved to meet the needs of a more intricate, standardized hand. Earlier scribes had often relied upon soft, brush-like rushes, whose frayed tips produced broad, fluid strokes suitable for large hieratic scripts. However, scholars and copyists working in the expanding libraries and government archives required an instrument that could provide both crisp precision and enduring consistency, allowing for fine, uniform stroke work that remained legible even when condensed into narrow columns across long rolls. Around 300 BCE in Ptolemaic Egypt, scribes adopted rigid Mediterranean reed pens called calami, slicing the hollow stalks at a slanted angle and splitting the tip to channel ink in steady, delicate lines across papyrus. This subtle piece of craftsmanship transformed the daily practice of writing, replacing the softer rushes with a firm, highly responsive nib that responded to the subtle pressure of the scribe's fingers. The scribe would carefully select a dry, well-seasoned hollow reed stalk, trimming its tip with a small, sharp knife until the angle perfectly suited the natural tilt of their hand. By cutting a minute split down the central spine of the nib, the hollow reed could hold a small, controlled reservoir of dark ink, drawn from a shallow well of carbon lampblack mixed with water and binding gum. When pressed gently against the pale, woven surface of the papyrus, the ink flowed smoothly down the split tip by natural capillary motion, leaving a uniform, elegant mark that dried quickly in the warm Mediterranean air. With each measured movement of the calamus, letters took shape in neat, rhythmic rows, carrying mathematical calculations, legal records, and epic verses across the page with unprecedented clarity. The tactile experience of writing became a meditative, rhythmic discipline, the gentle dipping of the reed into dark ink, the faint whisper of the split nib moving across natural plant fibers, and the steady, quiet filling of line after line under the guidance of a patient hand. Beyond the quiet desks of individual copyists, this flourish of written culture found its most monumental home in the great seaside city of Alexandria, where the Ptolemaic rulers sought to gather the collective wisdom of the known world beneath a single, magnificent roof. Within the vast halls, shaded porticos, and quiet colonnades of the royal library, hundreds of thousands of papyrus rolls were catalogued, studied, and preserved by scholars who devoted their lives to peaceful inquiry. The sheer volume of accumulated material presented a novel challenge for those tasked with maintaining the collection. As papyrus was an organic creation, highly sensitive to environmental changes, handling wear, and the silent destruction wrought by tiny insects that thrived in warm climates. To protect these precious records of human thought from crumbling or falling prey to decay, the librarians devised refined methods of storage and identification that preserved both the physical integrity of the scrolls and the restful atmosphere of the reading rooms. In 3rd century BCE Alexandria, librarians stored papyrus scrolls inside wooden chests, scented with cedar oil to deter insects, attaching small parchment tags called syllaboi to the scroll edges, so scholars could quietly read titles without unrolling delicate leaves. The natural aromatic properties of the cedar oil acted as a gentle, natural repellent against bookworms and silverfish, filling the grand storage chambers with a soothing, resinous fragrance that became inseparable from the quiet experience of study. Each scroll rested securely in its designated wooden box or wall niche, sheltered from direct sunlight, dust, and damp sea air. The introduction of the syllaboi, slender strips of fine parchment or smoothed leather glued to the outer margin of the rolled document, completely transformed how researchers navigated the vast collection. Hanging neatly outward from the ends of the stored rolls, these small tags displayed the author's name, the title of the work, and the specific section or book number in small, immaculate script. A visiting philosopher or astronomer wandering through the tranquil corridors could simply scan these suspended labels with an unhurried glance, identifying the precise volume they sought without needing to pull the fragile scroll from its resting place or unroll its delicate plant fibers. This thoughtful system minimized unnecessary mechanical wear on the ancient manuscripts, allowing the delicate edges to remain unfrayed and the dark ink to remain protected until a reader was ready to sit quietly and absorb the contents in full. Entering those serene halls during the quiet hours of the morning offered a profound sense of sanctuary, where the busy commotion of the Mediterranean port faded into a distant, harmless murmur behind thick stone walls. High overhead, clear-story windows admitted soft, diffused sunlight that illuminated dust motes floating lazily in the quiet air, casting gentle beams across polished marble floors and dark wooden cabinets. Scholars sat at wide reading tables or reclined comfortably upon cushioned benches, holding the unrolled sections of papyrus between their hands with mindful care. Reading in the classical world was a tactile and visual art. As a scholar moved through a text, they would gently unroll the right side of the scroll while gathering the already read portion with their left hand, keeping only 2 or 3 narrow columns of text visible at any given moment. The soft rustle of unrolling papyrus, reminiscent of autumn wind passing through dry reed beds, blended naturally with the deep, grounding aroma of cedar that drifted continuously from the wooden chests. The uniform, graceful lettering produced by the split nib of the calamus made the act of reading smooth and restful, allowing the eye to glide easily across lines of philosophy, geography, and poetry without hesitation or eye strain. In adjacent alcoves, master copyists prepared fresh batches of ink, grinding pure lampblack scraped from olive oil lamps together with clear gum arabic gathered from acacia trees in the desert oases. They dissolved this fine powder in spring water, creating a deep, velvety black fluid that clung perfectly to the split reed without blotting or fading over time. Outside the library walls, merchant vessels from distant ports across the Mediterranean arrived and departed, carrying grain, textiles, and spices. But inside these cool rooms, time seemed to slow to the measured pace of human thought. Here, texts were not merely read. They were carefully compared, corrected, and copied onto fresh papyrus rolls to ensure their survival. Scribes worked in harmonious silence, dipping their reed pens into dark carbon ink, carefully recreating ancient works letter by letter, sustained by the quiet assurance that their efforts were weaving a durable thread of knowledge across generations. As twilight advanced across the city and the Mediterranean sun dipped below the western horizon, casting a warm violet and rose glow over the calm sea. The activities within the library gradually drew to a peaceful close. Scribes wiped their calami clean with small scraps of soft cloth, inspecting the fine split tips before placing their reed pens into carved wooden cases to keep them safe for the coming morning. Librarians walked along the quiet rows of cabinets, verifying that each scroll had been returned to its scented wooden chest, and that every parchment tag hung neatly in its proper place. The heavy timber doors of the archive were closed with a gentle thud, leaving the vast collection to rest in the cool, dark quiet of the night. The combination of simple, natural elements, the humble Mediterranean reed harvested from marshy riverbanks, carbon ink ground from hearth black and acacia gum, carefully prepared papyrus leaves, protective cedar oils, and small parchment labels formed an enduring ecosystem for human memory. These thoughtful innovations ensured that the thoughts of thinkers, poets, and scholars could travel safely across vast distances and through many centuries, surviving the gentle passage of time to reach minds far beyond their own era. Outside, the great Furrows lighthouse cast its steady, reassuring beam across the dark harbor waters, guiding weary sailors safely home after long journeys. In the silent rooms of the library, the faint scent of cedar lingered softly in the air, a quiet testament to the enduring care that preserved the written word. Thousands of voices rested quietly upon the shelves, waiting patiently for the morning sun to return. Now, as night settles completely over the ancient city and the stars shine brightly above the sleeping harbor, the world of words rests in deep, undisturbed stillness, inviting a quiet mind to slip effortlessly into rest. As dusk settles over the vast alluvial plains of northern China, where the Huan River flows with an unhurried, whispering rhythm through the ancient territory of Yingsu, the air carries the cool, earthy scent of damp silt and evening breeze. Here, long before the rise of distant empires across the western seas, a profound and elegant tradition of visual recording was quietly taking shape, turning the soft surfaces of nature into quiet vessels of human memory and contemplation. In the peaceful workshops of the late Shang Dynasty, far removed from the clamor of daily life, scribes and diviners dedicated their days to an art that was at once deeply meditative and enduringly precise. Their craft emerged from an intuitive desire to map the movement of time, the changes of the seasons, and the subtle currents of the natural world into enduring symbols that could be held in the hand and contemplated under the dim light of oil lamps. Unlike scripts formed from simple strokes pressed hastily into soft river clay, this Eastern tradition developed a rich visual vocabulary of pictographs and ideographs, where every curve and angle echoed the form of a bending reed, a drifting cloud, a flowing stream, or the gentle posture of a human figure at rest. The preparation for this writing was itself a slow, deliberate ritual that required immense patience, beginning long before a single mark was ever made upon a surface. Craftsmen carefully smoothed and polished bone and shell until their surfaces were as clean and quiet as pale river stones, clearing away every roughness so that the scribe's blade could glide across them without resistance or interruption. In these quiet spaces, surrounded by the gentle scraping of tools and the steady rhythm of human breath, the earliest ancestor of one of the world's most enduring writing systems was given form, line by line, stroke by stroke, in a process that invited those who practiced it to slow down and align their thoughts with the quiet harmony of the universe around them. Within these peaceful quarters, the act of writing was never rushed. It was an act of listening deeply to the natural world, observing how soft light fell across the polished bone, and honoring the quiet continuity between past, present, and future with every carefully carved line. Scribes worked with a sense of profound stillness, understanding that each character they created was not merely a mark on a physical object, but a permanent residence for a thought, capturing a fleeting moment of human awareness and cradling it gently against the inevitable erosion of time. The physical materials chosen for this early writing possessed a unique, organic warmth that set them apart from the stone tablets and clay bricks of other ancient cultures. Scribes turned primarily to the broad, flat scapulae of oxen and the smooth, arched plastrons of freshwater turtles, materials that carried within their grain the history of living creatures and the quiet strength of the natural world. Once these natural surfaces were scraped clean, meticulously dried, and polished with fine abrasives until they glimmered with a soft, ivory luster, the scribes began their work with delicate bronze chisels, sharp burins, and fine brushes. With remarkably steady hands, they incised hair-thin lines into the bone, carving out characters that captured both concrete objects and abstract thoughts with breathtaking elegance and balance. To ensure that these intricate incisions could be read with absolute clarity against the luminous surface of the shell or bone, the scribes introduced a touch of color that was both functional and deeply aesthetic. Around 1200 BCE in Anyang, China, Shang Dynasty scribes brushed powdered crimson cinnabar into the finely incised characters of polished turtle shells, letting the red pigment rest softly inside the pale, smooth grooves. This delicate application of vibrant mineral powder created a captivating contrast, transforming each carved character into a quiet work of art, where the deep, warm red rested inside the cool, pale bone like quiet embers glowing softly in the twilight. The cinnabar, ground by hand from natural mineral stones found deep within ancient mountain veins, possessed a soft, velvet texture that filled every microscopic crevice of the carved strokes, sealing the writing while lending it a subtle, reassuring permanence as the scribes gently brushed away any excess powder from the surrounding surface with soft feathers or cloths, leaving only the incised lines filled with rich color. The text seemed to awaken upon the shell, glowing gently under the calm light of the scriptorium. The process was unhurried and deeply soothing to behold, a serene synthesis of nature's raw gifts, human craftsmanship, and the quiet beauty of pigment and line working together to preserve thought across the silent span of uncounted centuries. This harmonious balance between the mineral red of the earth and the ivory pale of the shell reflected a profound philosophy wherein writing was not merely a mechanical task, but a sacred bridge connecting the tangible earth to the tranquil realms of memory, spirit, and eternal peace. When one contemplates the characters carved into these ancient oracle bones, known today as Jiaoguan one, witnesses the very dawn of a written language that would continuously shape the minds of millions for thousands of years without losing its core identity. Each symbol was a carefully composed miniature portrait of the world as experienced by those early observers, translating the vastness of nature into quiet, orderly forms. The character for the sun was drawn as a gentle circle with a single calming dot at its center, capturing the essential source of light and warmth that guided their agricultural rhythms and daily life. Water was rendered as a winding central stream flanked by soft, scattered droplets, evoking the peaceful flow of the river as it wound through the quiet valleys under a vast, silent sky. Mountains were drawn as three rising peaks anchored to a single baseline, instilling a sense of quiet stability and grounded permanence that reassured the human heart. Animals were depicted with tender economy of line. An elephant was recognized by its long, curving trunk, a horse by its flowing mane and slender legs, a bird by its sharp beak and delicate, outstretched tail feathers. Because these early scribes drew directly from their intimate observation of nature, their characters possessed a rhythmic vitality that mirrored the organic geometry of trees, rivers, clouds, and stars. The layout of the text upon the turtle plastron, or ox scapula, followed an intuitive vertical order, with columns of characters reading smoothly from top to bottom, creating a restful visual cadence that allowed the eye to drift effortlessly down the bone like water, falling over smooth, moss-covered stones. As scribes carved these symbols into the polished surface, they paid careful attention to the spatial balance of each stroke, ensuring that no single element overwhelmed another, establishing a foundational aesthetic principle of symmetry, breadth, and structural harmony that would remain the beating heart of Chinese calligraphy throughout all subsequent eras. In doing so, they created far more than just a practical administrative tool. They cultivated a serene visual sanctuary where complex human thoughts, quiet reflections, and seasonal observations could coexist in perfect, still equilibrium, offering the mind a restful place to linger and meditate. As centuries turned into millennia, these polished turtle shells and inscribed bones were eventually laid to rest beneath the fertile soil of Henan, buried quietly in the earth, where they remained undisturbed for thousands of years. Sealed in the dark, cool silence of the ground, the crimson cinnabar nestled safely within the pale grooves of the bone, holding the thoughts and words of the Shang scribes in pristine suspension, while empires rose and fell above them. When they were finally uncovered in modern times, emerging once more into the soft light of day, scholars were astounded to find that the fundamental logic of those ancient carved characters remained instantly recognizable, forming a direct, unbroken bridge of understanding that stretched across 3,000 years of human history. To hold an oracle bone today is to feel the quiet pulse of human continuity, to realize that the fundamental human desire to record our lives, to seek meaning in our surroundings, and to pass our thoughts down to those who follow us has remained unchanged across the ages. The slow, methodical brushing of red mineral powder into white bone in ancient Enyang reminds us that writing at its origin was an act of profound care, patience, and stillness, a practice designed not to hasten communication, but to deepen it, giving form to thoughts so that they might endure long after the voice that spoke them has faded into silence. As the evening deepens and the world outside sinks into a quiet, restful slumber, we can take comfort in the enduring nature of these ancient marks, which have survived the passage of time without losing their gentle grace. The peaceful image of a scribe working in the fading light of a long-ago twilight, carefully wiping away the loose dust to reveal bright red strokes set within polished bone, invites us to release the restlessness of our own day and sink into the quiet, timeless rhythm of human memory. In the gentle stillness of the night, as thoughts settle like fine red powder into the grooves of polished shell, the ancient story of writing continues its quiet journey, carrying us softly into a peaceful, restful, and undisturbed sleep, wrapped in the soothing warmth of history's long and quiet night. As daylight softly yields to the warm twilight of the Indian subcontinent, the ancient air carries the steady, rhythmic whisper of wind drifting through tall groves of palm trees, where the history of human record-making found a quiet, organic sanctuary long before paper arrived from distant lands or parchment became the standard-bound surface of Western scriptoria. The lush forests and sun-drenched landscapes of Asia offered their own living medium for capturing human thought, poetry, philosophy, and practical memory in the vast, verdant regions of the South, where monsoon rains periodically nourished the earth and tropical warmth softened the passage of time. Early scholars and quiet copyists looked to the natural canopy above them for a material that was both flexible and enduring, unlike the heavy, sun-baked clay tablets of the Mesopotamian river valleys, or the rigid carved stones of monument builders. The leaves of tropical trees offered an invitingly smooth, lightweight canvas that could be harvested in harmony with the natural cycles of growth. The choice of vegetation was far from accidental. It required an intimate understanding of botany, climate, and seasonality, as only specific species possessed fibers resilient enough to withstand the passage of years without crumbling into dust under the humid heat as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting golden rays across peaceful village monasteries and shaded courtyards. Scribes would begin the patient preparation of these natural sheets, selecting young, unblemished fronds whose texture promised a uniform, serene surface. Each leaf was carefully harvested, stripped of its tough central spine, and subjected to a slow, deliberate curing process that transformed fresh green vegetation into a warm, golden brown leaf ready to preserve ancient chants, complex mathematical calculations, medicinal recipes, and timeless literature. In this tranquil environment, the act of writing was not merely an administrative necessity, but an art deeply attuned to the natural world, where every stroke of a scribe's hand was an act of quiet devotion, bridging the space between human reflection and the enduring rhythms of the earth. The preparation required days of slow drying in the soft shade, followed by gentle soaking in clear waters or herbal infusions to leach out bitter moisture and temper the fibers against decay. After which, the leaves were pressed flat under weighted wooden blocks until they lay perfectly smooth, like long ribbon-like banners waiting to receive the quiet markings of human memory. The transformation of these cured leaves into sacred codices and daily records reached a state of exquisite refinement across the southern peninsula, where dedicated scribes developed techniques perfectly suited to the unique physical properties of the palm fiber. Across southern India, around the 5th century BCE, scribes dried long, slender leaves of the talipot palm, incising delicate script with a fine iron stylus before rubbing a calm mixture of soot and aromatic sesame oil across the surface to reveal dark, scented letters. This methodical process demanded an extraordinarily light and practiced touch, for pressing too heavily with the sharp metal tip could easily pierce or split the delicate parallel veins of the dried leaf, while striking too softly would fail to carve a groove deep enough to hold the dark pigment. The stylus, held comfortably between steady fingers like an instrument of fine meditation, moved in continuous, flowing curves, giving rise to rounded script forms that gracefully glided along the length of the frond without catching against the grain. As the iron tip traced each syllable into the polished surface, it left behind faint, colorless indentations, an invisible lattice of words waiting to be brought into clear vision. Once an entire leaf had been meticulously incised with rows of symmetrical script, the scribe would take a soft cloth dipped in a soothing blend of fine carbon soot and warm, fragrant sesame oil, applying it across the entire length in broad, rhythmic strokes. The dark mixture sank deep into the micro grooves created by the iron stylus, while the surrounding smooth leaf was gently wiped clean, instantly bringing forth crisp, dark letters that stood out with remarkable clarity against the warm amber background of the palm leaf. Beyond its aesthetic brilliance, this ritual possessed a deeply practical and sensory purpose. As the aromatic sesame oil infused the vegetal fibers with vital moisture, repelling destructive insects, preventing brittle decay, and releasing a faint, comforting fragrance of earth and toasted seeds whenever the manuscript was opened in the stillness of a study. The scent filled the quiet rooms of copyists and scholars, creating an atmosphere of deep focus and tranquil contemplation, where the physical object itself seemed to breathe with a quiet life. The scribes worked in unhurried silence, guided by the slow arc of the sun across the sky, completing page after page of delicate prose and poetry, each leaf a testament to human patience and the harmonious union of natural elements with the written word. Once the individual leaves had been filled with dark, scented script and thoroughly dried, they were gathered together into complete, beautifully structured manuscripts that could be stored safely for generations. Because these long, narrow strips lacked a natural spine like modern books, early craftspeople devised an elegant method of assembly that allowed the reader to turn each page with effortless grace. Two small, precise holes were clean punched through the body of each leaf at measured intervals, through which a soft, hand-spun cotton cord was threaded, holding the stack in perfect alignment, while allowing individual leaves to be lifted, flipped, and read one by one without disturbing the rest of the collection. To protect the fragile edges from wear, dust, and environmental changes, the entire stack was encased between two solid wooden boards, known as binding covers, which were often smoothed to a satin finish, lacquered, or adorned with subtle carved patterns depicting lotus flowers, geometric motifs, or peaceful scenes from nature. Wrapping a soft cord around the entire exterior, bound the manuscript securely into a compact, durable bundle that could be easily carried by traveling monks, stored in heavy wooden chests within temple libraries, or rested upon low reading desks in quiet monastic cells. Within these peaceful sanctuaries, under the protective shade of heavy stone roofs and overhanging eaves, thousands of palm leaf bundles accumulated over the centuries, safeguarding a rich spectrum of human knowledge, from intricate philosophical discourses on the nature of existence to detailed medicinal guides outlining the healing properties of forest herbs, astronomical charts tracking the slow dance of stars across the night sky, and grand epic narratives handed down through generations of oral and written traditions. The gentle act of unbinding such a manuscript became a sensory ritual in itself. Untying the soft cord, lifting the smooth wooden cover, and gently turning the thin, golden leaves released a subtle puff of warm, aromatic sesame fragrance into the calm air, inviting the reader into a state of quiet focus and deep historical connection. In these quiet libraries, preserved far from the turmoil of outer events, the written word existed not as a tool of haste, but as a timeless repository of peace, wisdom, and human care. As night deepens and the quiet sounds of the evening settle around us, the legacy of these ancient palm leaf manuscripts offers a soothing reminder of how human curiosity and artistic care have always found ways to preserve thought across the vast expanse of time. The delicate synthesis of leaf, iron, soot, and fragrant oil created more than just a functional recording system. It created a tactile, sensory artifact that engaged the hand, the eye, and the breath of everyone who held it. Across hundreds of years, as scribes sat by sunlit windows or under the cool shade of courtyard trees, their steady hands maintained a lineage of memory that endured through generations, passing down the quiet wisdom of ancestors to distant descendants who would unroll the cords and breathe in the same gentle, scented air. The rounded shapes of the scripts, born directly from the need to protect the delicate veins of the talipot leaf, became the distinctive aesthetic hallmark of regional written traditions, proving how deeply our forms of expression are shaped by the natural materials provided by the earth. In the quiet calm of the modern world, as we reflect upon these ancient methods, there is a deep comfort in remembering the patient pace of early scholarship, where every word was carved with intention, every sentence was illuminated with dark soot, and every page was preserved with aromatic oils meant to outlast the scholar's own lifetime. The soft rustle of golden leaves turning in the quiet light, the subtle aroma of sesame drifting through warm air, and the steady, tranquil rhythm of the iron stylus moving across smooth palm fibers, all speak to a time when recording thought was a peaceful, meditative art anchored in the natural world. As your breath slows and your mind settles into restful stillness, allow the image of these golden, scented leaves to rest quietly in your thoughts, a gentle testament to the quiet, enduring power of human memory, floating peacefully across the calm ocean of time. As we journey quietly through the vast, unfolding history of human script, there comes a peaceful moment when writing turns to the soft, breathing texture of the forest, finding a natural sanctuary upon the inner bark of living trees. High in the mist-wreathed mountain passes of the Himalayas, where the air is cool, crisp, and silent, ancient scribes discovered that nature had already woven delicate, enduring layers capable of cradling human memory and thought across the elevated slopes of northern India, where snow-fed streams flow softly through pine-scented valleys. Tree bark became far more than protective armor for mountain flora. It became a supple, golden medium for philosophical inquiry, sacred songs, and poetic reflection. In 4th century Kashmir, artisans peeled the paper-thin inner bark of high-altitude birch trees, treating the pale sheets with aromatic cedar oil and polishing them with smooth agate stones to create supple leaves for handwritten texts. These birch bark sheets, known in the local traditions as bijpatra, possessed a soft, satin-like flexibility that welcomed the finest calligraphic strokes of dark, lamp-black ink. The cedar oil not only imbued the prepared leaves with a gentle, resinous fragrance that lingeringly perfumed the quiet scriptoria, but it also offered a subtle, natural defense against mountain humidity and hungry insects, allowing sacred hymns, mathematical treatises, and delicate poetic verses to rest safely across centuries. To hold one of these leaves was to hold a piece of the high mountain wilderness, where snowy peaks looked down upon quiet monasteries nestled in green, sheltered valleys. The process of gathering and refining the birch bark was itself a slow, meditative art, requiring deep reverence for the natural rhythms of the woods. Artisans would carefully lift only the outer molted layers of bark during specific seasonal turnings, without harming the growing tree beneath, selecting sheets whose natural lenticels formed soft, horizontal dashes across a cream or pale copper surface. Once harvested, these raw sheets were gently steamed or soaked in spring water to unroll their natural coils, then laid out under shade to dry evenly without warping. The burnishing step, with smooth, rounded agate pebbles, was particularly restful, rhythmically sliding the cool, polished stone back and forth across the oil-treated surface, compressed the delicate plant fibers, creating a sheen so smooth that reed pens could glide across the page without a single hesitation or snag. Bound together with fine silk cords passed through small punched holes and protected by hand-carved wooden covers, these leaf-like folios could be turned effortlessly, opening up world upon world of human contemplation, while remaining light, portable, and intimately connected to the quiet earth from which they grew. Thousands of leagues away, across vast oceans, and hidden within lush, canopy-shaded forests, another great civilization was listening just as closely to the quiet whisper of the trees, developing a parallel tradition of bark paper craft that was equally breathtaking in its elegance and visual serenity. Beneath the humid emerald umbrella of the tropical rainforest, where soft rains pattered upon broad green leaves, scribes and craftspeople sought out native trees whose inner fibers could be transformed into long, continuous scrolls for sacred visual narratives and astronomical calculations. In 5th century Mesoamerica, Maya artisans beat the inner bark of wild fig trees into long, supple sheets of amate paper, brushing a thin coat of white lime plaster over the surface to create a smooth canvas for painted glyphs in gentle shades of Maya blue. This amate paper possessed a rich, organic warmth, its fibers intertwined through the rhythmic, soothing cadence of grooved stone beaters tapping against raw bark laid upon smooth wooden anvils. The raw inner bark was first soaked in warm, alkaline lime water, a gentle conditioning process that softened the tough plant ribbons and allowed them to be felted together into wide, seamless sheets of remarkable strength and flexibility. Once the fibers were thoroughly beaten and joined end to end, they created manuscripts that could stretch for many meters before being folded gently back and forth like an accordion screen. The application of the white lime plaster layer, a thin, luminous coat of stucco ground fine, as powder transformed the textured bark into a glowing, alabaster white backdrop, upon which calligraphers and painters could work with exquisite precision. The glyphs themselves were rendered with fluid brushstrokes using natural pigments, among which Maya blue shone with a unique, tranquil radiance, crafted from a delicate fusion of indigo leaf extract and palygorskite clay. This soothing turquoise hue possessed a muted, timeless beauty that remained vibrant without ever overwhelming the eye. Through these screenfold codices, Maya scribes recorded the orderly dance of celestial bodies, the quiet rhythms of agricultural seasons, and the ancestral genealogies of their rulers, preserving their universe in a format that was at once visually harmonious and deeply tactile. To unfold such a manuscript was to witness a seamless blending of art, science, and sacred geography, where the living essence of the fig tree formed the literal foundation upon which the cosmos was gently illustrated. When we pause to reflect upon these two distant traditions, the birch leaves of the Himalayan valleys and the amate paper of the Mesoamerican lowlands, we find a profound shared philosophy in how human beings approached the physical act of recording their stories. Neither culture sought to conquer or force nature through aggressive industrial processes. Instead, both relied on a deep, patient intimacy with raw botanical materials and simple, handheld tools passed down through generations of skilled artisans. The cool agate stone sliding smoothly across oil-treated birch bark in Kashmir, and the grooved stone beater tapping gently against fig bark in Mesoamerica represent a common human rhythm, a slow, peaceful craft where physical labor was elevated into a serene art form. This shared approach yielded writing surfaces that felt truly alive to the touch, carrying an organic warmth, soft texture, and flexible weight that modern machine-made paper rarely achieves. Calligraphers and painters working on these natural leaves were ever mindful of the material's natural grain, its subtle variations in tone, and its faint, reassuring aroma, allowing the inherent qualities of the wood, oil, and lime plaster to guide the weight, speed, and flow of their calligraphic brushstrokes. Reading from such texts was fundamentally a multisensory experience of quiet beauty. The soft, dry rustle of birch leaves turning in a quiet library alcove, the delicate, woodsy fragrance of cedar, resin wafting from aged folios, the luminous contrast of indigo blue pigment set against polished white stucco, and the gentle accordion glide of amate paper, expanding smoothly across a wooden altar table. In both worlds, the act of writing was understood not merely as the recording of abstract symbols or bureaucratic records, but as a harmonious dialogue between the human mind, the artisan's skilled hands, and the quiet wisdom of the surrounding forest. This deep connection gave ancient manuscripts an atmosphere of calm permanence, as if the stillness of the high mountains and tropical groves from which they were harvested had been permanently woven into the text itself, inviting reader and listener alike to slow down, breathe deeply, and enter a state of peaceful contemplation. As centuries turned softly into millennia, these bark manuscripts rested peacefully in the quiet sanctuaries of human civilization, silently cradling the wisdom of forgotten ages. In mountain monasteries, tucked high along the silk routes, bundles of cashmere birch bark lay protected between carved wooden boards, wrapped in soft silk cloths, and stored in cool, dark niches, where the lingering scent of cedar oil continued to ward off the decay of time. In the peaceful plazas and quiet court libraries of Mesoamerica, screenfold codices rested safely within terracotta jars or carved stone chests, their accordion folds held securely between painted wooden end plates, waiting quietly for the trained eyes of astronomers, calendar keepers, and scholars. Though many of these delicate leaves have vanished into the soft earth from which they originally sprang, returning their organic fibers back to the earth in nature's eternal cycle of renewal. Those manuscripts that endure remain quiet, luminous monuments to human patience, artistic devotion, and a deep love for enduring beauty. They remind us that long before print shops hummed with mechanical type, and long before digital screens glowed with transient light, the world's great ideas were painted slowly on the smooth skin of trees, stroke by gentle stroke, in quiet rooms filled only with the soft sounds of mountain winds or falling tropical rain. To listen to the story of writing is to remember this slower, more contemplative pace of life, where every sheet of paper was a sacred gift from a living forest, and every written character was an offering of care, focus, and quiet devotion. As night settles over our world today, and the stars take their silent places across the dark sky, we can picture those ancient leaves lying still in their glass cases and archive drawers, their pale birch surfaces and soft Maya blue glyphs resting in silent peace, holding the calm memories of humanity safe through the darkness until the dawn breaks anew. As twilight descended upon the sun-warmed hills and coastal sanctuaries of 6th century BCE Greece, the rhythmic sounds of daytime life gradually softened into the serene stillness of evening, leaving the open-air plazas and sacred precincts filled with quiet marble stelae, standing peacefully beneath a vast, darkening sky. In this formative era of the written word, when the alphabet was taking firm and lasting root across the Mediterranean basin. The art of inscription was far more than a practical means of recording laws, treaties, or sacred dedications. It was a tactile, deeply physical dialogue between the stonemason's sharp iron chisel, the enduring grain of Aegean marble, and the human eye seeking order amidst the beauty of the natural world. Across the ancient Greek city-states, from the quiet mountain slopes of Phasis to the island communities of the Cyclades, scholars, artisans, and citizens were discovering new ways to make spoken speech visible and permanent. Unlike the delicate, private scrolls of imported Egyptian papyrus that were slowly beginning to circulate among wealthy patrons and scholars, public stone monuments were designed to exist in complete harmony with the open landscape. They stood out in the open air, where the changing angle of the sun would trace the shallow contours of carved letter forms with soft, shifting shadows throughout the day, transforming abstract symbols into living elements of the surrounding architecture and countryside. To walk past these monumental stones was to experience a profound sense of grounding and continuity, as though the shared memory, collective wisdom, and civic harmony of the community had taken permanent root in the very rock beneath one's feet. The stonemasons who carved these early public declarations worked with a slow, unhurried precision, striking their wooden mallets against iron chisels with a steady, hypnotic cadence that resonated gently through the quiet workshop courtyards. Every single letter cut into the cool stone represented long moments of mindful focus and deliberate craftsmanship, converting raw blocks of limestone and crystalline island marble into peaceful, enduring vessels for human memory. As evening settled over the land, these stones remained standing in motionless grace, holding their inscriptions with quiet dignity as the evening breeze rustled gently through nearby olive groves, inviting all who looked upon them to slow their pace, quiet their mind, release the burdens of the day, and breathe in the tranquil calm of the night. Within these calm marble landscapes, the physical layout of the carved letters reflected a deep and natural harmony between human visual perception and the spatial movement of language across a surface. In 6th century BCE Greece, stonemasons carved public inscriptions in a rhythmic layout called boustrophedon. The text reversed direction on alternating lines like an ox plowing a quiet field, letting the reader's gaze drift seamlessly down the carved marble. Derived from the ancient Greek words bous asterisk, meaning ox, and strophe, meaning turn. This unique and elegant method of arranging written characters drew its inspiration directly from the peaceful, uninterrupted rhythms of agrarian life that defined the surrounding Mediterranean countryside. Just as a patient farmer guided a pair of heavy oxen down the long length of a fertile field, turning smoothly at the boundary stone to plow back in the opposite direction along the adjacent row without ever lifting the iron blade from the rich earth. The reader's eyes were invited to glide continuously back and forth across the stone tablet when a line of text reached the rightmost margin of the marble block, the narrative did not halt abruptly, nor did it demand that the reader's eye make a sudden, disjointed leap all the way back across the broad surface to locate the start of the next line. Instead, the text simply reversed its flow, proceeding effortlessly from right to left, with each individual letter form mirrored horizontally so that its glyphs faced gracefully toward the direction of travel. This bidirectional, serpentine movement created an extraordinarily smooth and fluid reading experience, allowing the human mind to settle into a soft, hypnotic rhythm as it descended through the carved words. For anyone pausing before a tall public law stele or a sacred dedication in the peaceful quiet of early morning, reading became an unhurried visual stroll, a tranquil tide of chiseled characters ebbing and flowing across the cool, polished face of the marble without friction, distraction, or fatigue. The gentle S-shaped path traced by the eyes mirrored the natural physics of human breath and movement, turning the simple act of absorbing written information into a serene, meditative ritual that calmed the thoughts and anchored the senses in the quiet, enduring beauty of the present moment. This organic way of carving stone reflected a profound ancient understanding of spatial geometry, human anatomy, and visual rest, grounding the emerging power of literacy in the timeless patterns of the physical world, in the sacred precincts of Delphi and Olympia, as well as in the tranquil civic spaces of early Athenian plazas. These boustrophedan inscriptions offered far more than raw municipal or religious information. They cultivated a serene, contemplative atmosphere for all who encountered them. Stonemasons took great care to carve each letter with balanced depth and generous spacing, allowing the soft morning light or the warm golden tones of late afternoon to highlight the inner angles of the carved characters with delicate clarity and soft contrast. Because the reader's gaze never had to detach from the surface of the stone to search for the start of a distant row, the mind maintained an unbroken thread of gentle concentration. The physical boundaries of the stone block were not seen as rigid barriers, but as natural turning points where language paused for a brief, peaceful moment before flowing back in the opposite direction. Much like a quiet wave meeting a peaceful shore and gently receding, stonemasons frequently tailored the dimensions of the marble slabs to match the natural width of human posture, ensuring that someone standing before the monument could comfortably follow the undulating lines of script with minimal head movement or physical strain. Each line possessed its own inherent balance, as the mirrored letters on alternating rows provided a subtle visual counterweight to one another, creating an overarching aesthetic of symmetry, grace, order, and deep visual rest. This thoughtful harmony between form and function meant that the public laws, hymns, and boundary markers carved in this fashion were felt not as heavy impositions of authority, but as peaceful extensions of the natural environment. They were crafted with the same patience, care, and quiet devotion as the terraced olive groves, sun-drenched wheat fields, and vineyard rows that sloped gently down toward the shimmering blue waters of the Aegean Sea, inviting every observer to step away from daily worries and fast-paced concerns into a quieter, more grounded experience of time and thought. As centuries slowly drifted by, and the culture of writing continued its long, quiet evolution toward the unified left-to-right direction that would eventually become standard across the Western world. The memory of Boustrophedon remained as a timeless testament to an era when human literacy was intimately attuned to the natural landscape and the physical rhythms of manual craft, even as Greek stonemasons gradually adopted more structured and uniform layouts, such as the elegant Stoicheddon asterisk style, where every letter was placed within a rigid, grid-like alignment of perfect vertical and horizontal columns. The peaceful spirit of those early plowed lines of text never truly faded from the stone workshops of the ancient Mediterranean. Today, when we look back across the vast expanse of time at those weathered blocks of ancient marble, resting peacefully in quiet, light-filled museum halls, or under the open skies of Mediterranean archaeological sites, one can still sense the deep, calming cadence of the ox turning patiently at the edge of the field. The chiseled grooves, softened by thousands of years of gentle weather and smoothed by the quiet passage of endless time, offer an enduring invitation to reflect on how human thought first found its steady, restful rhythm in the physical world. The letters seem to hold a quiet stillness, reminding us that writing began not as a rapid, frantic exchange of fleeting thoughts, but as a deliberate, sacred art rooted in patience, breath, and natural geometry. As the mind rests upon these ancient marble forms, the gentle flow of language continues to drift like a calm, silent stream through the long corridors of history, wrapping the listener in a sense of deep peace and restful tranquility. The ancient carved words sit silently in the cool evening shade, carrying their quiet stories into the vastness of the night, where every thought naturally settles into stillness, and the weary mind finds a soft, restorative rest beneath a wide canopy of timeless, glowing stars. As the soft, golden light of the late afternoon faded across the 7 hills of ancient Rome during the 1st century BCE, the bustling rhythm of the metropolis slowly settled into a tranquil twilight calm. In the quiet courtyards of hilltop villas, beneath the cool shade of stone colonnades, and inside small sunlit rooms where tutors guided young pupils through their daily lessons, the act of writing was a quiet, soothing constant of daily life. For centuries, humanity had recorded its most solemn laws, royal decrees, and sacred histories on enduring monuments of stone, bronze, or fired clay, while the elegant works of poets and scholars were carefully copied onto long rolls of imported Egyptian papyrus. Yet for the millions of fleeting thoughts, routine market transactions, preliminary architectural sketches, and educational exercises that defined the day-to-day existence of a thriving Mediterranean civilization. Neither permanent granite nor costly, fragile papyrus was practical. The Roman world required a medium that was at once accessible, durable, portable, and completely renewable. A tool that could catch a passing thought in midair, hold it safely for a few hours or days, and then quietly release it back into nothingness when it was no longer needed. To fulfill this essential daily need, ancient woodworkers and artisans perfected the wooden writing tablet, known in Latin as the asterisk tabula, or Pugillaires asterisk, named for its convenient ability to fit comfortably within the palm of a hand. Craftsmen harvested fine-grained woods such as beech, boxwood, maple, and aromatic cedar, carefully planing them into thin, rectangular boards with slightly raised outer borders. These outer rims created a shallow recessed basin in the center of the wooden panel, forming a protective frame that kept the delicate inner surfaces from touching or rubbing together. When two or more tablets were bound together by leather thongs or cord loops, whether joined as a simple two-leaved diptych or linked into multi-paged wooden notebooks, these tablets became an indispensable companion to every layer of Roman society, bringing literacy out of exclusive royal archives and into the warm, personal spaces of everyday domestic and commercial life, where ideas could be captured softly without the burden of permanence. The magical core of these tablets lay within that shallow wooden recess, filled with a natural substance that was carefully formulated to balance flexibility, opacity, and structural resilience under varying atmospheric conditions. In ancient Rome during the 1st century BCE, students and merchants poured dark beeswax mixed with fragrant pine resin into shallow wooden frames, tracing temporary notes with the pointed tip of a bronze stylus, and using its flat, smooth end to erase the surface back into quiet blankness. Raw beeswax harvested from countryside apiaries was on its own often too soft in the intense heat of a Mediterranean summer, and too brittle in the chill of winter. So the addition of natural pine resin gathered from coastal pine forests provided an ideal tempering agent, strengthening the wax matrix while imparting a subtle coniferous fragrance that gently filled the room whenever a writer held the tablet near, to create a crisp visual contrast against the metal stylus. Craftsmen blended fine carbon soot or lampblack into the molten mixture over gentle charcoal fires, transforming the translucent wax into a deep, rich slate or dark obsidian shade. When a user held a bronze stylus, a slender, pen-like instrument forged with quiet precision, the sharp, pointed tip sliced gently into the dark upper skin of the wax, exposing the lighter, slightly translucent layers beneath, and creating clear, crisp strokes without requiring a single drop of liquid ink. The physical experience of writing in this manner possessed a gentle, meditative quality. The bronze tip moved across the yielding wax with a soft, quiet drag gave tactile feedback to the writer's hand, encouraging deliberate and measured penmanship. If a financial calculation was misfigured, a Latin noun incorrectly declined, or a line of poetry needed restructuring, the writer simply inverted the tool to utilize its opposite end, which was flattened into a smooth, leaf-shaped, or spatulate wedge. By drawing this broad, warmed edge across the wax, the raised furrows were pressed flat, seamlessly blending the wax back together and erasing every trace of the previous inscription. This seamless ability to return the tablet to an unblemished state gave rise to the enduring concept of the tabula rasa asterisk, a clean slate, offering a serene physical space where mistakes carried no penalty, and every new line began with quiet promise. The versatility of the wax tablet made it the ubiquitous scratchpad of classical antiquity, underpinning nearly every facet of Roman administration, commerce, literature, and domestic intimacy in crowded market stalls along the Velabrum and quiet counting houses near the Tiber docks. Merchants and bankers recorded daily sales, outstanding debts, inventory tallies, and shipping schedules into their wax ledgers, updating totals throughout the day before transcribing final summaries into permanent paper or parchment journals. Schoolmasters relied on wax tablets to teach children the foundations of reading and penmanship. Tutors would carefully etch model letters into the wax for young students to trace with their styluses, guiding their unaccustomed fingers until their strokes became fluid and confident. In the realm of literature and philosophy, famous Roman authors, including Cicero, Horace, Ovid, and Pliny, the elder composed their initial drafts upon wax tablets, valuing the medium for the absolute freedom it granted to brainstorm, revise, rearrange stanzas, and polish prose before handing the text over to professional scribes, librarii, to be copied onto luxury papyrus rolls. Furthermore, wax tablets served as the primary vehicle for private correspondence across long distances, spanning provinces from Britannia to Syria. A sender would write an intimate letter or urgent request upon the inner wax faces of a diptych, fold the wooden leaves inward so the text faced itself, tie a thread securely through small pre-drilled holes in the wood, and seal the knot with a dab of wax impressed with their personal signet ring. Couriers carried these compact, secure wooden packets across the vast network of Roman roads. Upon receiving the tablet, the recipient would break the seal, open the wooden leaves to read the message etched within the dark resinous bed, and could then immediately smooth out the wax with their own bronze stylus to write a reply on the exact same tablet before returning it with the messenger. This continuous loop of exchange fostered a deeply personal and dialogic form of communication, connecting distant friends and business partners through a shared wooden object that repeatedly absorbed and released their handwritten words. Beyond its immediate practical uses, the wax tablet played a profound structural role in the history of human communication, acting as the crucial evolutionary bridge between the ancient scroll and the modern bound book. For thousands of years, long texts had been recorded on continuous rolls of papyrus or leather that had to be unrolled with one hand and rolled up with the other, a format well suited for formal public reading, but inconvenient for quick reference, cross-indexing, or casual browsing. As Roman administrative and legal needs expanded, scribes began binding 3, 4, or even more wooden wax tablets together along one edge using leather thongs, creating a multi-paged booklet known as an asterisk polyptych asterisk. Users could flip through these rigid wooden leaves with ease, jumping instantly from one section to another without unrolling yards of delicate material. This physical arrangement of flat, stackable pages bound along a single spine provided the exact structural blueprint for the Parchment asterisk codex asterisk, which would eventually replace the papyrus scroll altogether in late antiquity. As night fell completely over the city of Rome, the soft rustle of daily work faded into silence, and oil lamps were extinguished one by one across the quiet neighborhoods. Students tucked their wooden tablets beneath their pillows. Merchants stacked their accounts neatly on wooden shelves, and writers set down their bronze styluses beside closed diptychs. Resting securely within their protective wooden shells, the dark surfaces of beeswax and pine resin held their silent records in the quiet dark, ready to be read, revised, or smoothed away into blank peacefulness with the coming of the morning sun. In this restful harmony between memory and erasure, the wax tablet offered ancient society a serene space for human thought to grow, adapt, and softly rest, reminding us that true understanding often begins on a quiet, unhurried surface. In the quiet stillness of the ancient Mediterranean, as centuries drifted like gentle tides, the physical form of written thought began a slow and profound transformation that would forever alter how humanity preserved its quietest reflections. For generations, the collective memory of great empires had been unrolled upon long, fragile scrolls of papyrus, or pressed into heavy tablets of sun-baked clay mediums that required patient hands to unroll, and spacious, dry rooms to protect them from the elements. Yet as scholars, poets, and thoughtful record keepers sought ways to carry knowledge more easily and safeguard it against the damp decay of time, craftspeople across the ancient world began to look toward new materials born from the natural landscape around them. In the prosperous city of Pergamon, perched high above the Caicus Valley, with its magnificent library overlooking sunlit hills and olive groves, artisans perfected a meticulous technique that transformed simple livestock hides into an enduring sanctuary for the written word, rather than relying solely upon imported papyrus reeds from distant river deltas. These patient craftspeople turned their attention to sheep, goat and calf skins, discovering that through an intricate process of washing, lime soaking, scraping, and tension stretching on wooden frames, animal skin could be rendered into a remarkably resilient and supple sheet. During the 2nd century BCE in Pergamon, parchment makers smoothed stretched animal hides using fine volcanic pumice stone, creating a soft, velvety surface that allowed scribes to bind pages into the very first turnable codices. This delicate smoothing technique allowed carbon-based inks to settle comfortably into the hide without bleeding or flaking away over time, while the gentle abrasive action of the porous volcanic rock removed any lingering surface imperfections, leaving behind a touchable finish that felt smooth and comforting beneath a scribe's resting hand. More importantly, this flexible, double-sided medium inspired bookmakers to move beyond the unwieldy scroll and experiment with folding individual sheets into neat gatherings, stitching them along a central spine and enclosing them within protective wooden covers. The emergence of the turnable codex brought a tranquil order to the act of reading, allowing a reader to rest the bound volume open upon a wooden desk, browse effortlessly back and forth between passages, and hold centuries of human thought within a single, beautifully bound object that closed with a quiet, satisfying weight at the end of a peaceful evening, while the parchment codex was taking root in grand libraries and scholarly scriptoria across the Mediterranean. The simple human desire to record daily thoughts, send gentle tidings, and keep track of domestic life flourished in far more modest ways across the distant frontiers of the world, thousands of miles to the north, along the misty, windswept hills of Roman Britain. Soldiers, merchants, and families lived in remote outposts where expensive papyrus and luxury parchment were rare treasures reserved only for official imperial decrees. In these quiet northern fortresses, far removed from the bustling markets of Rome or Alexandria, everyday people adapted to their damp environment by looking to the surrounding ancient woodlands for a practical and accessible medium. The dense forests of northern Europe offered an abundance of slender trees whose straight-grained timber could be sliced into thin, pliable leaves with remarkable precision by skilled local carpenters. These modest wooden slips served as the postcards, account books, and personal letters of the frontier, capturing the warm nuances of daily life with a quiet intimacy that grand stone monuments could never convey. Around 100 CE, at the Roman fort of Vindolanda, scribes painted gentle cursive notes onto paper-thin sheets of harvested birch and alder wood. They folded the thin wooden leaves together, preserving the dark carbon ink inside cool clay soil for 2 millennia. These delicate wooden tablets, often no thicker than a fraction of a millimeter, were inscribed using fine dipping pens and dark ink crafted from carbon soot, gum arabic, and spring water. Scribes would carefully brush their sweeping cursive letters across the pale wood grain, addressing messages to friends in neighboring garrisons, drafting inventories of grain, beer, and warm winter garments, or extending soft, affectionate invitations to family gatherings. Once the letter was written, the scribe would fold the thin wood leaf down the center like a small wooden card, sealing the inner faces together so that the wet ink remained protected from smudging and private from casual eyes during transit across the countryside. When these messages had served their purpose, many were discarded into shallow rubbish pits surrounding the fort's timber quarters, where they sank into dense, waterlogged layers of earth. Because the heavy clay soil prevented oxygen from reaching the delicate organic materials, the natural decay of the wood was paused, creating a peaceful subterranean sanctuary that held the fragile leaves intact through centuries of quiet silence. The survival of these humble wooden leaves at Vindolanda offers a soft, illuminating window into the quiet humanity of people who lived nearly 20 centuries ago, reminding us that writing has always been a gentle bridge, connecting one heart to another across time and space. Among the hundreds of preserved tablets recovered from the dark clay, researchers uncovered personal notes filled with ordinary human warmth. A commander's wife, named Claudia Severa, writing a graceful, handwritten invitation to her friend, Sulpicia Lepidina, for a birthday celebration. A soldier sending a quiet note of gratitude to a family member for sending extra pairs of hand-knitted socks and warm woolen undergarments to withstand the bitter northern rain, and quartermasters keeping peaceful ledger notes on daily rations of barley, lard, and spiced wine. The carbon ink, painted with a light and practiced touch upon the smooth birch and alder grain, remains astonishingly clear today, looking as fresh as though the wooden leaf had been folded closed only yesterday in the soft glow of a flickering oil lamp. It is extraordinary to consider how two completely different mediums, the velvety, volcanic pumice-smoothed parchment of Pergamon and the delicate, hand-harvested wooden sheets of Vindolanda, emerged during roughly the same epoch of human history to fulfill the same enduring human need for quiet connection. Both innovations reflected a subtle, peaceful shift away from heavy, rigid surfaces toward lighter, more flexible, and infinitely more intimate forms of written expression, where ancient monumental inscriptions in stone spoke of distant kings and grand conquests to passing crowds. These softer, foldable mediums allowed for quiet, private reading in the peaceful sanctuary of a room, or secret correspondence carried softly in a traveler's leather satchel across rolling green hills. Scribes working on both parchment and wood found that carbon ink glided effortlessly over these natural surfaces, creating a visual rhythm of dark strokes against warm, organic backgrounds that rested easily upon the eyes of the reader. As these practices spread quietly across towns, monasteries, and frontier outposts. The physical act of writing became synonymous with patience, mindfulness, and a deep, tranquil reverence for the quiet power of the written word. Each stroke of the pen represented a mindful pause in the rush of daily existence, anchoring fleeting thoughts in enduring physical form. As we look back through the long, quiet corridor of history, there is a deep sense of serenity in observing how the materials of writing have always mirrored the calm, patient rhythms of the natural world from which they were drawn. From the fine volcanic pumice quarried from peaceful mountain slopes to the birch and alder trees harvested from quiet woodland groves, the physical vessels of human thought have always been rooted in the quiet elements of the earth. The transition from unwieldy rolls to bound codices and folded wooden leaves did not merely make text easier to store. It transformed the very atmosphere of reading into a restful, meditative ritual. To turn a parchment page or unfold a thin wooden leaf is to engage in a slow, tactile dance that gently invites the mind to settle into stillness, encouraging a tranquil, meditative focus that stands in peaceful contrast to the hasty noise of the outside world. In the quiet hours of the night, when the day's work is done and the world grows still, we can picture those ancient artisans and scribes working by soft lamplight, the parchment maker in pergamon, patiently rubbing a curved piece of pumice stone over stretched hide until it reaches a velvety softness, and the scribe at Vindolanda carefully brushing dark carbon ink onto a thin sheet of birch wood before folding it shut to keep its contents safe. Their quiet and calm dedication ensured that fragile personal thoughts, affectionate greetings, and timeless wisdom could travel across centuries, resting peacefully in cool clay soil or upon dust-dusted library shelves until discovered by later generations. As the mind relaxes now into the quiet comfort of the present moment, we can drift along with the peaceful cadence of these ancient pages, feeling a sense of deep stillness in knowing that human words, once written down with care, remain safely held in the gentle embrace of history, resting quietly like bound leaves, waiting softly for the morning light, gently guiding our mind and body toward deep, restorative rest. Along the quiet bends of the upper Nile River, where the golden cliffs of the high desert plateau meet the fertile green ribbon of the valley floor, the physical form of the written word was undergoing a quiet and profound transformation. For thousands of years, across the ancient Mediterranean and Near East, literature, administrative records, religious hymns, and philosophical treatises had existed primarily as long, continuous scrolls of papyrus or parchment. These scrolls were unrolled slowly with two hands and rolled back again as the reader's eye traversed columns of carefully inked text from left to right. Yet, as the centuries unfolded and the ancient world settled into the peaceful rhythm of late antiquity, a softer, more intimate vessel for human memory began to take firm root in the tranquil monasteries, village workshops, and scholarly retreats of Egypt. The traditional scroll, though majestic and enduring, possessed a certain formal stiffness, requiring significant physical space and broad arm movements to navigate its sprawling lengths. Scholars, scribes, and monks increasingly sought a written medium that could be held comfortably in a single hand, resting easily upon a lap or a simple wooden desk, while a small oil lamp burned softly nearby. This emerging form was the codex, an early incarnation of the modern bound book, created by stacking sheets of writing material together, folding them down a central line, and securing them along a sturdy spine. In the serene climate of Upper Egypt, where the dry desert air preserved delicate plant fibers for generations, the craft of assembling these folded leaves grew into a deeply meditative art. Craftspeople gathered raw papyrus harvested from the marshy banks of the river, laying out thin, fibrous strips in overlapping perpendicular grids, pressing them smooth, and drying them under the warm desert sun until they became supple, pale tan leaves ready for the ink. Each sheet carried the gentle texture of the river reeds from which it was born, whispering softly as it was touched, moved, and stacked in quiet workshop chambers. As readers discovered the ease with which one could turn from page to page, skipping forward to locate a specific passage, or flipping back to revisit a cherished thought, the codex gradually replaced the unrolling scroll as the preferred container for deep reflection, study, and daily devotion. This shifting format did not merely alter the physical shape of manuscripts. It subtly transformed humanity's relationship with text, turning the act of reading into an enclosed, peaceful journey held within the gentle bounds of two protective covers. The precise techniques of this emerging bookbinding craft found one of their most exquisite historical expressions in the desert monastic communities situated near the dramatic bend of Nag Hammadi. Within these quiet retreats, early bookbinders developed a meticulous, rhythmic process for binding multiple sheets of papyrus into single, durable volumes that could withstand years of careful handling and quiet contemplation. Rather than gathering small groups of folded pages into multiple distinct booklets or sections, as would become common in later medieval European bookmaking, these early artisan binders often took a full stack of broad papyrus sheets, laid them evenly atop one another, and folded the entire bundle directly down the center to form a single, substantial quire to shield these vulnerable pages from the abrasive desert dust and the humidity of human breath. The binder fashioned a soft, pliable outer skin crafted from animal hide. Around 350 CE near Nag Hammadi, Egypt, bookbinders folded sheets of papyrus into single quire codices, stitching them with linen thread into soft, goat leather covers stiffened with recycled layers of discarded papyrus scraps. This ingenious construction blended supple beauty with structural resilience in a way that reflected both frugality and deep reverence for written materials. The outer goat leather, tanned to a rich, warm brown tone, felt smooth and comforting to the touch, insulating the internal leaves while allowing the book to open fully and lie flat without cracking its spine. To give the pliable leather cover sufficient firmness and weight, the artisans repurposed older, unwanted manuscript fragments, administrative tax lists, letters, and damaged papyrus pages, pasting them together in thick, layered sheets to create an early form of pasteboard. In doing so, they inadvertently created hidden time capsules within the very binding structure, encasing forgotten fragments of everyday life beneath the protective leather. The spine and inner leaves were held together securely by long, strong strands of linen thread, threaded carefully through pre-punched holes along the central fold, and tied off with neat, durable knots at the top and bottom edges. Small leather thongs or flap extensions were often attached to the edges of the cover, allowing the owner to wrap the volume closed and tie it securely when their evening reading was finished. Every step of this process, from the initial folding of the plant leaves to the final knotting of the linen thread, was performed with slow, repetitive precision, turning the manufacture of each codex into a quiet sanctuary of focused, tactile artistry. The experience of holding and reading one of these early Nag Hammadi codices invited a deep sense of stillness and focus that differed markedly from the physical demands of earlier reading traditions. With a bound codex, a reader could sit peacefully in a shaded courtyard, by an open window overlooking the river, or by the soft, flickering light of a candle, resting the weight of the book against a cushion or table while keeping their hands almost entirely still. Turning a page was a simple, subtle motion, a gentle lifting of a single sheet by its outer edge, accompanied by the dry, paper-thin rustle of ancient papyrus fibers moving through the quiet air. Because the text was arranged in neat, rectangular columns across opposing pages, the reader's eyes could glide rhythmically from top to bottom, pausing naturally at the wide lower margin before turning the leaf to continue the uninterrupted train of thought. This structural layout allowed for a more introspective and continuous reading experience, as one could easily mark a place with a ribbon or a resting finger while pausing to ponder a difficult sentence. Scribes and scholars also discovered that they could quickly flip back and forth between different sections of the book, comparing distant passages or adding small, elegant notes in the wide margins without disturbing the integrity of the overall manuscript. The presence of the stiffened leather cover provided a comforting border, framing the written words within a self-contained sanctuary that felt separate from the bustling, chaotic world outside. Moreover, the compact and portable nature of these single quire books meant that sacred writings, philosophical dialogues, and personal reflections could travel safely across vast distances, carried in leather pouches by traveling scholars, or stored neatly on wooden shelves in monastic libraries. The physical durability granted by the leather wrapping and the recycled papyrus lining ensured that the delicate ink, applied with finely trimmed reed pens, remained protected from light, dust, and wear. As readers turned these sturdy pages decade after decade, the leather covers softened further under the touch of human hands, absorbing subtle natural oils and developing a rich, unique patina that recorded the quiet history of every individual who had ever paused to read its contents. Long after the scribes and binders of late antiquity had laid down their needles, ink pots, and reed pens, the gentle craftsmanship embedded in these early codices allowed them to endure through long centuries of silence. Tucked away in heavy earthenware jars and placed carefully within natural rock caves or buried beneath the dry, golden sands near the base of the Jabal al-Tarif cliffs, the Nag Hammadi manuscripts slept undisturbed for over 1,500 years. The arid Egyptian climate, combined with the protective qualities of the goat leather covers, the pasteboard stiffening, and the tight linen stitching, created a remarkably stable microenvironment that kept the fragile papyrus leaves intact through the slow passage of dynasties and eras. Within those sealed jars, shielded from moisture, insects, and sunlight, the books rested in perpetual calm, holding their silent testimony to human thought like seeds waiting in dark, dry soil. When these ancient volumes were finally brought back into the light of the modern world, researchers were astounded not only by the lost philosophical and spiritual texts recorded upon their pages, but also by the extraordinary preservation of the bookbinding art itself. The soft goat leather covers still retained their remarkable flexibility. The linen threads, spun by hand long ago, still held the single quires bound tightly together, and the recycled scraps of papyrus hidden inside the leather covers revealed fascinating, intimate glimpses into the everyday economy and writing habits of 4th century Egypt. In examining these ancient volumes today, one can trace the precise physical gestures of the craftsmen who labored so quietly in their sunlit workshops along the Nile. The careful crease pressed into each papyrus sheet, the steady pull of the needle as the thread passed through the spine, and the gentle trimming of the leather edges. The invention and refinement of the codex format represented a pivotal bridge in the long history of human communication, establishing the fundamental structural design, pages, leaves, spine, and protective cover that would define the physical book for the next 2 millennia. As night falls quietly over the timeless desert landscape, the story of these early bound volumes remains a comforting reminder of humanity's enduring desire to preserve knowledge, wrapping thoughts in soft leather and woven thread so that they might whisper across the vast expanse of time to future generations. Long before light sheets of paper drifted through the quiet halls of scholars, the written word was a heavy and tactile craft, requiring patient hands to shape enduring materials gathered from the natural world. In ancient China, during the reign of early dynasties, records were painstakingly carved or painted onto thin strips of bamboo and wood known as jiandu. craftsmen would split green bamboo combs into narrow slats, gently scraping away the smooth outer skin and drying them over hot coals in a process called shaking, or killing the green, which prevented the wood from decaying and drove out residual moisture. These pale wooden strips were then aligned side by side and bound together with fine cords of twisted hemp or silk thread, forming long, flexible mats that could be rolled up for storage. While these rigid wooden bundles preserved imperial decrees, agricultural advice, legal codes, and philosophical treatises with great durability, they were remarkably heavy and cumbersome to handle. A single scholar requiring access to a comprehensive text might need several large wooden crates or an entire horse-drawn cart just to transport a modest collection of volumes, making the study of literature a physically demanding endeavor. For those seeking a more refined and pliable surface, woven silk offered a soft, luxurious alternative known as bow, whose shimmering white threads welcomed the delicate strokes of horsehair brushes with effortless grace. Yet silk was an exceptionally costly luxury, woven through weeks of painstaking labor by skilled weavers, reserving its use almost exclusively for imperial proclamations, sacred state rituals, and precious maps. Between the weight of bamboo and the prohibitive cost of silk, a quiet need lingered across scriptoria and administrative offices for a writing material that was light, accessible, and smooth. In small artisan workshops nestled along quiet riverbanks, early papermakers had observed how waste silk fibers, when washed repeatedly in river currents during cocoon processing, would sometimes mat together upon woven mats, drying into thin, papery films. This gentle observation planted a seed of quiet curiosity, inspiring craftsmen to wonder whether more abundant plant materials could be transformed through water and patience into a soft, light canvas capable of holding human thought. It was within this atmosphere of thoughtful craft and imperial administration that a landmark refinement took place, forever changing how knowledge was gathered, preserved, and shared across generations. In 105 CE in Luoyang, China, court official Kai Lun suspended boiled mulberry bark, hemp fibers, and old linen in pools of river water, lifting thin layers onto woven bamboo screens to dry in the sun into smooth sheets of paper, serving as the director of the imperial workshops under the Han Dynasty. Kai Lun sought to create a practical, low-cost writing surface by repurposing abundant plant materials and discarded household textiles that had outlived their original uses. Process he perfected unfolded with a slow, rhythmic harmony that matched the quiet pace of the surrounding countryside. Artisans began by harvesting the fibrous inner bark of the paper mulberry tree, combining it with worn hemp ropes, discarded rags, and frayed fishing nets that had spent years in the water. These raw ingredients were immersed in large iron cauldrons filled with water and wood ash, where they simmered over low, steady fires for hours until their tough lignin bonds softened and dissolved. Once cooled, softened fibers were transferred to heavy stone mortars, where craftsmen wielded smooth wooden mallets in rhythmic succession, beating the pulp until the distinct strands broke apart into a uniform, velvety slurry. This fibrous paste was then poured into large stone vats filled with clear, still river water, where it dispersed into a delicate, cloud-like suspension that floated weightlessly just beneath the surface. To form a sheet, a craftsman carefully submerged a flat wooden frame fitted with a fine screen of woven bamboo strips, gently swaying the mold beneath the water to ensure an even distribution of fibers as it was lifted slowly into the open air. As the water drained away through the bamboo mesh, an interlocking layer of wet fibers remained behind, perfectly smooth and uniform. These delicate wet sheets were pressed to remove excess moisture, and then carefully brushed onto polished wooden boards or bamboo screens, left to rest in the gentle warmth of the sun until the remaining dampness evaporated, leaving behind pale, supple sheets of paper ready for the brush. The arrival of paper brought a deep sense of stillness and fluid ease to the art of writing, transforming the daily routines of scholars, poets, and calligraphers across the empire. The tactile interaction between ink and paper was remarkably peaceful, offering a soft, receptive surface that responded instantly to the subtlest movements of the hand. Calligraphers would sit at low wooden desks in quiet, sunlit rooms, grinding solid sticks of pine soot ink against wet stone ink slabs using clean spring water until a rich, dark liquid formed. A brush tipped with soft goat or rabbit hair was dipped into the ink and guided across the freshly pressed paper. The porous plant fibers absorbed the pigment with a gentle, silent breath, capturing the delicate gradations of shade and tone with effortless clarity. Unlike the rigid effort required to carve characters into hard bamboo slats, or the cautious precision needed on expensive silk, writing on paper encouraged a meditative flow of thought, allowing ideas to unfold naturally across the page. In administrative archives and monastery libraries, long rolls of paper called huan replaced the heavy wooden bundles of earlier centuries, allowing vast collections of literature to be stored on slender shelves in light cloth wraps. A traveling scholar could now carry a dozen books in a simple shoulder pouch, wandering from town to town with a complete library resting lightly against his back. As paper became more abundant, it opened new avenues for creative expression, inviting poets to capture transient moments of beauty, the drift of autumn leaves, the soft murmur of evening rain, or the quiet reflection of the moon on a quiet pond, without feeling that their words consumed precious or unwieldy materials. Along the banks of winding rivers throughout China, small paper-making hamlets flourished, their daily rhythms shaped by the steady turning of wooden water wheels, the soft splashing of washing vats, and the quiet rustle of drying screens resting in the breeze. The craft spread organically from village to village, embedding itself into the cultural rhythm of the land and creating a quiet, enduring bridge between the natural world and human memory. As the sun sets and the evening air turns cool and quiet, the enduring legacy of paper offers a deeply soothing reflection on how human ingenuity can harmonize with the gentle elements of the natural world. What began as a patient experiment in the imperial workshops of Luoyang, transforming humble tree bark, discarded hemp, and worn linen rags through clear river water and warm sunlight, gradually expanded across distant horizons, carrying the poetry, philosophy, and quiet observations of countless generations. Yet despite its profound impact upon the world, paper remains in its essence a simple, peaceful medium, born from the earth and shaped by quiet hands that understood the beauty of slow, deliberate work. In the tranquil atmosphere of a bedroom late at night, there is a unique and comforting stillness to be found in the presence of paper, where words rest without weight, like fallen leaves settling upon a silent forest path. The heavy wooden scrolls and costly silk banners of antiquity have long since yielded to this lighter canvas. Yet the pale, supple sheets first brought forth under the Han Dynasty continue to offer a quiet sanctuary for human expression beneath the soft, warm glow of a lamp. The faint, fibrous texture of a book page beneath one's fingertips creates an unbroken connection to those ancient artisans who stood beside running streams in the quiet valleys of China, dipping bamboo screens into still pools of water with practiced, rhythmic grace. Each sheet was a small testament to patience, requiring the slow evaporation of water under the open sky to reveal a smooth surface ready to receive ink. As the mind releases the clutter of the day and breathing slows into a deep, steady rhythm, the long story of writing invites a gentle surrender to rest. Words that once demanded heavy physical labor to record now float effortlessly across time, preserved on light sheets that ask nothing of us but our quiet attention. In this peaceful darkness, the pages of history close gently, leaving only a soft, abiding stillness that cradles our thoughts and guides us smoothly into a long, deep, and restful sleep. Along the fertile oasis of the Zaravshan River, where snowmelt from distant high mountain ranges watered orchards of pomegranates, sweet figs, and quiet groves of gray-green willows, 8th century Samarkand rested peacefully at a historic crossroads of ancient trade, soft shadows, and steady craft. It was during this tranquil era that the delicate art of papermaking, having traveled gradually westward along the Silk Road from China, found a welcoming and permanent home among the skilled artisans and quiet courtyards of the city. Here, amidst the gentle murmur of stone-lined irrigation channels and the warm, dry breeze of the Central Asian plain, craftsmen began to adapt and refine the traditional methods of creating light, flexible surfaces for human expression, rather than relying solely on raw tree bark, wild mulberry shoots, or scarce plant fibers. The paper masters of Samarkand turned their inventive attention to abundant local textiles, gathering worn linen garments, discarded hempen ropes, and old cotton fabrics that had already lived long, useful lives in service of merchants, farmers, and mountain travelers. These old woven threads were collected with great care, sorted patiently by hand according to texture and clean color, and thoroughly washed in clear, cool river water to cleanse them of accumulated dust and oil. Inside the shaded stone workshops, heavy wooden mallets driven by water wheels or hand-operated levers beat the damp rag fibers for hours upon hours, steadily breaking down the tight woven matrix until the individual threads loosened, unraveled, and dissolved into a soft, cloud-like slurry suspended in deep stone vats. The process was slow, deeply rhythmic, and measured by the steady passage of the sun, filling the cool air of the workshop with the muted thud of wood striking stone and the fresh, clean scent of wet plant fibers suspended in mountain water. As the rag pulp settled into an even, creamy consistency within the vats, it held the quiet potential for thousands of pages, yet unwritten, waiting to be captured on fine screens, smoothed by patient hands, and lifted gently into the light of a new day. This peaceful transition from stiff parchment and brittle reeds to soft, textile-based sheets marked a profound and lasting revolution in human record-keeping, allowing human thought to be gathered, preserved, and shared with unprecedented ease and grace across vast geographical distances. As scribes sought materials that could endure the slow passage of time without losing their clarity, strength, or quiet beauty. When the pulp within the vat had reached the ideal state of lightness and suspension, the papermaker would step forward, holding a wide rectangular mold fitted with a screen of finely woven reeds or smooth horsehair. With a continuous, practiced motion that seemed almost weightless, the artisan dipped the screen deep into the liquid suspension, tilting it slightly to capture a uniform layer of floating fibers across its surface before lifting it horizontally into the ambient air. As the water drained quietly through the tiny gaps in the reed screen, leaving behind a delicate, translucent sheet of interlocking rag fibers, the maker gave the frame a subtle, multi-directional shake, settling the fibers evenly in both width and length to give the finished page equal strength and suppleness across every inch. Each damp sheet was then carefully transferred from the screen onto a clean stack of absorbent felt cloths and placed under a heavy wooden screw press to squeeze out the remaining moisture in a steady, quiet trickle of clear water. Once pressed, the damp sheets were separated one by one with delicate precision and brushed smoothly onto warm, plastered drying walls or hung from cords in high-ceilinged loft spaces where the warm desert air could pass gently over them. After drying completely, the bare paper remained somewhat porous and naturally absorbent, which presented a notable challenge for calligraphers using delicate, liquid inks that might otherwise bleed or feather into the soft fibers. To overcome this, in 8th century Samarkand, papermakers brushed freshly dried sheets of rag paper with a warm paste of boiled wheat starch, polishing the surface with smooth agate stones to create a silky layer that kept fluid ink resting crisply on the page. This crucial sizing step effectively sealed the microscopic pores between the fibers, forming an impervious, mirror-smooth barrier that allowed the fine edge of a reed pen to glide smoothly without snagging or dragging. The polished agate stone, guided by the steady, circular strokes of the craftsman's hand, pressed down any stray surface fibers and imparted a subtle, pearlescent sheen, creating a luminous canvas that would hold both fine calligraphy and intricate geometric illustrations with remarkable sharpness and clarity for centuries to come, establishing an enduring standard of quality for manuscript production across the ancient world. The emergence of this exquisitely finished, starch-sized rag paper transformed Samarkand into a world-renowned center of manuscript culture, attracting scholars, calligraphers, mapmakers, and translators from every corner of the known world who sought materials worthy of preserving their deepest reflections and most meticulous observations. Unlike the costly and labor-intensive parchment made from prepared animal hides, which required extensive scraping, stretching, and chemical treatment, rag paper was far more economical and sustainable to produce. Yet it offered a writing surface that rivaled the finest vellum in tactile elegance, softness, and long-lasting durability. Furthermore, unlike Egyptian papyrus, which was inherently fragile and prone to cracking or crumbling when folded into bound books or exposed to humid climates, the sized and burnished linen paper possessed remarkable flexibility and resistance to structural decay, allowing bound volumes to be opened, read, and studied repeatedly across centuries without degrading the delicate text contained within. Across the quiet study halls, scriptoria, and house of wisdom libraries springing up in major urban centers, calligraphers prepared their reed pens, known as calums, carefully shaving their tips to precise angles to achieve fluid variation between broad, sweeping strokes and delicate, hair-thin accents, as ink crafted from oak galls, lamp-black soot, and clear gum arabic touched the starch-sized pages. It rested cleanly upon the burnished surface, drying into deep, rich blacks and lustrous tones that resisted fading over generations. The smooth, velvety texture of the agate-polished sheets enabled scribes to copy complex mathematical tables, detailed astronomical charts outlining the movements of stars, comprehensive medical treatises cataloging medicinal herbs, and soaring works of poetic literature with an ease, speed, and precision never before achievable on rougher mediums. The quiet ambience of these historical scriptoria was defined by the gentle scratch of reed on paper, the faint, comforting aroma of wheat paste and dried ink, and the soft rustle of turning pages, as human thought found a peaceful, durable medium through which to travel across geographically distant regions, weaving together diverse cultures in a shared intellectual heritage that illuminated the medieval world and preserved wisdom for future centuries. As trade routes expanded and intellectual networks deepened across continents, the knowledge of starch-sized rag paper made its tranquil journey westward from Samarkand across Central Asia into Baghdad, Damascus, Cairo, and eventually into the Iberian Peninsula and southern Europe, carrying with it the precise techniques of vat dipping, starch sizing, and stone polishing that had been perfected during the 8th century. In each new city where paper mills were established near flowing mountain streams and rushing riverbanks, artisans adapted local resources while maintaining the essential lessons learned from the master craftsmen of the East, ensuring that the written word could be preserved on surfaces that were both remarkably enduring and pleasant to touch. This quiet proliferation of paper laid the essential infrastructure for an era of unprecedented literary growth, enabling vast public and private libraries, housing hundreds of thousands of bound volumes, to flourish long before the eventual invention of movable metal type in Western Europe. The soft, supple pages of rag paper held the memory of humanity's quietest inquiries, preserving philosophical debates, agricultural manuals, musical notations, and personal correspondence within light, portable volumes that could be carried in a traveler's saddlebag or shelved neatly in a quiet alcove. To hold a sheet of ancient rag paper today is to feel the tangible touch of human hands that labored centuries ago in shaded workshops, patiently washing old textiles, boiling wheat starch into a warm paste, and grinding smooth agate stones to press away every rough edge until the surface felt like silk. As the night deepens and the ambient noise of the modern world recedes into absolute stillness, we can find a deep, restful comfort in the thought of those peaceful workshops along the Zarafshan River, where the slow, rhythmic transformation of simple linen into silky paper provided an enduring haven for human thought, allowing quiet ideas to drift gently across time and rest softly upon the page, guiding our minds into a state of quiet reflection, calm stillness, and gentle, dreamful slumber. As the quiet darkness of night settles over the ancient cities of the world, our journey through the history of written thought pauses to contemplate the physical materials that gave form to human expression. The delicate inks, smooth papers, and quiet crafts that allowed words to linger long after their authors had fallen silent in the calm, scholarly sanctuaries of the medieval Middle East, where magnificent libraries housed the accumulated wisdom of ancient civilizations. Writing was experienced not merely as an intellectual exercise, but as a deeply sensory and spiritual discipline. The calligrapher's studio was a place of profound stillness, illuminated by the gentle glow of oil lamps and filled with the subtle scents of natural resins, botanical oils, and freshly polished paper. before a scribe could trace a single letter upon a page. Hours were dedicated to the peaceful ritual of ink preparation, a craft that blended chemistry, artistry, and meditative patience. The quality of an ink determined how gracefully a reed pen could navigate the surface of paper, and calligraphers sought ingredients that would yield a rich, deep black pigment with a smooth, velvety texture. In 10th century Baghdad, Islamic calligraphers gathered delicate soot from lamps burning sweet almond oil and mixed it with dissolved acacia gum, crafting a fragrant, silky black ink that glided smoothly across burnished paper. This exquisite formulation allowed the reed pen, carefully carved from river reeds and trimmed to a precise nib, to move across the page with fluid ease, creating sharp, elegant strokes that seemed almost to flow of their own accord. The paper itself was an object of meticulous craftsmanship, handmade from plant fibers, sized with starch to prevent ink absorption, and then burnished repeatedly with smooth agate or glass stones until its surface possessed a lustrous, silky sheen. As the scribe dipped the reed pen into the inkwell, the faint, sweet scent of almond oil and acacia gum would drift upward, creating a calming atmosphere in the quiet studio. Every line of script was rendered with measured breath and steady focus, whether copying mathematical treatises, philosophical dialogues, or ornate poetic verses. The deep black ink sat gracefully upon the burnished paper, creating a striking contrast that remained vibrant and clear across generations of readers. Outside the quiet workspace, evening breezes moved softly through the shaded courtyards of Baghdad, while inside, the peaceful cadence of the scribe's hand continued, preserving knowledge for a distant future, far across the continent, following the quiet trade routes and mountain passes where knowledge, sacred texts, and artistic techniques traveled like gentle currents across the ancient world. Another remarkable dimension in the story of writing unfolded in the serene temples of East Asia. Here, the deep desire to share and preserve sacred teachings inspired innovative methods of reproduction that allowed written words to be multiplied without losing their quiet grace or spiritual integrity. Long before movable type transformed European publishing, Japanese and Chinese artisans were developing sophisticated block and plate printing techniques that combined metalworking, wood carving, and paper making into a unified devotional practice. In the tranquil capital of Nara, surrounded by forested hills and ancient wooden temples, an unprecedented project was undertaken that demonstrated the astonishing capabilities of early print culture. In 770 CE in Nara, Japan, artisans printed 1 million short Buddhist scrolls from carved metal plates using dark pine soot ink, encasing each miniature rolled sheet inside a small, hollowed pagoda carved from fragrant cherry wood. These tiny wooden pagodas, known as the Hyakumanto, were painted in soft white earth pigments and topped with delicate, lathe-turned spires, serving as protective containers for the sacred Dharani prayers nestled inside them. The sheer scale of this undertaking was monumental, yet it was carried out with a spirit of quiet, disciplined devotion. Artisans melted copper and bronze to cast durable metal printing plates bearing reverse images of the sacred characters, which were then inked with a rich compound made from dark pine soot and natural binders. Sheets of fine mulberry and hemp paper were carefully pressed onto the inked plates, absorbing the precise outlines of the text before being cut into long, narrow strips and rolled by hand. Each rolled scroll was then placed gently inside the hollow core of a miniature cherry wood pagoda, which was sealed to protect the paper from dust, moisture, and light. The natural fragrance of the carved cherry wood merged with the subtle aroma of pine soot ink, creating a sensory object that honored the sacred nature of the words within. Distributed among 10 great temples throughout Japan, these 1 million pagodas stood as silent guardians of peace, exemplifying how mechanical reproduction, in its earliest forms, was used not for commercial gain, but as a peaceful act of communal reverence. The art of creating ink across both East and West reflects a profound relationship between human ingenuity and the natural world, transforming simple elements of soot, water, resin, and plant extracts into vehicles of enduring thought. Whether gathered from the flickering lamps of medieval Baghdad or the slow-burning hearths of Japanese pine forests, carbon soot formed the essential foundation of black ink across distant cultures. In East Asian traditions, ink making evolved into an honored discipline where fine soot was painstakingly ground with animal gelatins, scented with camphor, musk, or clove, and pressed into solid ink sticks that could be preserved for centuries without losing their deep luster. When a scholar or calligrapher sat down to write, the creative process began not with swift movement, but with a quiet, meditative ritual of grinding the ink stick against a hard, smooth ink stone filled with a small pool of pure spring water. The slow, rhythmic circular motion of the hand produced a gentle, soothing scraping sound that filled the quiet studio, inviting the writer to set aside daily distractions and enter a state of peaceful concentration. As the solid stick gradually dissolved into a dark, velvet liquid, its subtle fragrance rose into the room, signaling that the ink had reached the perfect viscosity for the brush. Across the Islamic world and the monastic scriptoria of medieval Europe, scribes followed similarly demanding standards, understanding that the longevity of their manuscripts depended on the precise chemical balance of their pigments and binders. The introduction of paper-making, which migrated slowly from China along the Silk Road through Samarkand to the Mediterranean basin, provided a revolutionary medium that was lighter, more flexible, and far more abundant than parchment. The burnishing of paper fibers with smooth glass or agate tools gave scribes an exquisite, non-porous canvas where ink could sit crisply without feathering or bleeding into surrounding fibers. This meticulous attention to surface quality and ink consistency ensured that delicate lines of text, fine commentary, and intricate geometric illuminations remained as sharp and legible after 500 years as on the day they were drawn. Through these harmonious crafts, writing transcended simple utility, becoming a restful, contemplative art form that brought quiet beauty into the peaceful spaces where books were created. As the night deepens and a restful hush envelopes the world, we can appreciate how these early innovations in ink, paper, and printing created a quiet, enduring foundation for the widespread sharing of human thought across generations. The million miniature pagodas resting silently in ancient Japanese temples, and the golden illuminated manuscripts carefully stored in the serene libraries of Baghdad were gifts of devotion, crafted with a patience that seems almost otherworldly in our fast-paced modern world. The calligraphers who collected delicate soot from sweet almond oil lamps, and the woodcarvers who shaped thousands of cherry wood blocks, understood that true craftsmanship cannot be rushed, requiring instead an unhurried rhythm aligned with the quiet cycles of nature. Their steady hands and calm minds turned raw natural elements into permanent repositories of human wisdom, ensuring that prayers, poems, mathematical treatises, and philosophical insights could cross oceans and centuries without fading away. In every drop of dark ink and every sheet of burnished paper lay a quiet promise that what is written with care will endure long past the lifetime of its maker. As we contemplate the peaceful beauty of these ancient scripts, we are reminded of the serene rhythm that guided their creation. The slow dip of the reed pen into fragrant ink, the gentle stroke of the horsehair brush, the steady press of paper against an inked metal plate, and the comforting scent of almond oil, pine soot, and fresh cherry wood lingering in the cool air of evening. These peaceful rituals remind us that human knowledge moves forward not through noisy disruption, but through the gentle, persistent care of individuals dedicated to preserving truth and beauty in the quiet places of the world. Now, as the soft hours of the night invite deep rest and renewal, the memory of these ancient inks and sacred scrolls settles comfortably into the background of our minds, wrapping us in a feeling of warmth, safety, and profound stillness. The hands that prepared the paper, mixed the ink, and carved the wood have long since rested. Yet their calm legacy endures in the silent pages that still whisper across the centuries, coaxing our thoughts into a quiet, peaceful sleep. Along the far western frontier of Tang Dynasty China, where the whispering sands of the Taklamakan Desert meet the rugged foothills of the Kilian Mountains, the ancient oasis of Dunhuang rested as a quiet sanctuary for travelers, monks, traders, and scholars traversing the Silk Road. As twilight descended over the desert, bringing relief from the dry heat of the sun, camel caravans settled outside the city walls, while the gentle murmur of mountain-fed streams flowed past groves of whispering poplar trees and quiet orchards. Within this serene oasis, human thoughts were given a remarkably enduring physical form through the quiet, meticulous craft of early woodblock printing. For generations, the reproduction of sacred texts, poetry, philosophy, and classical wisdom had depended entirely upon the steady hand of the individual copyist, whose brush dipped into dark ink hour after hour beneath the soft, flickering light of oil lamps. Yet, as the demand for written works grew throughout the empire, artisans sought a method that could replicate the graceful curves of calligraphy with consistent clarity and understated beauty. In quiet workshops attached to monastic complexes and court scriptoria, woodcarvers began to explore the unique properties of natural timber, discovering how fine-grained woods could hold the delicate strokes of Chinese characters without splintering under gentle pressure. At the same time, papermakers refined their methods, harvesting the inner bark of mulberry trees to produce long, resilient sheets that were simultaneously supple, light, and absorbent. This paper, unlike fragile papyrus or heavy animal skins, possessed a smooth, velvety surface that accepted ink with remarkable grace, holding every line sharply while remaining soft, durable, and flexible to the touch. The ink itself was crafted through a patient, traditional process of burning selected pine wood in controlled kilns, gathering the fine soot that collected on the interior walls and grinding it with natural binding agents and clear spring water to form a deep, matte liquid that would not fade across centuries. Together, these elements, wood, bark, soot, and water, formed a quiet harmony of natural materials, setting the stage for one of the most significant achievements in the history of human record-keeping, where the art of the carver and the skill of the printer combined to create works of breathtaking tranquility and precision. The process of creating a printed scroll called for extraordinary patience, beginning long before a single drop of ink touched the page. Artisans carefully selected dense blocks of pear wood, prized for its exceptionally fine grain, uniform texture, and resistance to warping in the dry desert climate. Scribes would first write the desired text onto thin, translucent sheets of paper using black ink. While the ink was still fresh, these sheets were laid face down onto the smoothed surface of the wooden block. When rubbed gently, the wet ink transferred a reversed image of the calligraphy directly onto the wood, providing a precise guide for the carver's gouges and chisels. With steady hands and quiet focus, the woodcarver labored for days, painstakingly paring away the blank spaces surrounding each character until the text stood out in raised relief, elevated just enough above the background to receive a coat of ink. Once the relief block was carved and polished, the printer used a soft brush to apply liquid pine soot ink evenly across the raised surfaces, ensuring that every brush stroke of the original calligraphy would be faithfully captured. A long sheet of mulberry paper was then carefully lowered onto the inked woodblock and smoothed down with a flat pad made of palm fiber, distributing gentle, uniform pressure across the entire surface to transfer the dark characters onto the paper without tearing its delicate fibers. In 868 CE, near the desert oasis of Dunhuang, China, printers pressed wooden blocks carved from dense pear wood against long sheets of mulberry paper using liquid pine soot ink, creating the Diamond Sutra scroll with soft, uniform impressions along its 16-foot length. This extraordinary work, commissioned as an act of devotion and intended for free distribution to foster peace and wisdom, stands as a testament to the mastery of early Chinese block printers. The completed scroll was formed by joining several individually printed sheets of mulberry paper end to end, creating a continuous band of text that could be smoothly unrolled from right to left, allowing the reader to move through its philosophical passages at a slow, meditative pace. The frontispiece of the scroll featured an intricate woodblock illustration depicting the Buddha seated among his disciples, rendered with fine, graceful lines that demonstrated how woodblock printing could reproduce complex pictorial art just as effortlessly as written characters. The deep, rich black of the pine soot ink contrasted harmoniously with the warm, cream-colored tone of the mulberry paper, creating a visual stillness that invited deep reflection and quiet contemplation. The survival of this monumental achievement was aided immeasurably by the unique environment and history of the Dunhuang region. Nestled into the cliffside of Mount Mingxia, a short distance from the oasis town, lay the Magao Caves, a sprawling sanctuary of hundreds of rock-cut temples decorated with vibrant wall paintings, quiet devotional statues, and sacred libraries. Around the turn of the 11th century, for reasons that remain shrouded in historical mystery, monks and custodians gathered tens of thousands of manuscripts, printed scrolls, silk paintings, and ritual items into a small side chamber cave now known as the Library Cave. Among these precious documents was the 868 CE Diamond Sutra scroll, tucked away alongside texts written in Chinese, Tibetan, Sanskrit, Sogdian, and Cotonese. The entrance to this small chamber was carefully plastered over and painted to match the surrounding wall, sealing the vast collection inside a dark, climate-controlled vault, shielded from sunlight, moisture, blowing sand, and seasonal temperature changes. For nearly 9 centuries, while empires rose and fell across Eurasia, the Diamond Sutra remained in complete stillness within the dry mountain stone, its mulberry paper fibers retaining their flexibility, and its pine soot ink remaining as vivid and clear as the day it was pressed. When the chamber was finally reopened in the early 20th century, scholars and conservators were astonished to discover that the world's oldest dated complete printed book had survived intact, offering undeniable proof of how advanced and refined woodblock printing technology had become in 9th century China long before printing appeared in Western Europe. The technique of woodblock printing allowed for thousands of identical copies to be produced from a single set of carved blocks, transforming books from rare, solitary treasures into shared cultural inheritances that could be distributed across vast distances. Across East Asia, monasteries, royal courts, and civic centers, established scriptoria and print shops were classics. Medical treatises, agricultural guides, poetry collections, and dictionaries were carved into blocks of pear, jujube, or plum wood, laying a firm foundation for widespread literacy, the preservation of human heritage, and a spirit of scholarly exchange that flourished peacefully across generations. As night settles softly over the desert, the story of early woodblock printing invites us to reflect upon the gentle, enduring nature of human communication and the quiet craft that allowed thoughts to travel across time. In the peaceful workshops of 9th century Dunhuang, printing was not a hurried or noisy mechanical process, but a rhythmic, contemplative art performed by artisans who worked in harmony with the natural materials provided by the earth. Each step of the craft, from peeling and soaking the bark of mulberry trees to harvesting pine soot from slow-burning fires, to carefully guiding a steel chisel through close-grained pear, wood required a calm presence of mind and a deep respect for permanence. Like modern printing methods that operate at blinding speeds, the woodblock printer moved with deliberate, measured motions, brushing liquid ink across the wooden relief, laying down the paper with gentle precision, and smoothing it flat with steady, circular strokes of a palm fiber brush. This calm rhythm created a subtle connection between the carver's mind, the printer's hand, and the reader's eye, imbuing each printed scroll with a quiet dignity that resonated through its soft, uniform impressions. The Diamond Sutra itself, with its teachings on the impermanence of material forms and the eternal nature of inner peace, found its ideal physical expression in a medium that was light enough to be rolled and carried by traveling monks, yet durable enough to withstand the passage of 1,000 years. As we contemplate the journey of the written word from crude carvings in ancient stone to delicate ink on mulberry paper, we find a soothing reassurance in the realization that human knowledge has always sought quiet, enduring vessels through which to pass its wisdom to future generations. The soft unrolling of a 16-foot paper scroll in the stillness of a desert monastery echoes down through the centuries, reminding us of the serenity that lies at the heart of all true learning, devotion, and creative effort. Now, as the shadows lengthen across the sand dunes and the desert air turns cool beneath a vast blanket of stars, the quiet history of Dunhuang offers a peaceful sanctuary for the mind, inviting rest, calm reflection, and quiet repose as the words on the page settle gently into memory. Deep within the serene landscapes of 11th century Shang Dynasty China, the art of the written word had long settled into a rhythmic and revered harmony with daily life. For centuries, scholars, calligraphers, and woodcarvers had cultivated an extraordinary tradition of preservation, carefully transferring the vast wisdom of poetry, philosophy, agriculture, and medicine onto sheets of fine, fibrous paper in quiet monasteries, bustling administrative courts, and tranquil private studies. The air was routinely scented with the earthy, ground aroma of pine soot ink upon stone, accompanied by the gentle, repetitive whisper of soft brushes tracing intricate characters. Before the advent of movable components, entire pages of text were laboriously rendered onto solid blocks of pear or jujube wood, where master craftsmen carved away the surrounding wood to leave raised, mirror image characters standing in silent, disciplined rows. These carved wooden blocks allowed for the graceful duplication of works. Yet each block remained a static, unyielding monument to a single specific text, demanding immense patience, skilled artistry, and vast stores of timber. As the demand for literature, imperial administrative records, historical chronicles, and classic texts expanded throughout the empire, a quiet undercurrent of innovation began to stir among the artisans who spent their lives immersed in the tactile world of clay, wood, and ink. There was a peaceful realization that if the characters themselves could be released from their permanent wooden beds and granted individual life, the act of printing might become as fluid as thought itself, allowing the same physical forms to be assembled, reassembled, and used endlessly across an infinite spectrum of human expression. The environment of the Shang Dynasty was uniquely suited to such meditative experimentation, marked as it was by a profound appreciation for craft, natural order, and the slow, deliberate refinement of mechanical processes. In small, quiet workshops illuminated by the warm, flickering glow of oil lamps, craftspeople pondered how to bridge the gap between the permanent nature of the carved page and the fleeting, dynamic flow of language, seeking a medium that was at once soft enough to shape with precision, resilient enough to withstand repeated pressings, and adaptable enough to be rearranged with effortless ease. The culture of the era held learning in the highest esteem, viewing the reproduction of books not merely as a mechanical necessity, but as a sacred act of nurturing wisdom, fostering harmony, and connecting past generations to those yet to come. In every corner of this vibrant yet peaceful society, the written character was honored as a bridge of quiet contemplation, a vessel carrying the human spirit gently across the quiet expanse of time. It was within this atmosphere of thoughtful craft that an ingenious yet humble artisan named Bai Sheng sought a revolutionary solution crafted directly from the humble earth. Rather than carving away massive slabs of wood that could never be altered once finished, he turned his focus to the soft, malleable clay pulled from local riverbanks, recognizing in its yielding texture the potential for infinite renewal and precision. In 1040s Shang Dynasty China, artisan Bai Sheng carved individual characters into soft clay and baked them into durable ceramics. He set the type into an iron frame lined with a warm, melted mixture of pine resin, beeswax, and paper ash. This quiet breakthrough represented a profound synthesis of natural materials and structural chemistry. Each individual character was shaped as small as the rim of a coin, carved in relief with immaculate care, so that the finest strokes of calligraphy were preserved in elevated detail upon its face. Once the soft clay pieces were inscribed, they were placed into the intense heat of a small kiln, where the moisture evaporated, and the fragile earth vitrified into hard, smooth ceramic blocks, capable of enduring hundreds of presses without degrading or swelling from moisture. To hold these thousands of independent ceramic characters in precise alignment during the printing process, Bai Sheng designed a shallow iron plate with raised border flanges, creating a stable tray that served as the temporary home for a page of text. The viscous coating prepared inside the plate, a carefully balanced recipe of tree resin, fragrant beeswax, and fine paper ash, acted as a responsive thermal adhesive. When the iron plate was placed over a gentle, low flame, this dark mixture melted into a smooth, liquid bed, allowing the dense ceramic types to be arranged side by side in tight, orderly rows like soldiers standing in serene silence. Once the page was fully set, a flat wooden board was gently pressed down upon the tops of the ceramic pieces, leveling them into an impeccably flat plane, so that every character would meet the paper with equal pressure and uniform depth. As the iron plate was removed from the heat and allowed to cool to room temperature, the resinous mixture hardened into a firm, unyielding bond, locking the thousands of independent ceramic characters in place so securely that the plate could be inked, handled, and pressed repeatedly without a single piece shifting or falling out of alignment. The sensory elegance of printing with Bai Sheng's ceramic movable type was a quiet symphony of natural elements working in gentle unison. When ink prepared from fine soot and binding oils was smoothed over the cooled plate, it coated the vitrified faces of the ceramic characters with a soft, dark sheen that caught the ambient light of the workshop. A sheet of handmade paper, delicate yet resilient, was then smoothed over the inked frame, and a soft roller or padded brayer was passed gently across its back, transferring the sharp outlines of the characters onto the absorbent fibers with a comforting, muffled rustle. The resulting impression possessed a crisp clarity, where every stroke, hook, and dot of the Chinese script appeared clearly defined against the pale background of the paper. Once the required number of copies had been struck from the plate, the true brilliance of the movable system revealed itself in a process as peaceful as its preparation. The iron frame was once again suspended over a low, warm same bed of embers. Heating the metal just enough to melt the underlying layer of pine resin and beeswax back into a soft, liquid state. With a gentle sweep of a brush or wooden spatula, the ceramic types were lifted effortlessly from the softened adhesive, completely unharmed by the heat and entirely free of permanent attachment. The individual characters were then carefully sorted according to their rhyming categories and stored in dedicated wooden trays, ready to be called upon again to form an entirely different book, a newly composed poem, or an official administrative decree. This continuous cycle of assembly, binding, printing, release, and resorting transformed the physical nature of text from something static and permanent into a living, fluid library of reusable components. The harmonious interaction of clay, iron, fire, resin, and paper reflected a deep understanding of natural properties, where the rigid strength of ceramic was balanced by the heat-sensitive flexibility of the organic adhesive bed. Through this quiet invention, knowledge gained a subtle lightness, as the immense labor previously required to cut solid wooden blocks for every new page was replaced by the elegant reuse of a single set of carefully crafted ceramic characters. The artisan worked with a calm, rhythmic patience, taking pleasure in the tactile feedback of the materials, the smoothness of the fired clay, the scent of melting resin, and the silent transformation of blank paper into sheets of enduring thought. The woodblock printing would remain widespread across East Asia for centuries due to the vast number of unique characters in the Chinese writing system. Bai Sheng's creation laid a serene foundation for the concept of modular text that would echo across global history. The idea that language could be decomposed into its smallest structural units, preserved in durable material forms, and reorganized at will was a quiet turning point in how humanity preserved its collective memory. In the peaceful solitude of Shang Dynasty libraries, where rows of bound volumes rested on wooden shelves, these printed pages carried the thoughts of poets, philosophers, and historians to eager readers far beyond the walls of the workshop where they were born. The gentle rustle of turning pages in quiet study rooms became the quiet heartbeat of a culture deeply committed to learning, reflection, and the preservation of truth. To hold a page produced through such a process was to feel the convergence of the earth's raw materials and human patience. The river clay fired in heat, the pine resin gathered from mountain forests, the beeswax from hives, and the paper forged from plant fibers. As night settled over the ancient workshops, the fires in the small kilns were allowed to die down to soft, glowing coals, casting long, gentle shadows across the neatly arranged trays of ceramic type. The iron plates lay cool and still upon the workbenches, holding the potential for infinite future words within their quiet frames. In that tranquil darkness, the written word rested peacefully, anchored by the simple, durable grace of baked clay, waiting for the morning light to awaken another day of silent, beautiful creation. The quiet spirit of Bai Sheng's innovation reminded all who followed that even the most monumental changes in human culture often begin in silence, cradled by the steady hands of those who listen to the earth and give form to our shared thoughts. Across the quiet, forested valleys of East Asia, the preservation of human thought was for many centuries an exercise in patient communion with nature, where the slow growth of timber, the steady rhythm of mountain streams, and the unwavering dedication of monastic scribes harmonized into a profound art of record keeping. High in the mist-shrouded peaks of Mount Gaya in Korea, this sanctuary of wisdom found one of its most sublime expressions within the peaceful precincts of Heinsa Temple. Here, surrounded by ancient pine trees and the gentle whispers of mountain breezes, an extraordinary undertaking began when monks set out to create a complete, flawless library of sacred texts that could withstand the passage of centuries and the ravages of time. To ensure that the wooden printing blocks would never warp, split, or fall victim to forest insects in the changing seasons, the preparation process began long before a single chisel touched a timber surface. Straight, healthy trees cut from native birch forests were carefully selected and transported down to the coastal waters, where the heavy logs were completely submerged in ocean brine for 3 full winters, allowing the natural salts of the sea to slowly draw out the sap, season the organic fibers, and render the wood incredibly stable and resilient against decay. After these years of saltwater immersion, the logs were lifted from the sea, carefully boiled in fresh water to remove any residual salt crystals, and then laid out to dry slowly in the cool, shaded breeze of mountain valleys for additional seasons. Only when the timber had achieved an ideal density and silkiness was it planed into smooth rectangular blocks, ready for the meticulous hand of the carver. Beginning in 1237 CE at Heinsa Temple in Korea, monks spent 16 years carving 81,258 birch wood blocks to print sacred texts, first soaking the logs in ocean water for 3 winters to season the timber before varnishing each carved character with natural tree lacquer. Each individual block, measuring roughly 70 centimeters wide and 24 centimeters high, was carved on both sides with exquisite Chinese calligraphic characters, every stroke rendered with deep meditative reverence and absolute uniform precision. Working side by side in silent focus, the woodcarvers transformed each plank into a sacred masterwork. When a block was fully carved, it was finished with wooden rim strips on both ends to prevent bowing, bound with iron corners for protection, and coated in natural lacquer derived from the sap of lacquer trees, creating a smooth, dark, moisture-resistant shield over every raised character. As thousands upon thousands of these carved blocks accumulated in the specially designed wooden storage halls of Heinsa, halls crafted with balanced open slatted windows and charcoal-layered earthen floors to regulate humidity naturally. They formed a monumental ocean of words resting in quiet harmony with the surrounding forest, while the monumental blocks of Heinze represented the apex of woodblock printing. The restless search for clarity, permanence, and efficiency in the reproduction of written wisdom continued to evolve across the Korean peninsula. Carving entire pages into solid wooden blocks required monumental labor and vast groves of timber. And if a single character was damaged or worn over time, replacing it was a delicate and arduous process. Monastic scholars and artisans began to envision a more adaptable system, one where individual characters could be crafted independently, arranged into lines of text, inked, printed, and then disassembled to be used again in endless new combinations. This transition from static, hand-carved woodblocks to movable, reusable units of script marked a pivotal moment in the history of human communication, blending the delicate art of metalworking with the sacred discipline of text preservation. In 1377 CE, at Hyundeok Temple in Cheongju, Korea, Zen monks poured melted bronze into clay molds shaped by carved beeswax to create durable metal type, printing the jikji on soft tree bark paper. This technique, known as the lost wax casting method, required extraordinary patience, metallurgical mastery, and physical focus. In the serene workshops of the temple, monks first carved individual characters in relief using soft, warmed beeswax, shaping each small character with minute care so that every stroke of the brush was faithfully mirrored in the pliable wax. These wax models were then carefully arranged into casting trees and surrounded by layers of fine, heat-resistant clay, creating a dense casing around the delicate wax forms. When the clay was baked in high-temperature kilns, the clay hardened into a firm ceramic mold, while the internal beeswax melted away completely, leaving behind hollow, crisp negative impressions of every character. Into these glowing clay channels, molten bronze, a copper alloy enriched with tin, and lead to ensure smooth fluid flow, was poured in a steady, golden stream. Once cooled, the clay molds were broken open to reveal gleaming metallic sorts, each bearing a single raised character at its tip. The metal characters were then meticulously cleaned, smoothed, and filed by hand until they were perfectly uniform in height and alignment. Arranged neatly into wooden trays, these bronze types were set into page frames, held securely in place, and coated with a rich, oil-based ink that adhered smoothly to the metal surface, ready to transfer their timeless words onto paper. This ingenious method allowed the monks to assemble pages with remarkable speed and precision, offering a reusable alphabet of metal characters that could preserve countless teachings without consuming endless forests. The beauty of these early printed works resided not only in the durability of bronze and birch, but also in the quiet, organic nature of the paper upon which the inked words came to rest. Known as hanji, this traditional paper was handcrafted from the fibrous inner bark of paper mulberry trees, harvested during the cold winter months when the plant's sap was dormant. Monks and papermakers would steam the mulberry branches over open cauldrons until the outer bark loosened, allowing them to peel away the inner white fibers by hand. These fibers were washed repeatedly in clear mountain streams, bleached naturally by sunlight and snow, and pounded with wooden mallets on flat river stones until the tough plant material broke down into a soft, velvety pulp. Mixed in large wooden vats with clean spring water and a natural mucilage extracted from the roots of the hibiscus plant, the pulpy suspension was scooped up using bamboo screens swung in smooth, rhythmic motions as the water drained through the fine bamboo mesh. A delicate, interwoven sheet of plant fibers remained, pressed, layered, and dried against heated stone walls. The resulting paper was remarkably soft, flexible, and astonishingly durable, resistant to moisture, decay, and insects for over 1,000 years. When the dark, carbon-based ink crafted from pine soot and sesame oil was rubbed against a stone slab with a few drops of clear water, it produced a deep, velvety liquid that bound effortlessly to the mulberry fibers. As the bronze type pressed into the damp paper, the ink sank gently into the weave, rather than sitting merely on the surface, creating printed pages that possessed a soft, tactile warmth and a quiet visual elegance. The book produced at Hyundyak Temple, the Jikji containing essential Zen teachings on discovering one's true nature, embodied this tranquil synthesis of earth, fire, water, and spirit. Every page, printed from movable bronze type on tree bark paper, retained the gentle breath of the hands that made it, creating a tactile bridge between the mind of the writer and the quiet reflection of the reader. As the newly printed sheets were laid out in the airy halls of the monastery, the gentle fragrance of mulberry bark, pine soot, and fresh spring water filled the room, inviting a profound stillness into the heart of all who worked there. Looking back across the long landscape of time, the quiet innovations of Heinze and Hyundyak temples reflect a profound reverence for the written word as a sacred vessel of human memory and peace. Long before printing technologies transformed distant continents, these Korean monks recognized that recorded thought was a precious light to be nurtured with patience, skill, and deep respect for the natural materials provided by the earth. The 81,258 birch wood blocks of Heinze remain preserved to this day, resting peacefully in their timber halls high on Mount Gya, their lacquered characters as sharp and legible as when they were carved 800 years ago. Likewise, the surviving pages of the Jikji, printed with movable bronze type decades before similar methods emerged elsewhere, remind us of the quiet power of human ingenuity working in gentle harmony with metal, wax, clay, and tree bark. As twilight fades over the quiet mountain temples and the evening wind whispers softly through the pine needles, the busy work of the day gives way to a restful, silent calm. One can almost hear the soft, rhythmic sounds of those ancient scriptoriums, the steady rasp of a woodcarver's gouge, the gentle pouring of molten bronze into clay, the soft patter of ink brushes touching metal, and the quiet rustle of tree bark paper drying in the evening breeze. These peaceful memories of human craftsmanship echo across the centuries like a soothing lullaby, inviting the mind to settle into rest. In the quiet darkness of the night, the words carved in birch and cast in bronze sleep peacefully in their wooden halls, holding the wisdom of the ages in timeless, tranquil repose. The enduring legacy of these peaceful sanctuaries gently reminds us that true progress is born not of haste, but of quiet devotion, deep care, and an unwavering harmony with the natural world. As the sun sets softly over the Mediterranean, casting warm amber light across the quiet coastal waters of southern Europe, a new era in the history of written thought begins to take root in the tranquil sanctuaries of the early Middle Ages. For centuries, the vast scrolls of antiquity had been housed in monumental public libraries across the Mediterranean world, written upon fragile rolls of papyrus that whispers of humidity, dust, and fire could slowly decay over the passing generations. Yet, as the busy civic avenues and bustling forum libraries of the ancient world gradually grew quiet, the essential duty of protecting human knowledge shifted into isolated, peaceful retreats, where time seemed to move at the deliberate, soothing pace of a dripping water clock or a turning leaf of calfskin parchment. In these quiet havens of reflection, nestled along rocky shores and forested valleys, away from the commotion of changing empires, dedicated scholars turned their attention to the careful, meditative craft of bookmaking. The physical format of the written word had itself evolved from the long, unwieldy scroll into the codex, a bound volume of individual parchment sheets that could lie flat upon a desk, allowing a reader to pause, reflect, and easily turn back and forth between pages without losing their place. This structural shift transformed reading from a two-handed, continuous unrolling into an intimate, restful experience of quiet contemplation and internal stillness. Within the thick stone walls of coastal and hillside monasteries, the atmosphere was defined by a rhythmic, soft silence, broken only by the whisper of breeze through open arched windows, the distant song of evening birds, and the gentle rustle of heavy skins being prepared for the pen. Here, the preservation of thought was not merely a mechanical task of duplication, but a spiritual and intellectual devotion, an act of extraordinary patience executed line by line, letter by letter. Scribes sat before sturdy wooden desks, crafted to hold inkhorns, scrapers, and smooth sheets, learning to master the subtle, practiced pressure required to draw fluid black ink across animal hide. Every page represented hours of quiet focus, where the mind was anchored to the present moment by the steady, soothing movement of iron gall ink drying into permanence upon the vellum. In this peaceful environment, text became a living bridge between ages, carrying the poetry, philosophy, science, and sacred writings of past eras across the uncharted waters of a changing world. Held safely within the quiet walls of scriptoria that bloomed like silent gardens across the countryside. Among these sanctuaries of learning, one remarkable coastal retreat along the Gulf of Squillace in Calabria stood as a beacon of meticulous scholarship and ingenious physical comfort for those who labored with the pen. Around 550 CE, at the seaside monastery of Vivarium in southern Italy, Cassiodorus crafted self-refilling oil lamps with internal reservoirs for his scriptorium, providing scribes with a steady, gentle glow for copying manuscripts long into the quiet night. Cassiodorus, having spent many years in high state office as a statesman and scholar before retiring to his ancestral lands by the sea, understood deeply that the demanding intellectual work of preserving literature required an environment of physical comfort, mental clarity, and sustained tranquility. He recognized that when the sun dipped beneath the horizon and deep darkness settled over the shoreline, the soft flame of standard open-wick oil lamps would often flicker, dim, and require frequent, tedious attention to trim the charred wick or replenish the shallow basin, constantly interrupting the scribe's calm concentration. To solve this practical challenge, he designed innovative bronze and terracotta lamps with hidden internal chambers that relied on fluid pressure and gravity to release oil slowly and continuously into the burning basin, ensuring that the flame remained perfectly constant without overflowing or prematurely burning out. This mechanical harmony allowed the scriptorium to remain softly illuminated by an unfluctuating, warm radiance that rested easily upon the eyes of the writers, allowing them to focus entirely on the delicate alignment of their script without the eye strain or distraction of fading shadows. Around them, the monastery of Vivarium was designed as a sanctuary where natural beauty, physical well-being, and intellectual labor existed in perfect balance. Built near clear fish ponds and surrounded by terraced olive groves that whispered softly in the night breeze, the scriptorium was organized with precise care, equipped not only with these self-maintaining lamps, but also with mechanical sundials, water clocks for cloudy days, and a rich library containing both sacred Christian scriptures and the classic works of Greco-Roman antiquity. Within this serene room, lit by the warm, steady radiance of the internal reservoir lamps, scribes spent their long evenings copying foundational manuscripts of history, rhetoric, agriculture, medicine, and music theory, knowing that every sentence transcribed under that constant light was an enduring thread connecting the ancient past to distant centuries yet to come. The daily life within such a scriptorium unfolded in a peaceful rhythm, attuned to the natural cadence of the sun and stars, where every element of manuscript production was executed with mindful deliberation and technical mastery. before a single word could be committed to the page. The raw materials had to be prepared through long, laborious processes that required deep craftsmanship and boundless patience. Animal hides, primarily sheepskin, calfskin, or goat hide, were meticulously soaked in lime baths, scraped free of hair and flesh, stretched tightly across wooden frames, and rubbed smooth with pumice stone until they achieved a velvety, supple surface known as parchment or fine vellum. This material possessed a remarkable strength and durability, far surpassing the brittle papyrus of earlier centuries, capable of enduring for 1,000 years without crumbling into dust. Once the large sheets were carefully folded into quires or gatherings, scribes used bone styluses and lead weights to lightly score fine guiding lines across the page, creating precise rows that ensured the written text would flow across the leaf with perfect geometric balance. The ink itself was carefully brewed from oak galls, round growths formed on oak trees in response to insects, combined with iron salts, water, and gum arabic, yielding a dark, rich liquid that bit gently into the collagen fibers of the vellum to form an indelible bond. Sitting at tilted wooden writing desks, engineered to prevent back and neck strain during long hours of quiet work, scribes carefully tested their nibs on parchment offcuts before dipping their sharpened goose or swan quills into the inkhorns, holding their breath slightly as the nib met the smooth, cool surface of the page. Each letter was formed through a series of deliberate, rhythmic strokes, built up according to the established formal scripts of the era, such as uncial or semi-uncial hands, whose rounded, open letter forms were specifically designed for ease of writing and reading in soft light. The scriptorium environment was intentionally kept silent, as quietness was believed to sharpen the intellect and allow the deep meaning of the text to settle gently into the copyist's mind. Through hours of unbroken concentration, the scribes became living links in an unbroken chain of human expression, their quiet hand movements translating thought into visible, physical form. As midnight approached and the cool night air drifted in from the sea, the atmosphere inside the scriptorium deepened into an almost sacred stillness. The soft, self-replenishing lamps continued their silent, reliable work, casting long, soft shadows against the smooth stone walls, while keeping the open pages bathed in an uninterrupted circle of warm golden light. Outside, the steady, rhythmic cadence of waves lapping gently against the southern Italian coastline provided a natural, soothing lullaby, harmonizing with the faint scrape of quills on parchment and the occasional rustling turn of a heavy leaf. In these quiet late hours, time seemed to expand, shedding its ordinary urgency and slowing down to match the serene pace of the moving pen. Scribes working at Vivarium knew that their quiet labor was not intended for immediate praise or ephemeral purpose, but for a distant future they would never personally see, a legacy of human knowledge and thought quietly passed forward into the dark, waiting corridors of time. section of text was finally completed, the scribe would pause, set down the quill, and allow the fresh ink to dry naturally in the still air before carefully folding the gathering to be bound between protective boards of oak covered in soft pigskin or leather. The self-refilling lamps, having held their gentle flame perfectly steady throughout the long night, without a single flicker of interruption or drop in brightness, stood as silent guardians of this peaceful endeavor. Their steady glow allowed the scribes to work in profound peace, free from the fatigue that plagued copyists in less thoughtful sanctuaries. Eventually, one by one, the copyists would extinguish the small wicks, letting the soft fragrance of olive oil and natural beeswax linger in the darkened room as they retired to their simple, quiet quarters for deep, undisturbed rest. The newly completed manuscripts, resting securely upon their wooden shelves in the monastery library, lay waiting for the morning sun, carrying within their neatly inked lines the preserved thoughts, stories, and wisdom of humanity, safely sheltered within the calm and enduring embrace of the quiet coastal monastery. As the centuries unfolded across the quiet valleys of late antiquity and the early Middle Ages, the physical nature of written thought underwent a silent, graceful transformation, shifting away from the rigid stone tablets and fibrous papyrus scrolls of earlier eras toward the supple, enduring leaves of parchment and vellum within the cool, stone-walled scriptoria of monasteries nestled among soft green hills. The air was held in a perpetual hush, broken only by the gentle turning of heavy pages and the soft, rhythmic breathing of scribes sitting at slanted wooden desks. These quiet spaces were designed for deep focus and tranquility, where time seemed to slow down to match the gradual movement of daylight across stone floors. The transition from papyrus to parchment had created a new canvas, one that was smooth, resilient, and slightly yielding beneath the hand. And this fine, animal hide surface called for a writing instrument far more delicate and fluid than the stiff reed pens that had served ancient Egyptian and Roman scholars for thousands of years. While reed pens worked admirably upon the dry, fibrous texture of papyrus, their sharp, unyielding split nibs tended to catch, scratch, or puncture the velvety skin of parchment, creating unwanted blemishes on pages that required months of painstaking labor to prepare. What the scribes required was a tool of organic lightness and subtle flexibility, an instrument capable of holding a delicate bead of ink and depositing it upon the page with an effortless, gliding motion that felt as natural as breath itself. Thus began a quiet revolution in the art of writing, one that brought the natural world directly into the hands of the scribe through the humble form of a bird's flight feather, transforming a simple piece of plumage into a vessel of human memory, contemplation, and peace. To turn a natural bird feather into a reliable writing implement required patience, empirical wisdom, and a deep understanding of natural materials that had been refined across generations of monastic life. Scribes found that the primary flight feathers of large birds, particularly geese, possessed the ideal size, balance, and hollow structural strength needed to fit comfortably within the resting fingers of a human hand. However, a freshly fallen or plucked feather in its raw state was far too soft, greasy, and moisture-laden to hold a clean edge or endure the continuous pressure of forming thousands of delicate letter forms. Beginning in the 6th century CE, scribes hardened the hollow shafts of goose flight feathers by plunging them into heated river sand, allowing the keratin to be carved with a small knife into a soft, flexible writing point. This process of tempering, often referred to as clarifying or baking, gently drove out the natural oils and moisture trapped within the feather's hollow barrel, causing the opaque, milky barrel to contract, clear, and harden into a semi-translucent tube resembling clear amber or horn. Once cooled, the hardened keratin possessed a remarkable balance of stiffness and elasticity, allowing the scribe to use a tiny, specialized blade, from which we derive the modern term penknife, to execute a series of precise, delicate cuts. The scribe would first slice away the feather's tip at an oblique angle, clear away the dried inner membrane from the hollow core, make a small longitudinal slit along the top of the barrel to act as an ink reservoir, and finally trim the shoulders of the nib into a fine, smooth point. When dipped into a small horn of ink, the slit in the tempered quill drew the liquid upward through capillary action, releasing it evenly and smoothly as the flexible tip met the parchment, responding to the gentlest variation of pressure to create both thick, rich downstrokes and whispered, razor-thin hairline curves without ever snagging the delicate surface beneath. As dusk settled over the scriptorium and the oil lamps were trimmed to emit a warm, steady glow, the rhythm of the quill pen became synonymous with the peaceful preservation of human thought. The ink itself, often brewed from crushed oak galls, iron salts, and clear rainwater, soaked gently into the upper fibers of the parchment, creating a permanent bond that would allow these handwritten words to endure clearly for well over 1,000 years. Unlike the hurried typing or rapid printing of later centuries, writing with a quill was an intrinsically meditative act, demanding a slow, rhythmic cadence where every letter was given space to form with quiet intention. The soft, rhythmic whisper of the goose quill moving across parchment echoed the gentle rustle of leaves outside the monastery windows, carrying a calming cadence that lulled the weary mind into a state of serene reflection. With each dip of the feather into the inkwell, the scribe paused to rest their fingers, watching the wet ink glisten briefly under the soft lamplight before slowly drying to a deep, restful black. This harmonious interplay of natural elements, warm river sand, bird feathers, oak trees, animal parchment, and patient human hands, bridged the gap between the ancient world and the dawn of printed books, leaving behind a legacy of illuminated manuscripts that still carry the peaceful spirit of their creation into our quiet nights today. As the quiet shadows of evening lengthen across ancient stone cloisters, the long history of the written word whispers of a subtle yet profound transformation in how human thoughts were preserved, shared, and quietly absorbed by the human mind. In the classical antiquity of Greece and Rome, as well as throughout the early centuries of Mediterranean scholarship, reading was almost never a silent or private act of personal reflection. Scrolls of papyrus and leaves of fine parchment were inscribed with a dense, unbroken ribbon of capital letters known as scriptura continua, a continuous style of writing where words flowed endlessly into one another without punctuation, capitalization, or empty spaces to visually separate one concept from the next. In those distant times, to read a manuscript was to perform it, relying on the acoustic rhythm of the human voice to parse the continuous stream of ink into meaningful spoken language. A reader's lips moved constantly, shaping the syllables aloud so that the ear could assist the eye in identifying where individual words began and ended, navigating the delicate grammar of the text through breath, tone, and spoken cadence. Scriptoria in the ancient world were not the silent sanctuaries of quiet study that we might imagine today, but soft, murmuring halls filled with the gentle hum of scribes speaking as they copied, giving physical voice to every line so that the auditory system could decipher what the eye saw only as an uninterrupted wall of characters. This ancient manner of writing reflected a culture rooted deeply in oral tradition, where books were regarded primarily as transcribed speeches or musical scores intended to be delivered aloud to a listening audience. However, as the centuries folded gently into the early Middle Ages, and the art of manuscript production traveled to the remote edges of Europe, the very nature of reading began to evolve toward something far more serene, internal, and still. The physical page was gradually reimagined, transitioning from a scriptural script meant for acoustic performance into a tranquil visual landscape crafted for quiet understanding. This shift invited a peaceful connection between ink, parchment, and the resting spirit, preparing the way for a revolutionary alteration in how readers interacted with written language across the quiet halls of monastic scholarship. This gentle awakening of silent reading found its most significant cradle far to the west, among the peaceful island monasteries of Ireland, where quiet scholars worked by window light overlooking green hills and gray seas. For the Celtic monks who sat at wooden writing desks, surrounded by the misty landscapes of early medieval Hibernia, Latin was not a native mother tongue inherited through daily childhood conversation, but a sacred foreign language acquired through painstaking grammatical study and religious devotion. When encountering complex theological treatises or biblical manuscripts written in Latin. These Irish scribes could not automatically recognize word boundaries by auditory intuition, as ancient Roman citizens might have done when reading scriptura continua aloud. To navigate these intricate sentences with accuracy, clarity, and deep spiritual focus, the eye required clear visual landmarks laid out directly upon the surface of the sheepskin vellum. Recognizing that the human mind needed quiet moments of cognitive pause between distinct concepts, these monastic scholars pioneered a simple yet transformative scribal practice that would quietly alter the course of human literacy. During the 7th century, in Irish monastic scriptoria, scribes began introducing small, calm spaces between Latin words, replacing the unbroken stream of ancient scriptura continua, and allowing readers to silently absorb texts without speaking aloud. This modest, deliberate gap of uninked parchment acted like a restful breath between thoughts, visually isolating each noun, verb, and modifier, so that the reader's eye could perceive the structural meaning of a sentence instantly and effortlessly. No longer was it necessary to pronounce every syllable to locate where one word ended and another began. The clean visual architecture of the page provided all the clarity the intellect required. By placing silent air between the characters of dark oak gall ink, the Irish scribes effectively untethered the act of reading from the physical movement of the lips and vocal cords, transforming reading from an acoustic performance into an intimate, internal journey. The scriptorium gradually grew still as the need for audible recitation faded into memory, giving way to a tranquil atmosphere where ideas moved softly from the parchment into the quiet recesses of human thought. This subtle invention of word separation was an act of profound intellectual kindness, offering the reader's mind a calm sanctuary within the text itself, and laying the groundwork for how we quietly read and reflect today. As the decades passed, this peaceful method of word separation radiated outward from the scriptoria of Ireland to the renowned monastic centers of Northumbria, Iona, and Lindisfarne, eventually crossing the English Channel into the heart of continental Europe. The visual rhythm created by these gentle spaces encouraged scribes to reevaluate the entire design, layout, and legibility of the written manuscript. In the quiet scriptoria of Northern Europe, manuscript illumination and calligraphy flourished alongside this newfound visual clarity. Scribes sitting at sloped wooden desks carefully dipped their quill pens into dark iron gall ink, crafting distinct letter forms specifically designed to harmonize with the blank spaces between words. They developed the elegant insular scripts, whose rounded curves, clear arches, and graceful ascenders made every line of text a soothing pleasure for the eye to follow. Later, during the Carolingian Renaissance of the late 8th and 9th centuries, scholars, under the guidance of Alcuin of York, built upon this foundation of visual organization, refining the use of word spacing and standardizing the clean, beautifully balanced letter forms known as Carolingian minuscule. with subtle punctuation marks introduced to signal natural pauses, and enlarged capital letters standing like friendly sentinels at the beginning of sentences. Reading transformed into an experience of seamless, restful navigation. The cognitive burden of decoding text was dramatically light. Where scholars once strained their minds and voices to parse dense, unbroken blocks of ancient lettering, they could now let their eyes glide smoothly across well-ordered lines, absorbing knowledge with a calm, effortless focus. This visual organization also democratized access to written ideas, enabling researchers, students, and monastics to study side by side in quiet library alcoves without disturbing one another with the sound of spoken recitation. The parchment page was no longer a complex acoustic puzzle requiring physical utterance to unlock, but an orderly garden of thought where ink and uninked space existed in perfect aesthetic balance. The quiet gaps between words created an enduring atmosphere of mental stillness, allowing the human mind to pause, ponder, and integrate deep philosophical, historical, and scientific insights in serene, uninterrupted solitude. Through this thoughtful harmony of form and space, the written word became an inviting haven for deep reflection, nurturing the quiet growth of human understanding across the peaceful centuries of manuscript culture. This evolution toward word separation and silent interiority laid the cognitive foundation for the modern relationship with the written word, paving the way for the eventual arrival of the printing press centuries later. Long before Johannes, Gutenberg would arrange metal type into neat, repeatable lines in 15th century Mainz. The fundamental grammar of the page had already been settled by the quiet innovations of medieval scribes. By establishing the gap between words as an essential element of written communication, scribes made it possible for printed books to be immediately accessible, legible, and intimate for readers of every background. The ability to read silently allowed individuals to develop an inner monologue, fostering a private intellectual life where thoughts could be explored deeply, critically, and peacefully without public observation. As a person sits in the soft twilight today, turning the pages of a book or watching words gently display upon a screen, they participate in an unbroken lineage of quiet reading born in the serene scriptoria of early medieval Europe. The small, blank spaces between words remain one of humanity's quietest and most enduring gifts, serving as invisible bridges that connect one mind to another across vast stretches of time and space. They remind us that silence is not merely the absence of sound, but a fertile, peaceful room where thought takes root, imagination blooms, and the spirit finds rest. As dusk settles fully over the quiet world, the old scriptoria rest in shadow, their quills stilled and their manuscripts closed, leaving behind a legacy of written peace that continues to cradle our thoughts in quiet comfort, guiding the weary mind toward a gentle, restorative sleep. as the early centuries of the medieval era unfolded across the quiet valleys and windswept coasts of Western Europe. The physical art of capturing human thought underwent a profound and delicate transformation within the secluded precincts of monastic scriptoria, far removed from the bustling public plazas of ancient Mediterranean cities. The work of writing became an act of slow, deliberate devotion, conducted in quiet rooms where sunlight slanted through stone windows and fell upon rows of wooden desks. Scribes worked with a steady, unhurried focus, preparing every single material by hand long before a quill ever met a sheet of parchment. The transition from papyrus scrolls to bound codices of animal hide required an extraordinary degree of patience and tactile skill, as raw calfskins, sheepskins, and goatskins had to be cleansed in lime baths, stretched taut upon heavy wooden frames, and painstakingly scraped with curved crescent-shaped blades known as lanellaria. Every step in this ancient preparation was designed to transform raw hide into a smooth, enduring canvas capable of holding ink for centuries. In the quiet solitude of northern monastic houses, this process was refined to an extraordinary level of softness and consistency. In 8th century Northumbria, at the Wearmouth Monastery, scribes rubbed scraped calfskin vellum with porous volcanic pumice stones, gently smoothing away fine surface imperfections until the skin felt soft as velvet beneath the fingertips. This meticulous surface treatment allowed the quill to glide effortlessly across the page without catching on tiny fibers, creating a tactile experience that was as inviting to the touch as it was pleasing to the eye. The resulting leaves of vellum possessed a translucent, creamy hue that absorbed the dark iron gall inks into their fibers, ensuring that each carefully drawn letter would remain crisp, clear, and stable against the gentle wear of time. Within these quiet monastic halls, the steady rasp of pumice against vellum echoed like a soft breath, marking the peaceful passage of hours dedicated entirely to the preservation of knowledge and the quiet mastery of form. As the physical surface of the manuscript became increasingly refined, scribes began to turn their attention toward the visual arrangement of text, seeking ways to render long passages of written words more accessible and comforting to those who read them aloud or studied them in silent meditation. In the classical era, ancient manuscripts were typically composed in continuous script without spaces between words, punctuation marks, or paragraph divisions, a style known as scriptura continua that required intense mental concentration and breathless vocalization to decipher. As manuscripts spread throughout Europe to regions where Latin was learned as a secondary language rather than spoken from birth, the need for clear visual cues became paramount to help readers navigate the flow of ideas without exhaustion. Far to the south, in the tranquil monasteries and scholarly sanctuaries of the Iberian Peninsula. Innovative minds worked to solve this challenge by introducing subtle visual signals into the body of the text itself. In 7th century Seville, Archbishop Isidore developed a system of small ink dots placed at varying heights on parchment pages, using a high dot for a full stop and a low dot for a short pause to guide readers on when to gently rest and draw breath. This pioneering approach to distinctions brought a natural, restful rhythm to the act of reading, transforming dense blocks of letters into cadence-filled passages that moved in harmony with human respiration. By anchor marking the text with these subtle ink points, readers no longer had to struggle to discern where one thought ended and another began, allowing their minds to relax into the quiet flow of the prose. The gentle presence of these dots offered a welcoming pause at the end of a long sentence, creating small spaces of silence within the sanctuary of the page, and inviting the reader to pause, reflect, and gather their thoughts before continuing peacefully along the line. The harmonious interplay between velvety parchment surfaces and rhythmic punctuation marks fundamentally altered the relationship between the reader, the writer, and the written word across the Middle Ages. With the introduction of predictable visual pauses and velvety smooth leaves, reading ceased to be an arduous vocal exercise and shifted gradually toward a soothing, contemplative practice that could be enjoyed in the quiet hours of dusk. Scribes working at their desks began to organize entire pages with a sense of visual balance, leaving generous margins of blank vellum around the borders of text columns to give the eyes a place to rest between passages. The dark, mineral-based inks, derived from oak galls and iron salts, bound deeply with the pumice-softened calfskin, creating a rich contrast that remained legible even under the soft, flickering light of beeswax candles. The rhythmic placement of low and high dots guided both the eye and the voice with an effortless cadence, ensuring that recitation in monastic choirs or silent study in solitary cells proceeded with unhurried grace. Each finished volume represented months, sometimes years, of tranquil, disciplined labor. Carrying within its bound leaves the quiet dedication of countless hands that sought to make wisdom accessible, serene, and beautiful. As these illuminated codices traveled along peaceful monastic networks from Northumbria to Seville and beyond, they carried with them not only sacred and classical texts, but also an enduring philosophy of written communication, one that prioritized clarity, tactile elegance, and the gentle comfort of well-timed rest. Today, when we run our fingers over the pages of surviving early medieval manuscripts, or observe the subtle punctuation marks embedded in ancient scripts, we feel a direct connection to that distant world of quiet craftsmanship and thoughtful innovation. The smooth texture of pumice-rubbed vellum retains its soft, velvety touch across more than 1,000 years, bearing silent witness to the patience of the Northumbrian scribes who labored so diligently at Wearmouth Jarrow. Similarly, the simple ink dots conceived in 7th century Seville endure as the direct ancestors of our modern periods, commas and semicolons, reminding us that the structure of written language was shaped above all by a human desire for rhythm, breath, and peace. These early advances demonstrated that writing was far more than a mechanical tool for recording transactions or registering laws. It was an artistic sanctuary designed to hold human thought in a state of enduring serenity. As the night deepens and the world outside falls into quiet stillness, the gentle legacy of these medieval scribes lingers on in the soothing cadence of a well-balanced sentence, the soft turn of a well-crafted page, and the restful pause that invites us to slow down, breathe deeply, and drift into peaceful rest. As twilight settles gently over the rolling hills and quiet river valleys of Western Europe during the late 8th century, the hurried pace of the day slows, yielding to the profound calm and restful stillness of evening within the thick stone walls of the monastic sanctuary. Inside the scriptorium, the last soft rays of fading daylight stream through tall, narrow windows, washing across long wooden desks where smooth leaves of parchment lie open, waiting for the patient, unhurried movement of quill and ink. For generations, the preservation of human thought, ancient philosophy, sacred scriptures, and early scientific inquiry had rested upon the tireless, quiet hands of scribes working in near absolute silence, translating the transient spoken word into enduring written form. In the centuries following the gradual decline of the Western Roman Empire, however, the unified art of writing had slowly fragmented into a complex tapestry of regional styles across the European continent. In different lands and distant monasteries, scribes had developed their own distinct, often highly intricate, heavily abbreviated, and cramped hands, styles such as the dense Merovingian script in Francia, or the elaborate insular hands of the British Isles. Reading these varied scripts was an arduous, exhausting task, requiring intense mental concentration to decipher dense clusters of letters that frequently ran together without structural breaks, clear punctuation, or predictable letter spacing. In the dim, shadowed corners of stone writing halls, where the primary source of illumination during late hours came from slender tallow candles or small oil lamps, the eyes of dedicated monks grew weary as they labored over heavy folios, struggling to separate word from word amidst a chaotic visual landscape of non-standardized symbols. Yet within this quiet labor lay a deep, unwavering reverence for the written letter, a quiet belief that every sentence copied was a sacred bridge connecting the past to the future, keeping human memory safe against the slow erosion of time. As the first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky outside, the atmosphere inside the scriptorium remains deeply serene, filled only with the soft rustle of sheepskin vellum, the faint, rhythmic scraping of a tuned quill, and the soft sigh of the night breeze passing gently through the monastery courtyard, setting the stage for a subtle, quiet revolution in how words would be recorded, shared, and read across generations. It was during this period of intellectual renewal, known as the Carolingian Renaissance, that Charlemagne sought to standardize education, imperial governance, and religious texts across his vast realm. Realizing that clarity of communication depended entirely upon a clear and unified written script to guide this ambitious cultural effort, he summoned the celebrated Northumbrian scholar Alcuin of York to his court, eventually appointing him as the abbot of the prestigious abbey of St. Martin at Tours. At the monastery scriptorium of St. Martin at Tours in 796 CE, Alcuin of York developed Carolingian minuscule, introducing clear spaces between words and gently rounded letter forms, designed to reduce eye strain for monks reading by candlelight. Prior to this thoughtful visual reform, manuscripts across Europe had long been dominated by scriptura continua, an ancient Roman practice where letters flowed continuously without spaces, or by complex local cursive scripts that demanded constant, taxing decipherment. By establishing a standardized minuscule script characterized by low, rounded bodies, clear vertical ascenders, and gentle descenders, Alcuin created a hand that felt instantly approachable, harmonious, and smooth to follow across the open page. The deliberate introduction of consistent, open spacing between individual words was a monumental shift in graphic layout, allowing the reader's eye to move effortlessly across lines without tripping over ambiguous letter groupings. No longer did a tired monk have to strain his eyes in the warm, flickering glow of tallow candles to discern where one thought ended and another began. Instead, words floated cleanly in structured rows, surrounded by quiet negative space that invited calm reflection. The rounded contours of the letters eschewed unnecessary decorative flourishes, angular sharpness, and tangled ligatures in favor of balance, geometric clarity, and proportion. This peaceful reform of letter forms mirrored the broader philosophical ideal of the era, bringing light, order, and calm visual beauty into a realm that had long experienced fragmenting diversity. As night fell over the monastery of St. Martin at Tours, the scribes seated at their sloped wooden desks adapted to these gentle new strokes with profound patience, dipping their hand-cut goose quill pens into dark, rich oak gall ink. They guided their wrists with deliberate, unhurried grace across the carefully ruled parchment lines, producing leaves of text that appeared as balanced, restful, and harmonious as a tranquil garden at twilight. The visual architecture of Carolingian minuscule extended far beyond the isolated shape of individual letters, introducing a comprehensive hierarchy of page layout and punctuation that continues to shape how we experience written text in books today. Under Alcuin's thoughtful guidance, scribes established a clear visual order for the page. Grand, decorative capital letters were reserved for opening titles and major section divisions. Elegant uncial scripts were used for subtitles and introductory lines, and the serene, highly legible Carolingian minuscule formed the main body of the text. This structured hierarchy provided an intuitive roadmap for the mind, guiding the reader smoothly from broad concepts down into detailed thoughts without confusion or visual fatigue. Furthermore, the systematic introduction of standardized punctuation marks, such as early forms of the period, the comma, and the question mark, gave written language a natural, musical cadence. These quiet marks indicated where a reader should pause for breath, where a thought reached its conclusion, or where the voice should softly rise during communal reading in the abbey refectory. Before these spatial innovations, reading had been primarily an oral performance, requiring a person to speak the words aloud in order to hear sentence boundaries and grasp their meaning. As word separation and clear punctuation became standard, reading began to undergo a quiet internal evolution, transforming into a silent, deeply contemplative practice where ideas flowed directly from the written page into the quiet stillness of the human mind. The physical act of copying this new script became a form of quiet, meditative discipline for the monks within the scriptorium. Each stroke of the quill required steady rhythm and soft focus, drawing a straight vertical stem, forming a smooth, rounded arch, and ending with a subtle, gentle foot at the base of the line. The parchment seemed to absorb this tranquil concentration, holding the dark ink in crisp, pleasing contrast against the warm, cream-colored surface of the prepared skin. As midnight approached and the atmosphere grew ever stiller, the small candles burned low, casting long, soft shadows across the wooden writing slopes, while page after page of beautifully balanced text accumulated in quiet, orderly stacks, embodying a timeless sense of visual peace that brought deep restfulness and clarity to every scholar who would open them in centuries to come. Over the passing decades and centuries, the script born in the peaceful cloister of St. Martin at Tours spread gently from scriptorium to scriptorium across the vast breadth of Western Europe, creating a shared textual culture that unified distant monastic centers in a common purpose. Scriptoria throughout Germany, Switzerland, Italy, and England eagerly adopted Carolingian minuscule, using its clear forms to transcribe extensive libraries of classical Roman literature, early philosophy, legal codes, and botanical treatises that might otherwise have succumbed to decay and historical oblivion. The remarkable legibility and durability of this standardized hand ensured that these copied works remained easily accessible not only to contemporary medieval scholars, but also to generations of thinkers who would live hundreds of years in the future. When Renaissance humanists in 15th century Italy began searching neglected monastic libraries for forgotten classical texts, they were captivated by these Carolingian manuscripts preserved in immaculate condition. mistaking the clean, balanced Carolingian hand for the authentic script of ancient Rome. Humanists, such as Poggio Bracciolini, adopted it as the primary model for their refined humanistic scripts. Soon after, when pioneering European printers began carving the earliest movable metal-type fonts, they modeled their Roman and italic letter forms directly upon these humanist hands, carrying the rounded proportions, open spacing, and gentle rhythm of Alcuin's 8th century script straight into the printed page. In this way, the quiet, thoughtful visual choices made by candlelight in a medieval monastery continue to govern the printed books, manuscripts, and modern typography we encounter today, softly shaping our visual experience of language with their enduring clarity and breadth, standing gracefully between the ancient world of parchment scrolls and the future age of mechanical printing. Carolingian minuscule remains an enduring monument to how patience, artistic care, and spatial harmony can protect and illuminate the collective mind of humanity. Outside the heavy stone walls of the abbey, the deep stillness of midnight envelopes the sleeping landscape, while inside the scriptorium, the final candle flickers gently and goes out, leaving the freshly bound folios resting safely in the quiet dark, their clear, steady letters waiting in patient peace for the soft light of dawn to illuminate them once more. In the long, quiet centuries that preceded the turn of the 9th century, the art of the written word across Western Europe had gradually drifted into a patchiness of regional styles, fragmented into local traditions that made the sharing of knowledge a slow and arduous endeavor across distant monasteries nestled in lonely valleys and along windswept coasts. Scribes labored over manuscripts using widely disparate hands, curving elaborate insular scripts crafted in the mist-shrouded scriptoria of Ireland and Northumbria, dense and heavily compressed Merovingian cursive written in the Frankish heartlands, and stiff, intricate Visigothic forms developed beneath the warm skies of the Iberian Peninsula. In many of these older codices, letters leaned tightly against one another without breathing space. Words flowed together in uninterrupted streams without clear boundary or pause, and complex abbreviations were piled high like tangled thorns upon thick parchment pages. To encounter such works was not a simple or restful journey for the eye, but a laborious exercise in decipherment. A reader had to pause continuously over each line, tracing difficult ligatures with a careful fingertip, sounding out syllables aloud merely to discern where one thought ended and another began, and untangling sentences that seemed almost designed to hide their meaning behind dense thickets of ink. The constant visual friction caused the eyes to tire quickly, turning what should have been a peaceful act of study into a straining, exhausting ordeal. Yet, as the late 8th century approached, and the Carolingian realm sought to gather the scattered threads of classical learning, and sacred text. A quiet longing for visual clarity began to settle over the intellectual centers of Europe. Scholars and rulers alike realized that if knowledge was to endure, if sacred scripture was to be read without error, and if administrative decrees were to be understood clearly from the banks of the Rhine to the borders of Italy, the written word required a new vessel, a script defined not by regional eccentricity or dense obscurity, but by harmony, order, and visual peace. Scribes began to dream of a letter form that would not strain the eyes of the aging scholar, nor weary the mind of the novice pupil, but would instead welcome every reader into a calm, orderly landscape of ink and parchment in the quiet, candlelit libraries of monastic houses, amidst the soft scent of beeswax, cured vellum, and drying gall ink. The ground was gently prepared for a sweeping reform of the pen, a serene standard of writing that would speak with a single, clear voice across the diverse lands of the realm. This noble search for visual tranquility and structural harmony found its spiritual home and guiding light in the quiet, fertile valley of the Loire River, where the venerable abbey of Saint Martin in Tours stood as a renowned sanctuary of prayer, scholarship, and manuscript preservation. In 796 CE, at the Abbey of Saint Martin in Tours, Alcuin of York guided scribes to adopt Carolingian minuscule, crafting clear, rounded letters with generous line spacing that let medieval eyes wander comfortably across uncluttered manuscript pages. Under the wise and patient direction of Alcuin, a scholar of immense erudition who had been called from York to serve as master of Charlemagne's palace school before retiring to the peaceful cloisters of Tours, the abbey's scriptorium was transformed into an extraordinary workshop of calm precision. Alcuin understood that true legibility was an act of hospitality toward the reader, and so he and his copyists systematically pruned away the chaotic, cramped flourishes of earlier eras in favor of an open, beautifully balanced aesthetic. Every single element of this newly standardized hand was deliberately shaped to promote effortless reading and quiet mental contemplation. The letters were forged with gentle, circular bows and upright, graceful stems, eschewing the sharp, jarring angles and confusing loops that had long fatigued the vision of medieval scholars. Ascenders reached softly upward above the waistline of the letters, while descenders dipped below with modest, predictable symmetry, establishing a steady, rhythmic horizontal baseline that led the reader's gaze across the leaf like a calm stream flowing smoothly through a meadow. Crucially, Alcuin insisted that words be granted generous breathing room, separated by distinct, reliable spaces that allowed the mind to process each idea before moving seamlessly to the next. The introduction of standardized punctuation, soft points, subtle pauses, and clear capital letters to signal the opening of a fresh thought further transformed the encounter with text from a frustrating puzzle into a soothing, melodious narrative. Across the wide sheets of parchment prepared by the abbey's craftsmen, generous margins were scrupulously maintained, framing the neatly organized columns of script in a wide sea of unblemished cream skin that absorbed the natural light of the room and gave the entire codex a sense of spaciousness, dignity, and timeless rest. Step inside the scriptorium of St. Martin during those quiet years at the turn of the 9th century, and one would discover a sanctuary of focused stillness, where the physical creation of books proceeded with a meditative, unhurried rhythm. Monastic scribes sat upon sturdy wooden benches at angled writing desks, positioned strategically beside tall, arched windows designed to capture the soft, indirect sunlight filtering through the northern sky. Before them lay sheets of calfskin or sheepskin parchment, vellum that had been carefully washed, stretched on wooden frames, scraped with a crescent-shaped blade, and smoothed with powdered pumice until its surface felt as soft as velvet. Before a single drop of ink touched the page, the sheet was subtly ruled using a blind stylus or silver point, creating delicate, almost invisible guidelines that provided a steady scaffolding for Alcuin's minuscule letter forms. In his hand, a scribe held a goose feather quill, meticulously cut at the tip to allow ink to flow with smooth, consistent weight. He dipped the nib into iron gall ink, mixed in small pottery pots from crushed oak galls, papyrus, and gum arabic, a deep, rich black fluid that sank permanently into the fibers of the animal skin. With each deliberate stroke, the copyist formed the rounded letters, the soft curve of the letter asterisk, a asterisk, the tall, straight spine of the asterisk, b asterisk, the open, welcoming loop of the e asterisk, moving with a slow, rhythmic cadence that mirrored the quiet rise and fall of peaceful breathing. The copying of an entire Bible or classical treatise was a devotion measured not in days or weeks, but in long, tranquil months of silent labor, where the faint scritch of quill on vellum and the gentle turning of pages were the only sounds filling the room, punctuated only by the distant singing of birds in the cloister garden outside. Because Carolingian minuscule was so transparent, uniform, and disciplined, scribes across the Frankish realm could replicate it with remarkable fidelity, ensuring that a book produced at Tours could be read as easily in Aachen, Fulda, Reichenau, or Salzburg as it was in the Loire Valley. Reading was no longer an exhausting, vocal task of deciphering ambiguous marks, but evolved into a quiet, internal experience, a serene, silent conversation between the mind of the reader and the luminous thoughts preserved upon the page, allowing ideas to drift softly into consciousness without friction or strain. The gentle victory of Carolingian minuscule extended far beyond the cloister walls of St. Martin in Tours, and long outlived the empire that gave it birth, though the passing centuries of the later Middle Ages would witness the script condense and darken into the sharp, angular arches of Gothic hands, driven by the pragmatic need to compress more text onto expensive parchment for the growing populations of medieval universities. The pristine, open hand of Alcuin's scribes remained safely preserved within thousands of Carolingian codices, resting undisturbed upon abbey library shelves across Europe. 600 years later, during the early dawn of the Italian Renaissance, pioneering humanist scholars like Petrarch and Poggio Bracciolini began searching forgotten monastic libraries for long-lost classical texts. When they opened these ancient 9th century volumes, they were immediately struck by the breathtaking legibility, spacious line intervals, and graceful beauty of the Carolingian minuscule, believing in their enthusiasm that these clean, uncluttered pages were the original manuscripts of ancient Rome itself. The humanists eagerly adopted Alcuin's minuscule as their model, refining it into the elegant Littera Antiqua asterisk, or humanist bookhand. When printmakers like Johannes Gutenberg, Nicholas Jensen, and Aldus Manutius subsequently revolutionized the world in the mid-15th century by crafting movable metal type. It was this very humanist hand, derived directly from the quiet scriptorium at Tours, that punch cutters sculpted into the first Roman typefaces. Thus, the rounded, restful letter forms crafted by medieval scribes under Alcuin's gentle guidance became the foundational architecture of modern typography, enduring through centuries of printed books, scholarly journals, and digital displays. Whenever we open a book today and let our eyes glide effortlessly across neat rows of clear, evenly spaced text, we are participating in a quiet heritage of visual order born in the peaceful scriptorium of Tours over 1,200 years ago. A tranquil gift of legibility that continues to cradle our thoughts, rest our eyes, and bring peaceful stillness to the reading mind as night softly falls. Over the centuries, as the practice of recording human thought expanded across vast geographical distances and diverse cultures, writing gradually detached itself from exclusive use in royal courts and monument carvings, settling softly into the gentle rhythm of everyday human life in the expansive, densely forested regions of northern Europe, where winding rivers flowed through silver birch groves under pale, tranquil skies. Writing found a remarkably humble and abundant medium in the natural environment itself. In the ancient city of Novgorod, situated along the quiet banks of the Volkhov River, literacy was not restricted to a privileged elite or enclosed behind temple walls, but was shared widely among ordinary townspeople going about their peaceful daily activities. Here, merchants, craftspeople, mothers, and young students carried small, simple tools for writing, using the versatile bark of the native birch tree as a light, flexible, and readily available paper. During the mild days of spring, when the sap rose beneath the bark and the outer layers could be peeled away, easily without harming the living trees. The smooth inner layers were harvested, trimmed into neat rectangular strips, and prepared for the hand. In 11th century Novgorod, citizens used smooth bone styluses to gently incise everyday letters onto the pale inner bark of spring birch trees, creating durable records that rested quietly under damp clay soil. These inscriptions were astonishingly varied, capturing everything from brief personal greetings between distant family members, warm letters of affection, and urgent business requests, to practical shopping lists, agricultural tallies, legal agreements, and even the simple alphabet exercises and charming drawings of young children learning their letters. Once a message had served its immediate purpose, the recipient would often fold or roll the pliable strip of bark and drop it onto the unpaved paths or into the gardens of their wooden homes. Over time, these discarded notes sank softly into the dense, moisture-laden earth of Novgorod, where the unique natural composition of the soil worked a quiet miracle of preservation. The heavy, water-saturated clay created an airtight, oxygen-starved environment that prevented natural decay, effectively sealing the organic birch bark away from the destructive forces of weather and time. For hundreds of years, thousands of these delicate birch bark manuscripts rested in total darkness, perfectly preserved beneath the soil, holding intact the intimate voices, soft humor, and quiet domestic details of an entire medieval community, waiting patiently across the silent centuries in the cool, protective embrace of the earth, while everyday citizens along the northern riverways carved their casual thoughts into the supple bark of forest trees. A remarkably different, deeply meditative tradition of script was cultivated within the secluded stone monasteries of medieval Western Europe. Deep inside these tranquil sanctuaries, writing was approached not as a rapid means of daily communication, but as a sacred act of preservation and quiet prayer, traced slowly across refined vellum with inks derived from oak galls, rainwater, and natural minerals. Within the monastery walls, the scriptorium served as the silent heart of intellectual life, a spacious, high-ceilinged room specifically oriented to catch the soft, indirect sunlight that filtered through tall, arched stone windows onto long rows of slanted wooden desks. Here, scribes spent peaceful, unhurried hours copying ancient manuscripts, philosophical works, and sacred texts, bound together by a shared commitment to spiritual focus, inner stillness, and physical quiet. In 12th century Cistercian monasteries, monks working under strict vows of silence in the scriptorium used delicate hand gestures to request writing supplies, mimicking the motion of turning a page to ask for a manuscript, or tracing a finger across their palm to request a fresh reed pen. This subtle, non-verbal vocabulary of physical signals allowed the scriptorium to remain entirely free from the distraction of human voices, maintaining an atmosphere of profound restfulness and undivided concentration throughout the long hours of the day. If a scribe required an inkwell, he might gently cup his hand in the shape of a small vessel. If he needed a small iron knife to sharpen the tip of his feather quill, he might bring two fingers together in a swift, subtle cutting motion. If he wished to request a ruler or straight edge, he would trace a straight path across the smooth surface of his desk with an outstretched index finger. Through this graceful dance of silent communication, the monastic work proceeded without friction, disturbance, or noise, creating a contemplative environment where the only audible sounds were the soft, rhythmic scratching of quills upon calfskin, the gentle rustle of turning parchment leaves, and the peaceful rise and fall of quiet breathing. In this sanctuary of silence, line after line of intricate script flowed smoothly onto the page, preserving human knowledge with unhurried care, immense patience, and rhythmic perfection. The physical creation of a medieval book within these quiet cloisters was an extraordinary journey of patience, craftsmanship, and deep reverence for natural materials, often requiring months or even years of dedicated effort to complete a single volume. Before a scribe could begin the delicate task of writing, the preparation of the writing surface itself involved a lengthy and meticulous process. Animal hides, most commonly calfskin, sheepskin, or goatskin, were carefully cleaned, soaked in lime baths to remove hair, stretched tightly over heavy wooden frames, and painstakingly scraped with a curved knife known as a lanellum, until the skin reached a uniform thickness and a velvety, cream-colored smoothness. Once dried and trimmed into individual sheets, these pages were ruled with faint guidelines using a piece of lead or a soft silver stylus, ensuring that every row of text aligned in perfect, harmonious symmetry across the open spread of the manuscript. The inks were prepared with equal mindfulness, combining oak galls harvested from forest trees with iron sulfate and gathered rainwater to form a rich, dark pigment that bound chemically with the parchment fibers, ensuring the text would remain crisp, clear, and legible for centuries. Sitting upon a simple wooden bench, the scribe held his pen at a precise angle, dipping it softly into an ink horn attached to his desk, and controlling the flow of liquid with practiced, gentle pressure. As each completed parchment sheet was dried, gathered into quires, and hand-sewn onto stout leather thongs, it formed a robust codex built to withstand the passage of time. When bound between heavy wooden boards wrapped in soft pigskin, these books lay securely in monastic libraries, resting like quiet guardians of human memory. When viewed together, these two distinct medieval traditions, the casual, everyday messages scratched onto birch bark in the bustling northern town of Novgorod, and the luminous, highly structured manuscripts crafted in total silence within Cistercian monasteries, illustrate the remarkable versatility and universality of writing in human history. One tradition captured the fleeting, intimate moments of ordinary life on the flexible bark of forest trees, while the other preserved timeless philosophical, historical, and spiritual knowledge on calfskin within sacred stone walls. Yet both practices shared a common foundation, a deep, quiet respect for the written mark, a willingness to slow down and observe the physical world, and an enduring desire to leave behind a gentle, lasting trace of human thought across the silent expanses of time. As twilight deepens into night, and a gentle stillness settles over both the ancient wooden homes of Novgorod and the serene stone courtyards of distant European cloisters, the physical tools of writing are laid peacefully to rest. The smooth styluses carved from polished bone rest quietly beside warm, glowing hearths. The feather quills and reed pens lie dry in their carved wooden trays. The heavy oak doors of the scriptorium are locked for the evening, leaving the unfinished manuscripts to sleep undisturbed in the dimming light. There is a profound, comforting tranquility in contemplating how these varied written words have traveled across hundreds of years to reach our modern awareness. Some of these texts lay hidden for nearly a millennium in the cool, dark earth, sheltered beneath protective layers of moist clay, until gently uncovered by patient modern hands. Others were passed carefully from one generation of readers to the next, resting quietly on dark oak shelves in peaceful libraries, preserved by the steady, quiet stewardship of centuries. In the restful silence of the night, these historical records do not clamor for our attention or hurry our thoughts. Instead, they offer a soft, reassuring invitation to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to reflect on the calm continuity of human expression. The long, unfolding story of writing is, at its essence, a narrative of patience, quiet focus, and silent connection. A gentle bridge constructed of birch bark, animal skin, polished bone, and dark ink, spanning the vast distances between human minds across the ages. As your mind settles into rest and sleep draws near, you can picture the calm, measured movements of those long-ago writers. The Novgorod citizen incising a gentle greeting onto a strip of pale white bark, and the Cistercian monk moving his hands in quiet, elegant gestures to request a pen. In the quiet atmosphere of the sleeping world, their voices do not rustle or startle. They rest as softly as falling leaves upon quiet water. Their peaceful labor remains preserved in the quiet sanctuary of history, holding space for stillness, calm thoughts, and deep, restful sleep, guiding you gently into a world of peaceful dreams. In the quiet sanctuary of a 12th century European scriptorium, the morning light enters through high, narrow stone windows, casting a soft, golden glow across long rows of slanting wooden desks. Here, far removed from the clamor of the outside world, the preservation of human thought unfolds at the deliberate, restful pace of a slow-moving river drifting through a tranquil valley. The air within the room carries a faint, reassuring scent of scraped parchment, crushed oak galls, dried wine, linseed oil, and sweet beeswax, weaving an atmosphere of deep stillness and dedicated contemplation. Within these thick stone walls, writing is experienced not as an hurried obligation, but as a soothing meditation, a quiet pact between the thinkers of antiquity and the readers of generations yet unborn. Each morning, as distant abbey bells fade into the surrounding forest, scribes settle into their wooden chairs, carefully arranging their dark iron gall inks, sharpened goose quills, smooth pumice stones, and neatly folded gatherings of sheepskin or calfskin parchment. The 12th century marked a subtle transformation in the history of the written word, a period when the wide, spacious curves of Carolingian script were beginning to condense into the structured, rhythmic cadence of early Gothic book hands. As cathedral schools expanded their libraries and early universities took root across Western Europe, the demand for handwritten texts grew with a gentle persistence, prompting scribes to refine their techniques and seek even greater visual balance across every page. Yet, despite this expanding literary horizon, the scriptorium remained fundamentally serene, grounded in patience, steady repetition, and a profound reverence for bookmaking. A single manuscript could require many months of peaceful labor, constructed breath by breath, line by line, as the scribe leaned forward over the desk, guiding the pen with a calm, sure hand. In this quiet space, time seemed to ease its pace, measured by the gradual movement of sunlight across the flagstone floor, and the slow filling of pale vellum leaves with rows of dark, elegant lettering. Every motion within the room was subtle, from the gentle scrape of a knife, smoothing a tiny imperfection, to the soft rustle of heavy parchment being turned over in the cool air. The parchment itself was prepared over long weeks of washing, stretching, scraping with a curved blade, and rubbing down with chalk until its surface possessed a velvety texture that invited the pen, ensuring that every leaf was an enduring vessel for human memory. Before a single drop of dark ink touched the pristine expanse of the prepared vellum, the underlying architecture of the page had to be established with quiet precision and thoughtful visual balance. The scribe began by laying out the blank sheet upon a smooth workboard, measuring the margins with great care to ensure that the written block of text would sit comfortably in the center, surrounded by generous borders of pale skin that gave the eye ample room to rest during reading. Small, almost invisible prick marks were made along the outer edges of the page, using a fine metal awl or a pair of slender compasses, marking the precise starting and ending points for each horizontal baseline. Once these subtle guideposts were set in place across the perimeter of the parchment, the scribe selected a simple yet remarkably effective tool for laying out the grid that would structure the entire manuscript page. In 12th century European scriptoria, scribes drew faint guide lines across raw parchment using slender rods of soft lead, leaving delicate, pale gray paths across the page to keep rows of handwritten script flowing in quiet alignment. Known to the medieval artisan as a plummet, this slender lead rod glided smoothly across the surface of the parchment without cutting into the delicate animal fibers or leaving heavy, dark indentations that might mar the leaf. The pale gray lines created by the lead were so delicate that they functioned almost like whispered instructions, guiding the hand across the leaf with effortless regularity, while remaining entirely unobtrusive beneath the finished calligraphy. Unlike hard iron styluses or sharp scoring knives that physically indented the skin, the soft lead deposited just enough fine mineral dust to trace a serene, uniform path across the page, defining the exact height of the letter bodies, the boundaries of margins, and the vertical columns for the text. This subtle grid gave the manuscript an underlying sense of visual order and peace, ensuring that line after line of handwritten script would rest upon a perfectly straight, soothing horizon. As the scribe moved the wooden straightedge down the sheet, drawing line after line with steady, gentle pressure, the page took on a quiet geometric structure, transforming from a raw piece of scraped hide into an inviting canvas ready for the quiet dance of the quill. The faint lead marks created a comforting visual structure within which the scribe could work for long hours without eye strain, providing a reliable anchor that kept the writing horizontal regardless of how long the workday extended. The soft lead lines possessed a unique, gentle quality. They did not compete with the rich dark ink, but instead receded softly into the background once the bold strokes of lettering were laid down over them. If a scribe needed to adjust a line, the lead could be softened or erased with a bit of stale bread or pumice, leaving the parchment clean and unharmed, reflecting the deep respect medieval craftspeople held for their materials. With the delicate gray guide lines firmly in place, the actual process of copying the exemplar text could begin, turning the silent, ruled page into a rich sanctuary of recorded human thought. The scribe dipped the carefully prepared tip of the goose feather into the dark iron gall ink, allowing the small reservoir carved near the nib to absorb just enough fluid to form several letters before needing another dip. The physical movement was smooth and practiced through years of quiet discipline. A gentle touch down upon the pale parchment, a steady downward stroke to form a solid vertical stem, a light flick of the wrist to draw a neat serif, and a soft lift as the nib transitioned seamlessly to the next character. The sound of writing within the scriptorium was a quiet, rhythmic whisper, the faint friction of dried feather against smooth vellum, punctuated only by the occasional soft dip into the inkhorn and the calm, even breathing of the scribe at work. Each letter was formed with deliberate mindfulness, constructed from a series of individual pen strokes laid down in a traditional sequence that promoted both legibility and aesthetic grace. Scribes paid close attention to the subtle spacing between letters and words, aiming for a visual rhythm across the page that felt balanced and natural, much like the steady beat of a quiet heart. The oak gall ink itself was a remarkable substance, created by combining tannic acids extracted from oak tree galls with iron salts and gum arabic. When applied to the parchment, this rich dark fluid soaked gently into its surface fibers, undergoing a slow oxidation process that turned it from a dark gray to a deep, permanent black over time. As the hours drifted by and the sun charted its slow arc across the sky, the light inside the scriptorium shifted gently from the cool clarity of morning to the warm, amber tones of late afternoon. Shadows stretched gracefully across the wooden desks and stone floors, yet the scribe continued with unhurried devotion, writing line after line within the soft lead margins until the page was complete. There was no sense of rush. Every page was treated as a world unto itself, requiring the full presence and calm focus of the artisan, encouraging a unique state of mental stillness, where the scribe became deeply attuned to the tactile qualities of pen, ink, and parchment. When dusk finally approached and natural light began to fade below the high stone windowsills, work in the scriptorium naturally came to a peaceful close, as candles and oil lamps were generally avoided to protect precious manuscripts from the danger of fire and soot. The scribe would carefully wipe the quill clean, cap the ink horn, and place finished folios in a protective wooden press or leather folder to keep them flat as the ink set completely. Standing up from the desk, the artisan might stretch tired shoulders and look out across the quiet monastery garden, where evening shadows were settling softly over flower beds and stone walkways. The unfinished page was left resting safely on the slanting desk, ready to be resumed with renewed clarity when the first rays of morning light returned to the valley. In this gentle manner, day after day, week after week, the ancient knowledge of philosophy, theology, natural science, and poetry was preserved and transmitted through the quiet, dedicated labor of human hands. The physical manuscript created in this peaceful setting was far more than a simple container for words. It was an artifact of patience, a physical testament to the enduring beauty of slow craft and quiet, sustained focus. Every completed book reflected the harmonious interplay of natural materials sourced from the earth and sky. The skin of the animal, the gall of the oak tree, the feather of the bird, and the soft lead of the mountains, all brought together under the gentle guidance of a human hand working in quiet alignment with the passage of time. Looking upon a medieval leaf today, one can still see those faint, pale gray paths traced by soft lead 8 centuries ago, running silently beneath the dark ink like the quiet currents of a calm river. They stand as a timeless reminder of how structure and freedom can coexist in perfect harmony. providing a gentle foundation upon which human thought can flow smoothly across the page, resting silently in the dark until a reader opens the cover to awaken them once more. As night settles over the quiet valleys of medieval Europe, the lamps within the monastic workshops and artisan ateliers begin to glow with a soft, amber warmth, signaling the continuation of a long and patient craft that would sustain human memory for generations to come. Before a scribe could dip a quill into iron gall ink or shape a single letter upon a page, an extraordinary transformation had to take place in the quiet courtyards of the parchment makers. The shift from fragile papyrus to resilient animal membranes marked a profound transition in the history of writing, offering a material that was both sturdy and remarkably enduring, capable of withstanding the damp climates of northern lands and preserving delicate texts through centuries of gentle handling. The preparation of this precious writing surface was a slow and meditative process, guided by traditions passed down through master artisans who understood the subtle nature of raw materials and the patient discipline required to tame them. In medieval parchment workshops, artisans soaked raw sheepskins in stone vats filled with slaked lime water for several days, loosening hair fibers before stretching the hides across wooden frames to scrape them smooth with a two-handled crescent knife called a lanellum. The air in these traditional workshops smelled faintly of wet stone, earth, and lime, carrying a quiet rhythm of steady hands working in harmony with natural elements. The slaked lime bath, carefully mixed and left to rest in cool stone basins, gently softened the hides while cleansing them, allowing the natural fibers of the skin to relax without damaging the underlying structural integrity of the membrane. This soaking period was never rushed, for the parchment maker knew that time itself was an essential ingredient in preparing a leaf fit for sacred scriptures, legal codices, and illuminated histories. When the hides were finally lifted from the quiet depths of the vats, they possessed a pale, supple quality, ready to undergo the intricate process of tensioning and smoothing that would turn a humble farm yield into a refined parchment sheet. Every movement in the workshop was deliberate and calm, mirroring the quiet focus of the monks who would later sit at tilted wooden desks, painting intricate gilding and soft black script upon these very surfaces. Across the quiet workshop floor, the gentle splash of water and the rustle of resting hides created an atmosphere of profound stillness, inviting the mind to slow down and appreciate the intricate artistry that laid the foundation for human record keeping. The artisans worked with an intuitive sense of timing, checking the flexibility of the submerged hides by touch alone, feeling for the exact moment when the epidermal layer yielded to the gentle chemical action of the lime solution. Nothing about the environment was hurried. The changing of the seasons, the movement of daylight across the stone flags, and the slow drying of raw materials dictated the steady tempo of the craft. The second stage of parchment creation brought an almost sculptural harmony to the workshop. As the wet hides were brought to large wooden frames known as hearse frames, where small wooden pegs and adjustable cordage were attached around the edges to pull the skin evenly in every direction. This mechanical tension was crucial, as it aligned the internal collagen fibers within the skin, causing the once pliable hide to dry into a taut, semi-translucent sheet that possessed exceptional strength and a velvety texture under the fingers. As the hide dried under the cool breeze passing through open workshop shutters, the artisan would return repeatedly to turn the wooden pegs, maintaining a balanced pull that prevented warping, sagging, or tearing. During this drying phase, the crescent-shaped linellum knife was brought into action once more, its curved blade gliding across both sides of the skin with measured, sweeping strokes to peel away any lingering traces of moisture, fat, or hair roots, leaving behind an increasingly uniform surface. The sound of the linellum against the stretched hide was a gentle, rhythmic scraping, like the soft rustle of dry autumn leaves in a peaceful forest, filling the workshop with a steady auditory background that lulled the apprentices into a state of calm concentration. The curvature of the knife was specifically engineered so that its sharp edge would never snag or pierce the delicate membrane, allowing the craftsman to apply firm, even pressure without fear of ruining days of careful preparation. Layer by layer, the surface yielded to the crescent steel, revealing the pale inner heart of the hide, which grew lighter and smoother with every pass of the artisan's hand. This physical transformation was not merely functional. It was an art of quiet refinement, turning an opaque, raw hide into an elegant canvas that could hold ink with incredible clarity and grace. Care bestowed upon every square inch of the parchment reflected a deep reverence for the written word, as both the artisan and the future scribe shared an unspoken understanding that these pages were destined to hold the light of human thought long after their own hands had ceased to work. As the sun began to dip low on the horizon, casting long, soft shadows across the wooden frame, the parchment took on a quiet translucency, catching the fading amber light like a stained glass window in a quiet chapel. Each motion of scraping was performed with the ease of long habit, moving smoothly from top to bottom, edge to center, ensuring that no ridge or roughness remained upon the taut skin. Once the hide had dried completely upon the frame and achieved its proper tension, it was carefully unhooked and laid upon a broad wooden work table for the final finishing touches that transformed simple parchment into vellum of immaculate quality. The surface, though clean and flat, still required a delicate smoothing process to ensure that ink would flow smoothly from a quill point without bleeding into the surrounding fibers or feathering across the page. To achieve this ideal finish, the artisan used fine blocks of natural pumice stone, gently rubbing them in circular motions over the face of the parchment to buff away tiny microscopic imperfections, raise a delicate nap, and create a surface as soft to the touch as fine silk. Following the pumice rub, finely powdered chalk or lime dust was dusted across the sheet and rubbed into the pores with a soft piece of wool or leather, absorbing any remaining traces of natural grease that might repel water-based inks, and leaving the surface with a matte, pearlescent glow. This careful preparation ensured that when a scribe later applied ink made of oak galls and iron sulfate, the dark fluid would bite cleanly into the parchment, forming crisp, permanent strokes that would remain legible for over 1,000 years. The resulting sheets were then sorted by tone, thickness, and grain, matching similar leaves together, so that when bound into a book, facing pages would share a harmonious color and texture. The flesh side of the skin, naturally paler and smoother, was typically paired with another flesh side, while the slightly grainier hair side faced another hair side, creating an aesthetic symmetry throughout the gathering of leaves known as a quire. This thoughtful arrangement demonstrated how every detail of medieval bookmaking was infused with balance, tranquility, and respect for visual order. In the stillness of the afternoon, the finished sheets were stacked under heavy wooden presses to flatten them completely, allowing the natural fibers to settle into their new form without curling. The quiet atmosphere of the workshop, filled with the faint scent of chalk, wood, and dry leather, offered a sense of timeless peace, reminding all who labored there of the quiet nobility of preserving human knowledge. As twilight fades into deep night, the finished sheets of parchment are gathered into quiet stacks, resting peacefully in the cool storage rooms of the scriptorium until they are called upon by the scribes. In these quiet spaces, where the only sound is the gentle flickering of beeswax candles and the soft breathing of scholars at work, the parchment leaves become quiet witnesses to the preservation of human history across the centuries. Unlike papyrus, which grew brittle in dry winds and dissolved in damp air, parchment possessed a quiet resilience, surviving fires, floods, and centuries of handling to carry forward the philosophies, poetry, and scientific observations of ancient and medieval minds. Each sheet of parchment preserved within a bound codex represents hours of patient labor by anonymous artisans whose skilled hands transformed raw sheepskins into enduring monuments of silence and thought. The tactile nature of parchment, its subtle weight, its cool touch, its soft creak when a page is turned, invites a slow, reflective pace of reading, encouraging the mind to rest upon each word and savor the peaceful flow of ideas across time. As the ink dries upon these parchment pages, the knowledge of the past settles gently into the future, wrapped in the quiet stillness of an age-old craft that bridged the gap between human experience and the permanent record of the written word. In the dimly lit scriptorium, scribes work in harmonious silence, leaning over their desks with steady posture and quiet breath, dipping their quills with rhythmic precision. Each stroke of black ink upon the pale parchment surface represents a bridge between generations, quiet gift of thought sent forward through time to rest in the hands of future readers. The enduring strength of the parchment ensures that these thoughts will not fade, remaining clear and undisturbed as the centuries unfold. As the night grows deep and the stars move silently across the sky, the workshop and scriptorium settle into complete repose, resting under the gentle mantle of night, ready to wake once more to the calm, timeless pursuit of human expression. As the early morning light filters softly through the high, arched windows of a medieval monastery, it illuminates a sanctuary defined not by movement or noise, but by an enduring and restful stillness. Inside the scriptorium, long wooden desks slope gently toward the seated scribes, whose daily devotion is written not in spoken words, but in the quiet, methodical movement of ink across animal hide. Soft motes of dust float lazily in the beams of sunlight, settling onto polished oak benches and stone flagstones for centuries across Western Europe and the Mediterranean basin. The art of bookmaking had gradually shifted away from the fragile papyrus scrolls of classical antiquity toward the remarkable durability and suppleness of parchment and vellum. Crafted from sheepskin, calfskin, or goat hide, these organic surfaces required painstaking physical preparation long before a single letter could be inscribed upon their surface by an artisan's hand. Craftsmen known as parchmenters would soak the hides in lime baths for days to loosen the hair, stretch them tightly across large wooden frames called hers, and scrape them repeatedly with a curved, crescent-shaped blade known as a lunellum to remove every trace of flesh, fat, and surface imperfection. As the skin dried slowly under tension, its microscopic collagen fibers realigned themselves into a pale, smooth, and supple sheet capable of lasting for over 1,000 years without decaying or crumbling into dust. Standing in the quiet workroom, surrounded by the faint scent of dried herbs, lime, and aged oak wood, one can feel the deep patience embedded in every stage of this ancient craft. The parchment was cut into broad leaves, folded into nested quires, and carefully pricked along the margins with small metal awls so that faint, guiding lines could be drawn using lead point, silver point, or dry slate. Each ruling line served as a serene foundation, ensuring that every row of text would flow in balanced, harmonious parallel across the page, mirroring the orderly turn of the seasons and the quiet, rhythmic passage of time. Within this tranquil space, the scribe sat in a posture of focused calm, attuned to the gentle cadence of breath and blade, preparing mind and medium for the sacred task of preserving human thought. Even after the parchment was stretched, scraped, and ruled with lead lines, its surface retained subtle variations in texture and tiny traces of natural animal fats that could prevent fluid ink from adhering evenly. To ensure that every stroke of the quill would remain precise and unwavering, the scribe turned to specialized powders refined over centuries of practice to prime the hide. Before laying ink upon parchment, medieval scribes dusted the smoothed animal hide with pounce powder ground from translucent sandarak tree resin, absorbing residual oils so each stroke rested cleanly on the page. This delicate resin, harvested as golden tear-shaped droplets from the bark of the Tetraclinis articulata asterisk tree, native to the sun-drenched hills of North Africa, carried the faint scent of dried cedar and warm earth. It was ground into a powder as fine and soft as silk, and rubbed gently into the skin using a piece of soft cloth or a pounce bag filled with fine chalk. The microscopic resin particles worked silently across the page, dulling any lingering greasiness and slightly roughening the smooth collagen matrix, just enough to give the liquid ink a firm, reliable surface to cling to. Excess powder was then brushed away with a soft wing feather, leaving the parchment velvety to the touch, perfectly matte, and entirely ready for the feather's nib. This quiet ritual of dusting, rubbing, and brushing was far more than a technical necessity. It was a rhythmic pause, a brief moment of quiet contemplation before the ink met the page, allowing the scribe to gather focus while breathing in the subtle, pine-like aroma of the ground resin. The physical harmony between tree resin and animal skin created a surface so receptive that even the finest hairlines of a quill could be drawn without feathering, bleeding, or blotching into the surrounding fibers. Every tool in the scriptorium worked in concert with nature, turning raw natural materials, minerals, plant resins, and organic membranes into a tranquil vessel for language. As the scribe held the prepared leaf under the soft ambient light, the matte finish reflected no harsh glare, inviting the eye to rest peacefully upon the blank canvas that awaited its story. Just as the preparation of the parchment relied on a deep understanding of natural materials, so too did the creation of the dark, permanent fluid that would grace its surface for centuries to come. Earlier ancient civilizations had relied heavily on carbon-based inks made from lampblack mixed with water and gum arabic, which rested lightly on the surface of papyrus, but could easily smudge or wash away from water-resistant parchment. Beginning around the 4th century in Mediterranean scriptoria, artisans soaked crushed oak galls, round tree swellings formed by gall wasps, in rainwater and wine, mixing the tannin-rich liquid with green vitriol crystals to yield a dark iron gall ink that bonded deeply into parchment. These oak galls, gathered from oak branches in late summer, were rich in concentrated tannic and gallic acids, produced naturally by the tree as a protective reaction when tiny insects nested within its young leaf buds. When these hard, spherical galls were crushed in stone mortars and steeped in a liquid bath of pure rainwater and slightly acidic wine or vinegar, the tannins dissolved into a warm, amber-colored liquor that smelled faintly of autumn leaves and oak bark. To turn this herbal infusion into a permanent writing medium, the artisan introduced green vitriol, chemically as ferrous sulfate, whose pale green crystals resembled sea glass and dissolved quickly into the mixture with gentle stirring. As the iron molecules reacted with the gallatanic acid, a chemical transformation occurred, shifting the color from a translucent brown into a deep, intense purple-black precipitate. When applied to the page with a hollow goose or swan quill, this iron gall ink did not merely sit atop the skin. Its mild acidity allowed it to bite gently into the collagen fibers of the parchment, etching the letter forms permanently into the very structure of the hide. As the ink dried and reacted with oxygen in the air over the following days, it darkened even further, locking the text into an enduring shade of deep chestnut or midnight black that could survive centuries of handling and light without fading away. With the parchment primed by sandarac pounce and the ink freshly mixed and strained, the quiet work of writing could proceed in the calm, unhurried atmosphere of the scriptorium. The scribe held a carefully cured goose feather, its barrel hardened in warm sand and trimmed with a sharp penknife to create a slanted nib that would control the flow of ink with exquisite precision. Each dip of the quill into the horning quill was accompanied by a soft, barely audible rustle, followed by the steady, soothing sound of nib brushing against hide. Monastic copyists worked in complete silence, communicating through simple hand gestures when necessary, so as not to disturb the deep concentration that filled the room. Letter by letter, word by word, pages were filled with elegant, standardized scripts from the sweeping, rounded curves of uncial and half-uncial to the clean, highly legible strokes of Carolingian minuscule, introduced during the 8th century. The disciplined uniformity of these scripts reflected a shared belief that clarity, order, and beauty were forms of quiet reverence, transforming the physical act of copying into a tranquil form of meditation. As hours passed, the ink dried slowly on the tilted desks, releasing its faint, earthy aroma into the cool room, while lines of dark script stretched across the pale pages like quiet rows of trees in a winter landscape. Once dry, these completed leaves would eventually be gathered into quiet quires and bound securely between wooden boards covered in soft leather, protecting their words for future generations. There was no rush in this labor, for a single manuscript might take months or even years of continuous effort to complete, leaf by leaf, gathering the collective knowledge, philosophy, and poetry of human history into bound codices. As the afternoon light began to fade and the shadows lengthened across the stone floor, the scribe would carefully wipe the nib clean, set down the inkwell, and close the wooden desk lid, allowing the fresh pages to dry safely in the dim stillness. The day's work was complete, preserved in the enduring union of oak gall, iron, resin, and hide, resting peacefully until the morning light returned to guide the quill once more. In the quiet sanctuary of the medieval scriptorium, time seemed to slow to the gentle pace of a calm, even breath, measured not by the relentless ticking of mechanical clocks, but by the gradual, silent movement of afternoon light drifting across cool stone walls and sloped oak desks. Here, far removed from the bustling market squares, clamorous workshops, and noisy thoroughfares of medieval Europe, scribes sat upon modest wooden benches at inclined lecterns, working in an atmosphere of profound stillness, where the only sound was the faint, dry rustle of parchment leaves being turned, or the soft, rhythmic whisper of a quill tracing deliberate strokes against smooth animal skin. Outside the high arched windows, the natural world moved through its timeless seasonal cycles, bringing crisp autumn breezes, gentle spring showers, or the hushed, insulating stillness of winter snow. Yet, within these cloistered sanctuaries, the preservation of human thought unfolded with unhurried, peaceful devotion. Parchment itself was a triumph of patient craftsmanship. Produced from calfskin, sheepskin, or goat hide that had been meticulously soaked in lime baths to loosen hair, stretched taut across heavy wooden frames, scraped repeatedly with a crescent-shaped curved knife known as a lunellum to remove remaining fibers, and smoothed with powdered pumice until it presented a writing surface both velvet soft to the touch and remarkably durable across centuries. Scribes approached these clean, pale sheets with deep reverence, well aware that every individual leaf represented days of specialized manual labor before even a single drop of fluid touched its surface. With steady hands and quiet focus, they drew delicate guidelines using soft lead points, blind-ruled styluses, or silver wires, laying down subtle, faint geometric grids that would anchor the written text in perfectly balanced, harmonious columns across every folio. The physical tools of their peaceful craft were humble yet exquisitely tailored to their purpose. Primary wing feathers harvested from geese or swans during their natural autumn molt, carefully selected for their natural ergonomics and structural strength, cured in heated sand to harden the hollow shaft, and sliced with a razor-sharp penknife to form a precise, angled nib capable of holding a controlled reservoir of liquid without blotting or dripping onto the pristine vellum. Desk sockets held small, hollow animal horns that served as inkwells, positioned so that a simple movement of the hand could replenish the nib without breaking the scribe's focus. The quiet scriptorium was often located near the monastery library or abbey church, positioned to catch the maximum amount of southern or eastern daylight while remaining sheltered from cold drafts. As natural daylight filtered softly into the spacious room, illuminating tiny dust motes drifting lazily in the quiet air, the scribe prepared to give physical form to human speech, bridging distant centuries through the silent visual language of script. Every movement demanded a tranquil heart and an attentive mind, as the physical act of writing became a soothing form of moving meditation. Within this serene environment, there was no rush, no sudden urgency, and no burden of immediate response. There was only the steady, comforting cadence of hand, feather, and page, ensuring that the collective thoughts of past generations would be preserved in quiet beauty for those who would follow long after. Central to this quiet, sacred art of manuscript production was the careful preparation of the dark fluid that gave visible life to the written word, a substance brewed with nature's own subtle chemistry and crafted to withstand the relentless passage of centuries. For generations, ancient scribes had relied primarily on simple carbon-based inks composed of fine lampblack, suspended in gum arabic, which rested lightly upon the surface of parchment like delicate charcoal dust. However, as the Middle Ages matured, scriptoria across the European continent perfected a far darker, more resilient writing medium derived directly from the oak trees that blanketed the countryside. During the quiet days of late autumn, small, spherical growths known as oak galls or oak apples formed along the twigs of oak trees, created as a natural, protective biological response. When tiny gall wasps laid their eggs within the tree's young tender buds, extremely rich in concentrated tannic and gallic acids, these modest woodland treasures were carefully harvested from forest floors and stored in small linen bags to serve as the foundational ingredient for the scribe's most dependable writing fluid. Across medieval European scriptoria, scribes gathered autumn oak galls crushed in rainwater and mixed them with green iron vitriol, crafting a velvety iron gall ink that seeped deeply into parchment pages. When the crushed galls were left to steep in pure, collected rainwater, they slowly released a fragrant, amber-tinged solution dense with natural tannins, which was then carefully strained through coarse cloth into earthenware jars. To this rich botanical infusion, the scribes added measured amounts of green iron vitriol, a crystalline mineral salt, also known as ferrous sulfate or green copperas, harvested from weathered iron deposits or copperous mines. As the pale green crystals dissolved completely into the tannic liquid, a peaceful chemical transformation took place before the scribe's eyes. The pale amber fluid darkened rapidly, turning into a lush, velvety purple-black liquid of extraordinary richness. To give this freshly mixed ink the ideal viscosity for calligraphy, scribes incorporated small, translucent tears of gum arabic, a natural tree resin that acted both as a stabilizing binder to keep the mineral particles suspended evenly and as a lubricant that allowed the fluid to flow effortlessly from the tip of a quill without blotting or spilling onto the page. Unlike earlier carbon inks that merely rested passively upon the parchment surface, iron gall ink possessed a mild natural acidity that allowed it to penetrate and bite gently into the collagen fibers of the prepared animal hide. As the fresh script dried upon the open page, reacting softly with the ambient oxygen of the scriptorium air, the chemical compound oxidized further, transitioning from a soft, muted gray-purple into a permanent, rich jet black that bound itself forever into the skin. tactile sensory experience of dipping a freshly cut feather nib into a small horn filled with this dark, aromatic liquid was a daily ritual of deep focus and calm satisfaction, connecting the craftsman directly to the raw elements of earth, water, tree, and air. With this velvety ink ready at their side, scribes engaged in the rhythmic, tranquil work of copying text line by line, page by page, in an unhurried dance of breath, posture, and hand. The scripts themselves evolved across regions and centuries, each style reflecting a distinct aesthetic harmony, functional clarity, and cultural patience. In the earlier medieval centuries, the clear, rounded forms of Carolingian minuscule predominated, featuring open loops, distinct letter forms, and generous interline spacing, designed specifically for effortless legibility and peaceful reading across the Christian world. In later medieval centuries, as urban cathedral schools and universities flourished and manuscript production expanded to meet growing intellectual curiosity, the dramatic, highly structured strokes of Gothic script, also known as textura, emerged, characterized by vertical precision, dark angular arches, and tightly woven text columns that resembled finely woven tapestry across the pale parchment page. Regardless of the specific regional hand being practiced, every individual letter was constructed from a series of precise stroke components, called minims, executed with a calm, rhythmic cadence that required complete concentration and an absolute stillness of spirit. A scribe writing a single folio of dense theological or scientific text might dip their quill hundreds of times, maintaining a steady posture and balanced breathing, so that each line achieved its proper weight and proportion. As hours passed in deep, quiet concentration, the scriptorium absorbed the peaceful cadence of manual artistry, the soft dipping of quills into horn inkwells, the occasional delicate scraping of a small sharp razor to smooth away a slight slip of the nib, and the gentle, dry rustle of heavy parchment folios being smoothed down on the desk. The iron gall ink proved to be an extraordinary partner in this patient devotion, for as its dark iron tannate complexes bound into the parchment fibers, it created manuscripts of astonishing physical durability that could withstand ambient humidity, centuries of careful handling, and long storage without fading into obscurity. When the writing of the main text was complete, skilled illuminators often added decorative flourishes, gilding major initial letters with thin, luminous sheets of beaten gold leaf that caught the soft morning light, or painting marginal borders with intricate trailing vines, colorful flora, and gentle woodland creatures using natural mineral pigments ground from lapis lazuli, azurite, malachite, and cinnabar. Once fully illuminated and dried, the gathered parchment quires were sewn onto sturdy leather thongs, bound between protective wooden boards wrapped in supple tanned leather, and fitted with brass clasps to keep the leaves flat and protected from moisture. Yet, at the essential heart of every manuscript remained the dark, steady lines of written prose, holding human thought suspended in time through the simple alchemy of oak gall, rainwater, and iron. Long after the individual scribes had laid down their quills, and the quiet scriptoria grew still in the twilight of the medieval era, these handcrafted volumes preserved the rich inheritance of ancient philosophy, agricultural manuals, botanical lore, mathematics, and poetry through centuries of quiet isolation within monastic vaults and royal libraries. Each bound manuscript stood as an enduring monument to what human patience could accomplish when untethered from modern haste, creating a peaceful, timeless bridge of memory that would soon greet the invention of movable type and the printing press, carrying the calm wisdom of hand-copied pages onward into an expanding, interconnected world. As dusk settled gently over the winding river valleys of southern and central Europe, during the late 13th century, the evening air was filled with the soft, rhythmic churning of water wheels turned by mountain streams. For many centuries, the recorded word had rested almost exclusively upon the smooth, painstakingly prepared surfaces of animal skins, parchment, and vellum, crafted through laborious scraping and drying within the quiet walls of monastic scriptoria. While these parchment leaves possessed remarkable longevity, they were costly, scarce, and demanding to produce, requiring vast herds of livestock to supply even a single substantial volume. As cathedral schools grew, towns expanded, and trade networks brought distant cultures into closer dialogue, a quiet transformation began to unfold across the European countryside, driven by the search for a more accessible medium for human thought. Paper, an ingenious invention that had traveled across thousands of miles from China through the vibrant trade hubs of the Islamic world over many centuries, had finally found fertile ground in the moisture-rich valleys of Italy and France. Here, medieval artisans adapted the ancient craft, coupling traditional hand methods with the mechanical power of flowing water. Water-powered mills were constructed along fast-moving rivers, where heavy wooden trip hammers, driven by notched axles, beat continuously against stone troughs filled with recycled linen and cotton rags. This tireless mechanical hammering broke down the worn fabrics into individual, delicate plant fibers suspended in clean spring water, forming a soft, milky pulp. Inside the quiet workshops, the air was cool and humid, carrying the clean, honest scent of damp cellulose, wet timber, and fresh river air. Scribes and craftsmen worked side by side in an unhurried, synchronized rhythm. The vatman would immerse a rectangular wooden mold, fitted with a fine wire mesh screen, deep into the slurry of fibers, lifting it out with a smooth, practiced tilt. With a subtle, rhythmic shake of his hands, he caused the floating fibers to interlace evenly across the screen as the water drained back into the vat beneath. The wet, newly formed sheet was then gently transferred onto a layer of damp wool felt, stacked in alternating layers, and placed under a heavy wooden screw press. As the press turned, clear water trickled into the drainage channels, leaving behind strong, cohesive sheets of paper that felt soft to the touch, pliable, and wonderfully light. This patient process transformed discarded scraps of old clothing and sails into clean, pristine leaves, establishing a gentle rhythm of renewal that echoed through the quiet river valleys. While these early sheets of European paper were a triumph of resourcefulness and mechanical ingenuity, they presented a delicate challenge for the scribes and scholars who sought to write upon them. The raw, unrefined fibers of cotton and linen were inherently porous and absorbent, behaving much like a sponge when brought into contact with liquid inks. When a copyist touched a fine goose quill filled with iron gall ink to the surface of early paper, the fluid ink would instantly spread outward along the thirsty plant fibers, causing delicate letter forms to feather, blur, and bleed uncontrollably into soft, dark smudges. Starch-based sizing, which had been used in Eastern paper-making traditions, often proved vulnerable to the damp European climate, deteriorating over time or attracting unwanted pests. It was in the serene hill town of Fabriano, tucked quietly within the Marche region of central Italy, that master artisans developed a revolutionary set of techniques that would permanently alter the course of written history. Recognizing that the paper's surface required a durable, water-resistant seal that could withstand the precise stroke of a metal or feather nib, the papermakers turned to the natural byproduct of local tanneries. In 13th century Fabriano, Italy, papermakers dipped freshly pressed sheets of cotton rag paper into warm gelatin baths crafted from boiled hides, creating a smooth barrier that prevented fluid quill ink from bleeding across the page. This process, known as animal gelatin sizing, allowed the liquid ink to rest comfortably upon the surface of the paper, drying into crisp, dark, perfectly defined lines without penetrating too deeply into the core of the sheet or spreading sideways across its fibers. The warm gelatin bath was kept at a gentle, steady temperature, giving off a subtle, comforting scent of organic collagen and clean water. As each damp sheet of paper was carefully submerged and drawn through the translucent liquid, its microscopic pores absorbed just enough of the warm gel to form a thin, elastic film. After dipping, the sheets were taken to spacious drying lofts located on the top floors of the mills, where large wooden shuttered windows allowed cool mountain breezes to circulate freely around hanging rows of paper. As the moisture slowly evaporated into the ambient air, the gelatin dried into an invisible, micro-thin shield. This protective layer gave the finished paper a satisfying crispness when flexed, an elegant resistance to humidity, and an exceptionally smooth texture that allowed fine quills to glide across the page without snagging or spattering ink. Through this single, brilliant refinement, Fabriano transformed European paper into a highly reliable, professional writing surface, capable of preserving delicate cursive handwriting, complex mathematical tables, musical scores, and legal documents with unyielding clarity for centuries to come. Alongside the perfection of gelatin sizing, the artisans of Fabriano introduced another subtle innovation that infused their paper with both aesthetic grace and distinct historical identity: the creation of the watermark. While assembling the fine wire screens used to lift plant pulp from the stone vats, papermakers began shaping thin brass wires into delicate outlines of animals, crowns, stars, flowers, and family crests, which they stitched securely onto the wire surface of the mold. When the vatman lifted a fresh batch of slurry, the layer of fibers settled slightly thinner over these raised wire designs than across the flat sections of the mesh. Once the sheet was pressed, dried, and finished, these subtle variations in fiber density remained permanently embedded within the paper structure. When a reader held a sheet of Fabriano paper up to the warm glow of a candle, an oil lamp, or the soft sunlight of a morning window, the faint, translucent image of the watermark appeared within the paper like a quiet ghost woven into the page. These watermarks served as elegant trademarks of origin, quality, and paper weight, enabling merchants, university scribes, legal notaries, and papal chancelleries to immediately recognize the superior craftsmanship of specific Italian mills. As the reputation of Italian paper spread across European trade routes, paper mills began appearing along riverbanks throughout Western Europe, each selecting its own distinctive watermark to sign its creation and guarantee its authenticity. The daily operation of these mills became a calm, enduring feature of rural life across the continent. The continuous, muffled thud of wooden trip hammers, the gentle splash of water tumbling over wooden mill wheels, and the quiet rustle of drying paper hanging like white linen in lofty drying barns created a peaceful symphony of productive labor. Scholars working in monastic scriptoria and newly established university towns gradually shifted their reliance from expensive vellum to this abundant, smooth rag paper. The ease with which paper could be manufactured from recycled fabrics democratized access to the written word, making it possible for libraries to expand their collections, for merchants to track complex ledgers, and for scholars to record extensive notes, drafts, and correspondence without the constant constraint of limited writing materials. As the soft colors of twilight faded into night over the quiet paper-making towns, the activity within the mills gently slowed to a peaceful halt, leaving the spacious workshops wrapped in stillness. The water wheels ceased their steady turning as sluice gates were lowered, and the rushing river returned to its natural, soft murmur beneath the quiet stars. Inside the mills, thousands of finished sheets of rag paper lay stacked in neat, heavy piles upon polished wooden worktables. Their smooth, gelatin-sized surfaces resting quietly in the dim glow of dying hearth embers Each individual sheet carried within its fiber matrix the quiet harmony of natural elements and human patience. The pure mountain water that washed the rags, the sturdy oak timbers of the trip hammers, the careful skill of the vatman's hands, the gentle heat of the gelatin bath, and the clean breezes of the lofty drying lofts. In the coming weeks and months, these pristine pages would be packed into wooden crates and transported along calm rivers and winding dirt roads to copyists, legal clerks, poets, and thinkers throughout Europe. They would receive the deep black strokes of iron gall ink, capturing administrative records, medical treatises, spiritual reflections, and philosophical debates with quiet fidelity and timeless clarity. In time, this strong, versatile paper would provide the essential physical foundation for the dramatic revolution of movable type, waiting patiently for the moment when mechanical printing presses would join hands with European paper mills to distribute human knowledge across the globe. But in the serene darkness of the 13th century workshop, paper remained a deeply tactile, handcrafted masterpiece, offering a sense of calm order and quiet continuity to a world slowly awakening to new ideas. As night wrapped the surrounding hills in peaceful darkness, the stacks of newly made paper rested undisturbed, holding the quiet promise of future words, while the river flowed gently past, carrying the night into a restful, dreamless sleep. As the medieval centuries turned quietly toward a new era, the art of making paper traveled along ancient trade routes and serene river valleys, finding an enduring sanctuary among the gentle hills of central Italy. Here, along the banks of clear, rushing streams, small communities dedicated themselves to refining the humble rag into sheets of soft, supple parchment alternatives. The air inside these historic mills was filled with the rhythmic splash of water wheels, the dull, comforting thrum of wooden stampers crushing damp linen fibers, and the soft, steam-filled mist rising from wide wooden vats. In these quiet halls of creation, papermakers worked in deep, synchronized harmony with the elements, lifting brass screens through cloudy baths of pulp with practiced, fluid movements. It was during this period of quiet refinement that craftsmen sought subtle ways to mark their work, embedding quiet signatures into the very substance of the sheet. In 1282, in Fabriano, Italy, papermakers began twisting fine copper wire into delicate shapes and sewing them onto wire molds, leaving translucent impressions in the settling cotton pulp that revealed themselves when held up to the sunlight. These subtle watermarks, shaped like simple crosses, open hand palms, gentle crowns, or curving leaves, did not disrupt the smooth surface of the paper, nor did they impede the movement of a scribe's quill across the page. Instead, they remained hidden in plain sight, secret messages of origin and quality waiting for a beam of morning light to illuminate their hidden contours. When a reader held a freshly dried sheet up to a tall, arched window, the sun would pass easily through the thinner channels left by the wire, casting a warm, ethereal glow through the geometry of the design. This quiet interplay between raw fiber, skilled hands, and natural sunlight added a layer of quiet wonder to the act of reading and writing. Each sheet became not merely a passive surface for human thoughts, but a handcrafted tapestry woven from water, plant, and light. The paper of this era possessed a rich, tactile warmth, soft to the touch, yet surprisingly resilient, capable of preserving ink for generations without crumbling. As thousands of these watermarked sheets dried on long wooden lines in high, airy lofts, catching the cool breezes of the Apennine Hills, they represented a momentous step forward in the story of human communication, establishing a medium that was at once abundant, beautiful, and deeply connected to the natural world. Beyond the sunny valleys of Italy, the craft of papermaking spread steadily across the European continent, transforming the quiet scriptoria of monasteries and the busy workshops of urban scribes alike. Before paper became widely available, the written word had relied heavily upon parchment, crafted from animal hides, a labor-intensive and costly material that demanded immense sacrifice and patient preparation. Parchment possessed a stiff, regal dignity, but its rarity meant that books remained scarce treasures, locked away in monastic vaults or heavy wooden chests. The arrival of rag paper gently opened a new door in the history of human expression, offering a surface that was far more accessible, yet remarkably enduring. Made from discarded linen garments, worn sails, and scraps of cotton cloth, paper gave a second life to materials that had already accompanied human beings through their daily routines. The preparation of this pulp required endless patience, as rags were sorted, cleaned, fermented, and beat into a cloud-like slurry. When stirred within vast vats, this liquid slurry looked like floating snow suspended in still water, awaiting the master papermaker's frame. The frame, a rectangular wooden sieve lined with thin wire mesh, was dipped into the vat with a slow, sweeping motion, gathering a thin, even layer of fibers across its surface. With a subtle, rhythmic shake of the hands, the papermaker locked the fibers together in a felted lattice, allowing the excess water to drain away into the tub below. The damp sheet was then couched onto wool blankets, pressed under heavy wooden screws to squeeze out remaining moisture, and hung to dry in quiet, shadowy lofts. This slow, meditative cycle was repeated thousands of times each day, filling storage rooms with neat stacks of pristine paper. The texture of these early European papers was slightly rough, yet invitingly soft, with a gentle grain that caught ink with effortless grace. Unlike modern machine-made paper, which often feels cold and uniform, handmade rag paper retained a living, organic quality, each sheet carrying minute variations in thickness and texture that reflected the unique touch of the craftsperson who formed it. As these smooth, cream-colored pages found their way into university lecture halls, merchant counting houses, and scholarly studies, they created a quiet reservoir of readiness, waiting for a breakthrough that would match their abundance with an equally swift method of writing. breakthrough arrived in the middle of the 15th century along the tranquil banks of the Rhine, in a city where goldsmithing, metallurgy, and wine pressing converged into a moment of quiet transformation. In Mainz, a city of narrow timbered houses and serene cathedral shadows, dedicated artisans were quietly experimenting with new ways to multiply texts without the painstaking slowness of manual copying. For centuries, scribes had used water-based inks composed of iron gall, gum arabic, and vine black formulas perfectly suited for animal parchment or absorbent paper when applied with a flexible feather quill. However, when these early experimenters tried to apply traditional water-based inks to movable metal type, the liquid refused to cling evenly, pooling into erratic droplets on the smooth lead surfaces, or soaking too quickly into paper, creating blurred, illegible smudges. A fundamentally new substance was required, one that possessed body, richness, and an unhurried drying time. In 1450s Mainz, Johannes Gutenberg mixed boiled linseed oil with soot from walnut lamps to create a slow-drying, viscous ink that bonded quietly and seamlessly to damp rag paper beneath his wooden printing press. This dense, dark formulation was a masterwork of material harmony, combining the slow, golden clarity of cooked flaxseed oil with the velvety darkness of finely burned walnut hulls. When blended together on a flat stone slab with wooden ink balls covered in smooth leather, the mixture turned into a gleaming, aromatic paste that clung with perfect consistency to the tiny raised surfaces of cast metal letters. The ink did not run, splatter, or bleed. Instead, it sat upon the metal face with quiet stability, ready to transfer its deep black impressions under the firm, even pressure of a wooden screw press. When the heavy wooden platen pressed down upon the dampened rag paper, the oil-based ink penetrated just deeply enough into the cotton fibers to lock the letter forms permanently into the grain of the page. The result was a crisp, luminous typography of breathtaking clarity, dark, architectural letters, standing in tranquil contrast against the soft, cream-colored expanse of the paper. The marriage of watermarked rag paper, durable metal type, and oil-based lamp-black ink marked the beginning of a profound, yet quiet revolution in how human knowledge was preserved and shared. Inside those early print shops, the daily atmosphere was defined by a calm, methodical rhythm rather than frantic speed. The scent of warm linseed oil, damp paper, and carved wood filled the rooms, creating an environment of deep focus and quiet pride. Two pressmen worked in gentle coordination, one rocking the ink balls over the type form to coat each letter in a thin coat of dark velvet paste, while the other positioned a dampened sheet of paper on the tympan, folded the frisket, and swung the heavy wooden lever. With a soft, creaking groan of timber and the gentle sigh of paper meeting metal, another page was born into the world. When the lever was released and the bed rolled back, the printed sheet was carefully lifted and inspected under the soft, natural light of the work workshop window. The letters appeared not as flat marks painted on top of a surface, but as embossed impressions, slightly depressed into the soft body of the paper, giving the text a three-dimensional depth and a quiet, tactile presence. As these printed pages were hung up on lines across the workshop, sealing to dry, they resembled hundreds of white banners bearing the collective memory of human thought. The slow-drying nature of the linseed oil ink allowed the pages to rest without smudging, setting gradually over days, until the black pigment became an indelible part of the sheet itself. Books produced in this manner possessed extraordinary longevity. Centuries later, their pages would remain as clear, dark, and legible as the day they first emerged from Gutenberg's press. In the calm stillness of those early printing houses, as twilight settled over the Rhine, and the day's work came to a close, the tools of writing had reached a peaceful synthesis. The ancient journey that had begun with clay tablets drying in the Mesopotamian sun and continued through Egyptian papyrus reeds and monastic parchment scrolls had found a new, quiet sanctuary in the printed book, a vessel crafted from rag, oil, metal, and light, carrying the whispered thoughts of humanity softly across the vast expanse of time. In the quiet German city of Mainz, during the middle decades of the 15th century, the River Rhine flowed steadily past half-timbered workshops and medieval spires, carrying with it the calm, unhurried cadence of an era on the threshold of a quiet transformation. For thousands of years, the story of human writing had been a story of patient, solitary hands shaping marks upon physical surfaces. In ancient Mesopotamia, temple accountants had pressed reed styluses into wet river clay to record the harvest. Along the sunny banks of the Nile, scribes had painted fluid hieroglyphs onto woven strips of papyrus. And across the serene scriptoria of medieval Europe, monks had spent countless silent hours bending over sheepskin parchment, guiding goose quills dipped in iron gall ink to preserve the sacred and classical texts of antiquity. Each letter in those handcrafted books was an individual moment in time, a subtle variation born of a writer's breath, posture, and fleeting rhythm. While this tradition gave every manuscript a unique and soulful presence, it also meant that books remained rare, precious treasures, carefully guarded in quiet libraries and accessible only to a select few. Johannes Gutenberg, a craftsman trained in the delicate arts of goldsmithing and gem cutting, looked upon the written word with both profound reverence for its beauty and a visionary desire to make its quiet light available far more broadly. He did not seek to abandon the exquisite aesthetic of the scribal tradition, but rather to honor it by finding a way to reproduce its finest flourishes with flawless, repeatable precision. Gutenberg recognized that if writing was to reach beyond the narrow walls of cathedral schools and royal courts, it needed a method by which a letter could be sculpted once with perfect artistry and then reborn thousands of times losing a single line of its graceful geometry. In the peaceful solitude of his workshop, surrounded by the scent of melted metal, wood shavings, and drying oils, he began a decade of quiet experimentation, systematically solving each technical challenge of movable type until every element, from the chemistry of the metal to the consistency of the ink, worked together in harmonious, quiet perfection. The foundation of Gutenberg's revolutionary system lay in the creation of movable type, individual, interchangeable pieces of metal, each bearing a single raised letter or punctuation mark on its face, designed to be assembled into lines of text, inked, printed, and then disassembled to be used again and again. To achieve this, Gutenberg brought to bear his deep knowledge of metallurgy and fine metal craft. The process began with a punch cutter, carving the mirror image of a letter onto the end of a hard steel rod. This steel punch was then hammered into a softer strip of copper to create a matrix, a small, durable impression that served as a negative mold for that specific letter form. To transform this copper matrix into thousands of identical metal letters, Gutenberg designed a hand mold, a two-part adjustable steel mechanism encased in wood that a founder could hold comfortably in one hand while pouring molten metal with the other. The success of this casting process depended entirely upon finding a metal mixture that could melt at a manageable temperature, flow effortlessly into the finest details of the mold, cool almost instantly, and withstand the heavy pressure of the printing press without deforming or breaking. In 1450s Mainz, printer Johannes Gutenberg engineered a specialized metal-type alloy of lead, tin, and antimony. Taking advantage of antimony's unique property of expanding slightly as it cools to fill every microscopic curve of the carved copper matrix. This precise metallurgical balance was nothing short of miraculous for the art of printing. Lead provided a low melting point and dense body, allowing the alloy to be liquefied over a modest workshop fire without requiring immense heat. Tin added strength and fluidity, preventing the liquid from becoming brittle and helping it glide smoothly across the metal surfaces. But it was antimony that provided the crucial physical behavior essential for legible typography. While nearly all metals contract as they transition from a liquid to a solid state, which would normally cause a cast letter to shrink away from the edges of its mold and lose its sharp definition, antimony expands slightly upon solidifying. As the liquid alloy cooled inside Gutenberg's hand mold, the antimony forced the mixture into every subtle nook, hair-thin serif, and delicate inner curve of the copper matrix, creating a piece of type with razor-sharp edges and an extraordinarily flat, crisp face. Furthermore, because this alloy cooled in a matter of seconds, a skilled typefounder could produce hundreds of uniform metal sorts in a single afternoon. Sitting quietly at his workbench, the founder would pour the molten metal, give the mold a gentle upward jerk to force the liquid into every crevice, release the spring, and drop the freshly solid piece of type into a wooden tray. Thousands upon thousands of these small metal letters, A, B, C ligatures and abbreviations, meticulously modeled on the finest Gothic script of the era, were thus crafted, each one a perfect, durable replica waiting to take its place in the quiet assembly of human thought. With the metal type successfully cast, Gutenberg faced two further challenges that were just as vital to the success of his new art: creating an ink that would adhere properly to metal surfaces, and constructing a press that could exert even controllable pressure across an entire page of text. Traditional scribal inks were water-based, made from gall nuts, gum arabic, and water. While these inks soaked beautifully into absorbent calfskin parchment or rag paper, they behaved very differently on cast metal. When applied to lead alloy water-based ink, would simply bead up and slide off the slick metallic faces, resulting in faint, blotchy, and unreadable impressions. Gutenberg realized that printing required an entirely different chemical approach, drawing inspiration from the painting techniques of contemporary Flemish artists who mixed pigments with slow-drying vegetable oils. He developed a rich, viscous ink by infusing linseed oil and varnish with fine lampblack soot gathered from oil lamps. This oil-based ink was thick and velvety, clinging smoothly and evenly to the metal faces of the type without dripping or smudging. To apply it to the form, the wooden frame holding thousands of locked metal letters, inkers, used a pair of leather-covered balls stuffed with wool, gently dabbing the dark mixture across the raised surfaces until every letter gleamed with a thin, uniform coating of deep black pigment. For the mechanical press itself, Gutenberg looked to the countryside surrounding Mainz, where vintners had for generations used heavy wooden screw presses to extract juice from harvested grapes, and paper makers had used similar devices to squeeze water from wet sheets of pulp. He adapted this ancient, sturdy design into a specialized printing press built from strong oak timber. The press featured a heavy wooden screw turned by a long wooden lever, which moved a flat wooden block called a platen vertically up and down. A compositor would carefully arrange the metal type word by word, line by line, inside a composing stick, transfer the lines to a metal tray called a galley, and lock them securely into a heavy iron chase using wooden wedges called quoins. This locked bed of type was slid beneath the platen. A damp sheet of handmade rag paper was folded down over it on a hinged frame called a tympan, and the printer pulled the lever. The wooden screw turned smoothly, driving the platen down with immense, perfectly balanced force, pressing the damp paper firmly into the inked metal letters. When the lever was released and the bed rolled out, the printer lifted the paper to reveal a page of stunning clarity, dark, crisp, architectural letters set in neat double columns, perfectly aligned and beautiful to behold. peaceful rhythm of Gutenberg's workshop in Mainz marked the beginning of a profound new era in the long journey of written language, bridging the ancient world of hand-copied scrolls with the modern era of shared human knowledge. Where a medieval monastery might spend an entire year producing a single illuminated manuscript, Gutenberg's press could produce several printed sheets in a single day, each copy identical to the last in its clarity and precision. Yet despite this monumental shift in speed and scale, the experience of reading a printed page remained deeply serene, honoring the quiet contemplative spirit of the scribal arts that preceded it. The 42-line Bible, Gutenberg's masterpiece completed around 1455, stands as a testament to this exquisite balance between technological innovation and artistic reverence. Printed on fine Italian paper and sturdy vellum, its pages featured perfectly proportioned text blocks framed by generous margins, leaving ample room for illuminators to paint colorful initials, floral vines, and delicate rubrics by hand. In this way, the earliest printed books did not break suddenly with tradition, but rather walked hand in hand with it, offering readers a familiar, comforting visual landscape, while softly opening the doors to a world where books could be multiplied without end. Physical materials of writing, the cold lead alloy resting in type cases, the warm linseed oil resting in ink pots, the damp rag paper resting on drying racks, had come together through decades of quiet ingenuity to create a system that was both infinitely reproducible and extraordinarily durable. As night fell over the city of Mainz, casting long shadows across the quiet waters of the Rhine, the fires in the type foundry were allowed to cool, and the heavy oak presses stood silent in the dim light. Inside the wooden type cases, thousands of small metal letters lay side by side in their assigned compartments, the upper case for capitals, the lower case for small letters, resting peacefully in the dark. Each piece of type held within its tiny metallic body the potential to speak across distances and generations, waiting quietly for the morning light when the compositor's hand would gather them once more to weave human thoughts into lasting form. As dusk settled gently over the timbered workshop rooftops of Mainz in the middle of the 15th century, the ancient art of transferring human thought into visible form was undergoing a quiet, fundamental transformation, a slow awakening of new methods to preserve the spoken word. For thousands of years, the story of writing had been written in soft, liquid strokes along the tranquil banks of the Tigris and Euphrates. Ancient scribes had pressed pointed reeds into soft clay, leaving wedge-shaped impressions that dried slowly beneath the warm Mesopotamian sun. Later, beside the reed-lined, slow-moving waters of the Nile, Egyptian artisans painted delicate hieroglyphs onto woven sheets of papyrus, using fine brushes fashioned from rushes dipped in mixtures of soot, water, and gum arabic. In medieval Europe, within the quiet sanctuary of monastic scriptoria, copyists spent peaceful hours beside high stone windows, dipping hollow goose quills into thin, water-based iron gall ink to trace elegant Gothic script onto smooth calfskin parchment. That traditional ink, synthesized from oak galls, iron salts, and water, had served the hand-copied codex well for generations, sinking deep into the porous skin of vellum with a soft, enduring permanence that withstood the passage of quiet centuries. Yet when metal replaced the flexible feather quill, and thousands of small, hand-cast lead characters replaced the fluid motion of a scribe's hand, the ancient physics of liquid writing encountered an unexpected obstacle. Cold, non-porous metal rejected the thin, watery inks of antiquity. When brushed or dabbed across the hard faces of cast alloy letters, traditional water-based ink would immediately bead up like droplets of rain on a greasy leaf, gathering into irregular pools, or running uselessly down into the tiny crevices between characters. When pressed onto paper, these watery beads would bleed wildly through the damp fibers, blurring the sharp edges of every character and smudging the delicate geometry of the printed line into unreadable shadows. The ambitious dream of reproducing text with mechanical speed and mathematical uniformity required not merely movable metal type and a heavy wooden screw press, but a completely new material medium, a quiet alchemy of color, oil, and resin that could bridge the gap between hard metal and absorbent paper without losing its clarity, richness, or form. In the stillness of those early print shops, where the glow of hearth coals illuminated wooden cases filled with lead characters, and stacks of handmade rag paper rested in the shadows, craftsmen turned their patient attention to the soothing study of oils, resins, and mineral pigments, seeking a substance that possessed both strength and grace. The search for a medium capable of adhering to metal type while binding permanently to paper led early experimenters away from the water-based solutions of medieval scriptoria and toward the oil-based techniques long perfected by Flemish panel painters, who had mastered the art of suspending rich pigments in drying oils to create luminous, enduring masterpieces. In 1450s Mainz, early printers boiled linseed and walnut oils over low flames with pine resin, creating a thick, dark oil-based ink that clung smoothly to metal type without running or pooling on damp paper. This delicate preparation was a slow, meditative ritual of heat and patience, demanding hours of watchful care as heavy iron kettles simmered gently above glowing charcoal coals, releasing the warm, soothing fragrance of wood resin and toasted seed oils into the evening air. Linseed oil, cold pressed from the small, golden seeds of flax, served as the primary foundation of the varnish, offering a viscous liquid that did not simply dry by evaporation, but rather transformed through a gradual process of oxidation, cross-linking its molecular chains into a durable, flexible, and resilient film to temper the natural amber hue of the linseed oil reduce its heavy drying shrinkage, and prevent unwanted yellowing as the printed pages aged across decades. Craftsmen incorporated refined walnut oil, which imparted a smoother texture and a subtle fluidity to the simmering mixture. As the oils thickened over the gentle heat, the addition of natural pine, resin, harvested from the fragrant sap of northern evergreen forests, introduced an essential quality known as tack. This resinous stickiness gave the varnish just enough internal cohesion to hold fast to the polished, non-absorbent surfaces of hand-cast lead, tin, and antimony type, preventing the ink from sliding off the sharp edges of individual letters or collapsing into the fine gaps between neighboring words. To transform this glossy, amber varnish into a deep, velvety black ink capable of defining text with striking contrast, printers gradually stirred in vast quantities of fine lampblack, an extraordinarily soft, pure carbon powder collected from the unburned soot of oil lamps, tallow candles, or resinous wood fires, on smooth slabs of black porphyry or granite. Pressmen used heavy stone mullers to grind the carbon into the warm oil varnish for hours on end, using slow, circular motions that crushed every microscopic clump until the pigment was completely enveloped by oil, resulting in a rich, pitch-black paste that glistened like liquid obsidian under the quiet firelight, smooth to the touch and perfectly tempered for the press. Applying this viscous, dark paste to the delicate form of metal type called for a specialized technique that relied on rhythm, tactile sensitivity, and soft, measured movements. Printers did not use hairbrushes or wooden rollers, which would have applied too much ink unevenly. Instead, they crafted pairs of ink balls, curved wooden cups topped with soft pads of dogskin or sheepskin leather, stuffed tightly with carded wool to give them a resilient, springy cushion. On an inking table beside the wooden press, a small dollop of the oil-based ink was spread across a flat stone plate of polished marble, and the pressmen would work the ink balls against one another with a gentle, rocking motion. As the leather pads rubbed together in rhythmic harmony, the thick black paste was drawn out into an exquisitely thin, perfectly uniform microfilm that covered the rounded surfaces of both ink balls without a single lump, air bubble, or excess accumulation. With practiced grace, the artisan then dabbed the leather balls across the assembled page of metal type, rocking the soft pads lightly over the raised characters in a deliberate, crisscrossing pattern. Because of the ink's tailored viscosity and high surface tension, the dark film transferred cleanly to the flat top faces of the lead characters, leaving the hollow centers of letters like E and O pristine, sharp, and untouched by unwanted accumulation. Once the form was evenly inked, a sheet of handmade linen rag paper, lightly dampened beforehand to soften its cellulose fibers, open its grain, and make it more receptive to the impression, was laid carefully onto the tympan frame and swung down over the inked type. With a firm, tranquil pull on the wooden press lever, the heavy oak platen descended with smooth, even weight, exerting a powerful, uniform pressure across the entire surface of the sheet. Under this controlled force, the oil-based varnish was driven deep into the microporous structure of the damp paper fibers, locking the pure carbon particles permanently into the woven sheet, uniting pigment and paper into a single, seamless work of art. When the platen was raised and the paper lifted from the type, the result was a breathtaking revelation of clarity. Clean, jet-black characters standing in sharp, crisp relief against the soft cream backdrop of the page, completely free from the feathered bleeding, patchy fading, or watery halos that had plagued earlier attempts. As the final sheets of the day were pulled from the press and laid upon the workbench, a deep, serene quiet returned to the mate's workshop, broken only by the soft murmur of the Rhine flowing outside and the gentle rustle of drying paper. Hanging in neat, orderly rows from wooden lines strung high beneath the workshop rafters, the printed pages swayed almost imperceptibly in the cool evening breeze, embarking on the silent, essential phase of their transformation. Unlike the water-based inks of scribes, which dried quickly through simple evaporation, but remained vulnerable to moisture and fading over time, this new oil-bound ink relied on a slow, chemical cure. As oxygen from the surrounding air interacted with the cooked linseed and walnut oils over the course of hours and days, the liquid binder gradually polymerized into a flexible, glass-like resin matrix, encasing each particle of lampblack in an indestructible, water-resistant shield. This slow-drying process meant that the pages would never smudge, flake, or lose their deep, dark brilliance. Centuries later, readers across distant lands would gaze upon these very lines of text and find them as bold, sharp, and pristine as on the night they were first pressed. The peaceful synthesis of oil, resin, lead, and linen had quietly laid the foundation for an unprecedented era in human communication, allowing thoughts, stories, and scientific discoveries to be preserved and multiplied with flawless fidelity across time and space. The lingering fragrance of pine pitch, toasted flaxseed, and damp rag paper drifted lazily through the dim room, melding with the cool night air that drifted in through the wooden shutters. Outside, stars emerged one by one above the quiet rooftops of the old city, casting a soft, silver light across the silent press, the glowing hearth, and the neat stacks of completed sheets resting below. In the peaceful darkness of the workshop, the day's labor was complete, holding within its quiet rows of printed characters the timeless warmth of human ingenuity, the quiet strength of patient craftsmanship, and the calm, enduring promise of a world united by the quiet beauty of the written word. As the soft, amber twilight settled over the timber-framed towns of 15th century Europe, a quiet transformation was taking place within the cozy sanctuary of the early printing workshops. For centuries, the slow, meditative art of preserving human thought had belonged exclusively to the tranquil scriptoria of monasteries and the dimly lit desks of professional scribes, where goose quills traced delicate, flowing lines of dark ink across sheets of smooth parchment. Yet as the decades progressed, a new harmony emerged, one that blended the timeless reverence for the written word with the steady, reassuring precision of mechanical craft. Stepping inside a Renaissance print shop at Dusk, one would find an atmosphere filled with a profound and restorative focus. The air carried a comforting, subtle scent of warm linseed oil, lampblack, pine resin, and dampened rag paper, creating a uniquely serene sensory landscape that felt grounded and timeless. Tall wooden typecases, angled gently beneath high-arched stone windows, held broad, shallow trays divided into dozens of tiny rectangular compartments. Each small wooden cubby held a tiny, carefully sculpted piece of metal type, cast from a durable, custom alloy of lead, tin, and antimony. These small metallic pieces, known as swords, were meticulously organized by letter form, punctuation mark, ligature, and decorative ornament. The upper section of the inclined rack contained the grand, ornate majuscules, while the lower section held the familiar, rounded minuscules, arranged not in simple alphabetical order, but by how frequently each letter appeared in the language, allowing the typographer's hand to glide effortlessly across the compartments like a musician moving across key notes. In the soft, flickering light of tallow candles and oil lamps, the craftsmen moved with a calm, rhythmic grace, their fingers guided by muscle memory cultivated through years of patient practice. There was no harsh noise of heavy machinery or rushed industry, but rather the quiet, soothing murmur of seasoned wood sliding gently against wood, the soft, silvery clatter of lead pieces nestling side by side, and the gentle rustle of heavy cotton paper resting on drying racks. This peaceful work environment turned the immense labor of reproducing literature into an almost contemplative, meditative ritual, where human patience, tactile awareness, and mechanical order harmonized in gentle, quiet perfection. Every single character had been shaped first by a punch cutter, who carved steel in miniature, then struck into copper to form a matrix, creating a mirror of the alphabet that would soon speak to thousands of readers across distant lands. At the heart of this quiet, meticulous process stood the compositor, an artisan whose extraordinary spatial awareness and gentle dexterity turned loose metal letters into structured, elegant lines of literature. Standing patiently before the typecase, the compositor held a small, specialized tool in one hand, while the other hand reached smoothly into the wooden dividers with fluid, unbroken motions. In 15th century printing workshops, compositors arranged small metal type characters upside down and right to left inside a handheld wooden tray called a composing stick, sliding a polished brass setting rule beneath each line to keep the rows resting in smooth, even alignment. Working in reverse required an extraordinary degree of mental clarity, spatial concentration, and visual imagination. as the patient typesetter had to read each individual character upside down while building each sentence backward, letter by letter, from right to left, creating a mirror image that would produce a correct, perfectly readable impression once inked and pressed onto paper. Between each word, the craftsman selected thin, unfaced strips of lead called spaces, carefully adjusting their thickness to ensure that every line spanned the exact same width across the page. A subtle technique that produced pristine, beautifully justified margins along both sides of the text column. As each line was filled, the compositor picked up the thin brass setting rule, a smooth metal strip with a small raised tab on one end, and moved it from beneath the completed row to rest on top of it, creating a perfectly flat, frictionless shelf for the next line of metallic type to be assembled upon without catching on the delicate letter forms below. The physical sensation of setting type was remarkably tactile and soothing. The cool, heavy metal pieces felt solid between the fingers, and the subtle click of lead settling against brass provided a gentle, rhythmic cadence that filled the quiet workshop like a lullaby of creation. Line by line, the prose grew inside the wooden stick until 4 or 5 rows of mirrored text rested tightly together. With immense care and practiced steadiness, the compositor would then slide the entire block of metal from the handheld stick onto a larger wooden tray called a galley, securing the rows with thin strips of wooden furniture and tying them bound with strong cord so that hundreds of tiny, separate letters acted as a single, unified plate. This delicate transition demanded absolute composure and a light, confident touch, ensuring that no character fell out of place or disturbed the serene uniformity of the carefully composed page. Once several pages of text had been assembled on the galley trays, the workshop entered its next harmonious stage, preparing the heavy wooden press for the printing process. The assembled pages, now locked securely inside a heavy iron frame known as a chase using wooden wedges called quoins, were carried gently over to the bed of the press. This formidable wooden structure, fashioned from solid oak or beech wood, stood like a quiet, sturdy sentinel in the center of the room, anchored firmly to the floorboards. The ink used in these early print houses was a work of patient alchemy, vastly different from the watery, gum-based inks of medieval manuscript scribes. It was thick, viscous, and deep raven black, prepared by boiling rich linseed oil with turpentine and blending it thoroughly with finely ground lamp-black soot to apply this rich, velvet-like coating without disturbing the delicate lead type. Pressmen used a pair of ink balls, leather pads stuffed tightly with soft wool and attached to turned wooden handles. Standing at the press, a worker would dab the ink balls together with a gentle, rocking movement, distributing a smooth, paper-thin layer of pigment across their curved leather surfaces, and then dab them softly across the face of the metal form. The quiet, rhythmic thumping sound of leather meeting, lead added another low, soothing cadence to the room's gentle soundscape. Meanwhile, paper was prepared with equal tenderness and care. Sheets of handmade rag paper, crafted from linen and hemp fibers, were lightly dampened with clean water hours before printing to soften their texture, allowing the damp fibers to yield gracefully under pressure and accept the crisp, rich impression of the metal characters. The prepared sheet was laid carefully upon a parchment-covered frame called the tympan, covered by a protective paper mask called the frisket to keep the margins pristine, and folded down over the inked form with a smooth turn of a wooden crank known as the rounce. The bed glided silently along wooden rails beneath the heavy plat. The pressman then grasped the long wooden lever, drawing it toward his chest with a single, steady, unhurried pull, causing the heavy wooden screw overhead to descend just enough to press the damp paper evenly into the lead type beneath. As the lever was gently released, the platen lifted with a soft creak of seasoned wood, and the bed was rolled back out into the soft light. Unfolding the tympan revealed a miracle of quiet precision. Crisp, dark, perfectly uniform letters pressed cleanly into the soft paper, drying slowly in the cool air of the evening. As the printed sheets were gathered and hung neatly across wooden lines to dry overhead, like quiet paper banners in the rafters, one could sense the profound historical journey that had brought human writing to this remarkable moment. What had begun thousands of years earlier as simple wedge-shaped marks pressed into damp river clay along the banks of the Euphrates had evolved, step by gentle step, through the papyrus rolls of the Nile, the bamboo slips of ancient East Asia, and the illuminated parchment codices of medieval scriptoria. Each era had contributed its own unique materials, tools, and meditative crafts, yet all shared the same fundamental human desire: to capture the fleeting breath of thought and preserve it peacefully for future generations. Movable type did not cast aside the beauty of handwritten manuscripts. Rather, it codified their finest artistic traditions, standardizing letter forms modeled on the warm, flowing humanistic scripts of Renaissance scribes, so that the warmth of human handwriting lived on within mechanical precision. In the quiet hours of the night, as the candles in the workshop were gently snuffed out one by one, the metal type cooled in its cases, resting in silent readiness for the coming dawn. Outside, the stars moved silently across the dark night sky, casting a peaceful, silver glow over the silent towns, where books were beginning to rest on nightstands, study tables, and library shelves. Knowledge was no longer confined to isolated towers or distant archives. It was spreading quietly across the world like a gentle wave, inviting curious minds to read, reflect, and rest. The steady, soothing cadence of the printing workshop, the sliding of the brass rule, the soft clatter of lead sorts, the gentle creak of the wooden press, remained as a peaceful lullaby of human ingenuity, bridging ancient human wisdom forward into an enduring future. And as the last embers of the workshop stove faded into soft gray ash, a deep, restorative stillness settled over the room, leaving the written word to watch quietly over a peaceful, sleeping world, holding all of humanity's timeless stories in safe, unhurried repose. As the sunset melted over the waters of the Venetian lagoon, casting soft amber reflections along stone quays and quiet canals, the city of Venice quietly emerged as the vibrant heart of the early European printing trade. Far from the dense, heavy blackletter scripts that had defined the initial decades of German printing, the artisan scholars of northern Italy sought a visually tranquil letter form that mirrored the clarity, grace, and open geometry of classical antiquity. It was amidst this serene atmosphere that punch cutters and pressmen turned their attention to refining the physical shape of the printed word, seeking to turn metal into an invitation for quiet, effortless reading. In 1470 Venice, master printer Nicholas Jensen carved letter-form punches into the tips of steel rods, pressing them into soft copper to cast uniform Roman metal type inspired by the serene proportions of ancient stone inscriptions. In Jensen's workshop, the process demanded an astonishing degree of patience, microscopic precision, and a deep understanding of visual weight. Each punch was painstakingly sculpted in relief on the hard steel tip, carved away with delicate files and gravers, until the negative space around each stem, serif, and bowl formed a perfectly balanced character. When driven into a softer block of copper, it left behind a crisp matrix, a recessed mold ready to receive a molten alloy of lead, tin, and antimony. When cast, these individual pieces of metal type aligned with flawless horizontal consistency, creating lines of text that rested upon the paper with a gentle, harmonious rhythm. Jensen's Roman type abandoned the sharp, crowded angles of medieval Gothic scripts in favor of generous circular curves, wide internal counters, and slender, balanced serifs that allowed the eye to glide across the page without strain. The proportions derived from monumental Roman stone carvings were softened and adjusted for the intimate scale of a handheld page, resulting in an architecture of print that felt light, spacious, and infinitely restful. Readers who opened these Venetian editions found themselves greeted by an unprecedented clarity, where the ink sat upon handmade rag paper like quiet shadows cast on smooth marble. The white space around the letter forms was no longer a mere background, but an active, breathing element of the page layout, offering visual rest between every line of philosophy, history, and poetry. This masterwork of typographic balance established a standard of Roman lettering that would endure across centuries, proving that the mechanization of writing could retain and even elevate the artistic peace of ancient epigraphy. As the decades passed and the turn of the 16th century approached, Venice continued to cultivate an environment where scholarly passion and industrial innovation flowed together as smoothly as the evening tides, while large, ornate folio volumes had anchored the early decades of print, requiring heavy wooden desks, substantial bookstands, and stationary reading environments. A new generation of printers recognized that the true promise of writing lay in its ability to accompany human life into private, contemplative spaces. Books were no longer meant solely for public lecterns or monastic libraries. They were increasingly sought by readers who wished to carry quiet conversations with ancient thinkers into their gardens, bedrooms, and quiet travels. To fulfill this vision, printers needed not only smaller page formats, but an entirely new family of metal type that could compress vast amounts of text into a compact space without sacrificing legibility or graceful elegance. In 1501 Venice, publisher Aldus Manutius and typecutter Francesco Griffo created the first italic metal type, mimicking compact humanistic handwriting to fit complete classical texts into lightweight pocket-sized octavos. Griffo, a master cutter of unparalleled delicacy, looked for inspiration to the swift, slanted cursive script used by humanistic scholars and papal scribes, a hand characterized by narrow letter forms, slight forward inclinations, and flowing ligatures that naturally saved horizontal space on the page. By translating this fluid calligraphic style into rigid cast metal, Griffo achieved a breakthrough in typographic density, allowing words to sit closer together without overlapping or blurring into illegibility. Meanwhile, Aldus Manutius combined this new italic font with the octavo format, produced by folding a single printed sheet 3 times to yield 16 small pages. The resulting volumes were revolutionary in their physical lightweight and intimate scale, fitting easily into a coat pocket, a traveling satchel, or the palm of a resting hand. For the first time in history, the complete works of Virgil, Horace, or Petrarch could be enjoyed outside the rigid confines of a study desk, allowing literature to become a quiet companion during evening walks or moments of restful solitude before sleep. Delicate, slanted letters of Griffo's italic type seemed to whisper their words across the paper, conveying a sense of personal immediacy, as if the author were writing directly to the reader by candlelight. This innovation transformed reading from a formal, stationary duty into a portable, personal sanctuary, cementing Venice's role as the birthplace of modern publishing design and establishing a tactile relationship between human thought and the physical book that remains instantly familiar to this day. The art of printing in Renaissance Venice was as much a tactile symphony of materials as it was a triumph of letter-form design. Inside the quiet workshops that lined the canals, every element of book production was carefully tuned to produce an object of enduring, quiet beauty. Paper was handmade from clean linen rags, beaten into pulp in watermills powered by mountain streams, and framed into thin, even sheets that retained a velvety texture and a warm, off-white hue. This rag paper possessed a soft flexibility and subtle tooth that welcomed oil-based inks without bleeding or feathering, allowing the crisp contours of Jensen's stone-inspired Roman and Griffo's compact italic to register with absolute fidelity. The ink itself was a meticulous mixture of boiled linseed oil, turpentine, and finely ground lampblack, ground endlessly on marble slabs until it reached a rich, viscous consistency that clung evenly to the alloy type. When the wooden screw press brought the inked form into gentle, firm contact with damp paper, the impression left a delicate embossment, a three-dimensional imprint that could be felt softly under the pad of a finger. The layout of these Venetian pages adhered to classical principles of sacred geometry and golden proportions, reserving generous outer margins that gave the text block room to breathe, protecting the words from the natural wear of handling hands. In the dimming light of late afternoon, pressmen and compositors worked with a quiet, practiced rhythm, selecting individual sorts from wooden type cases, arranging them line by line in a composing stick, locking the page into a chase, and pulling the lever with a smooth, continuous motion. There was no noise of steam or high-speed machinery, only the soft rustle of drying paper hanging on overhead lines, the quiet clatter of metal type returning to its compartments, and the gentle slap of water against the workshop steps outside. This slow, deliberate craft ensured that every book carried a sense of peaceful human intent, bridging the gap between mechanical reproduction and intimate artisanal beauty. To open a Venetian imprint from this golden era was to enter a serene world where design, material, and text existed in quiet alignment, inviting the mind to settle into a state of calm, focused contemplation. Looking back across the long sweep of human communication, from the first scratches on wet clay in ancient Sumer to the refined typographic landscapes of Renaissance Italy, the journey of writing reflects a perpetual desire to make human thought visible, permanent, and gentle. The rigid pictographs carved into Mesopotamian river soil, and the monumental hieroglyphs chiseled into Egyptian limestone had gradually softened through the centuries, passing through Phoenician coastal trade, Greek philosophy, and Roman administration, until finally meeting the quiet precision of movable metal type. In Venice, this grand evolution reached a breathtaking moment of harmony, where the physical form of the letter became as refined as the ideas it carried. The development of uniform, proportioned Roman fonts, and lightweight, portable italic books did not merely democratize access to knowledge. It fundamentally reshaped the internal landscape of the human reader. Reading ceased to be an arduous task of deciphering dense medieval abbreviations or lifting heavy parchment volumes. It became a fluid, effortless act of quiet communion. Words on a page transformed into soft ripples of thought that could enter a reader's mind as gently as sleep settling over a quiet house. As night fell over the city of canals, and the last pressmen laid down their brayers and ink balls to rest, thousands of freshly printed pages lay drying in the still night air, carrying ancient wisdom into a new era. The metal type cooled in its wooden trays, ready to be reset for tomorrow's pages, while bound octavos rested on bedside tables across Europe, waiting to open their quiet vistas to peaceful minds. The long story of writing sculpted by hand, carved in steel, pressed into copper, and imprinted on paper, remains one of humanity's most serene achievements, turning the silent ink of the past into an enduring lullaby of human memory that quietly echoes through the night. As the evening shadows stretch across the quiet library of human memory, we look back across thousands of years to the very beginnings of our shared story, watching how the simple desire to record a thought has traveled through time like a peaceful, steady river. Long before press and paper filled our world with books, writing began in the softest and humblest of materials, where ancient hands pressed pointed reeds into damp river mud beneath the warm sun of Mesopotamia. In those early days, the mark of a wedge-shaped stylus upon a tablet of wet clay was not merely a note of business or law, but the very first step in a quiet transformation that would forever bind our minds together across distant lands and fading generations. As the tablets dried slowly under the open sky, turning from heavy earth into enduring stone, the written word learned how to outlive the voice that spoke it, resting quietly through the centuries while holding fast to names, stories, and starlit observations. In time, that heavy earth gave way to the lighter rustle of marshland reeds along the banks of the Nile, where papyrus stalks were harvested, sliced into delicate strips, layered crosswise, and smoothed into supple scrolls that could be rolled up and carried across vast deserts and calm seas. How remarkable it is to reflect upon the gentle progression of these tactile surfaces, how human curiosity smoothed coarse papyrus into silky vellum scraped from parchment, where scribes sat in silent scriptoria, surrounded by the subtle scents of beeswax, oak gall ink, and drying leather. In those secluded rooms, lit only by the soft glow of twilight or a single flickering candle, the scratch of a swan feather quill against sheepskin was the only sound breaking the deep stillness of the monastery. Each letter was drawn with deliberate patience, line by line, curve by curve, holding space for thought to linger without rush or distraction. That slow, meditative rhythm of the monastic scribe preserved the wisdom of past ages through centuries of quiet nightfall, passing down classical poetry, philosophical dialogues, and sacred songs, as if sheltering a small flame against the wind. Each illuminated page became a quiet universe unto itself, adorned with gold leaf that caught the faint evening light, proving that writing was never just a tool for practical record keeping, but also a slow art of devotion, a way of anchoring the human spirit to something enduring, peaceful, and serene. As centuries turned into millennia, the art of holding thought evolved further, moving out of the quiet isolation of cloistered monasteries, and into the bustling towns of a changing world, where paper mills turned cotton rags into smooth sheets and metal alloys gave birth to movable type. Yet, even as Johannes Gutenberg's heavy iron press began to multiply words by the thousands, transforming the speed with which ideas traveled across nations, the personal connection between a single human hand and the paper beneath it remained as intimate and essential as it had ever been. Print gave us shared libraries, standard alphabets, and widespread knowledge, but the human heart continued to seek out simple, quiet ways to make a mark in private moments of reflection. It was in one such quiet corner of the world, high among the green hills and damp mist of northern England, that nature provided an unexpected gift for the hand of the writer. Following a 1564 storm in the Borrowdale Valley of Cumbria, local shepherds uncovered a rich deposit of pure solid graphite. Craftsmen carved the soft mineral into slender sticks and encased them in fragrant cedar wood to form the first quiet graphite pencils. Unlike ink, which required inkwells, quills, and time to dry upon the page, this new wooden instrument offered an effortless, soft medium that responded instantly to the lightest touch of a hand. The graphite glided silently over paper, laying down smooth gray lines of carbon that could be drawn softly or shaded gently, providing a companion for field notes, personal letters, margin thoughts, and midnight sketches. The smell of aromatic cedar wood, when sharpened, became forever tied to the calm experience of putting thoughts onto paper, a tactile reminder of the natural world from which our writing tools have always emerged. With a pencil in hand, anyone could record a passing dream, calculate the position of the stars, or write a quiet note of affection without the noise or preparation of heavy equipment. It brought the immense, historic power of writing down to its simplest element, a sliver of dark mineral encased in wood, light as a feather, quiet as a breath, ready to capture the fleeting whisper of a mind at rest. When we trace this long, peaceful arc from the first impressions in Mesopotamian clay to the refined pages of printed books and the soft stroke of a graphite pencil, we see that every innovation in the history of writing has ultimately been an invitation to slow down, to preserve, and to connect. The invention of movable type did not extinguish the beauty of handwritten script. Rather, it allowed the two forms to coexist in harmony, dividing the work of communication between the broad, sweeping reach of the printed page and the deep, personal quiet of the handcrafted mark. Think of how many late nights throughout history have been illuminated by the presence of these twin gifts. How a reader might sit by the hearth with a printed volume of philosophy bound in soft leather, while keeping a small notebook nearby to jot down thoughts with a pencil. In the silent hours of the night, when the printing shops have locked their heavy timber doors and the iron hand presses rest cold and still, the world of written thought does not sleep, but settles into a state of profound peace. Millions of books rest upon shelves in public libraries, university archives, and cozy bedroom nightstands, their pages closed like folded wings, guarding the accumulated wisdom, wonder, and dreams of humanity. Within those closed covers lie the voices of poets long past, the discoveries of ancient astronomers who mapped the night sky, the quiet diaries of travelers who crossed unknown oceans, and the storytellers who wove comfort out of words for weary minds. Every printed letter on those pages was set with meticulous care, chosen from font cases of lead, tin, and antimony, arranged backwards by hand, inked with walnut oil and lampblack, and pressed into dampened rag paper with steady, rhythmic pressure. And every handwritten note in the margins carries the unique gesture of a living person who stopped to reflect, who felt moved by a line of verse, or who simply wished to mark their presence in time. This vast, silent chorus of human thought surrounds us now, offering a calm sanctuary where time loses its urgency and the worries of the day fade into the background. Now, as our journey through the history of writing reaches its final, gentle resting place, we can feel the quiet weight of all those centuries settling around us like a warm blanket. From the heavy clay tablets of Uruk to the papyrus scrolls of Alexandria, from the vellum manuscripts of medieval scriptoria to Gutenberg's workshop in Mainz, and down to the soft pencil resting on a bedside table. The story of written language is ultimately the story of our desire to reach out to one another across time and space in silence. Writing has given us a way to speak without making a sound, to listen without needing to reply, and to store our thoughts safely so that our minds may let go and rest. As the night grows deeper and the room around you dims, imagine the peaceful quiet that hangs over all the great gathering places of the written word, the vast reading rooms of national libraries, where moonlight filters through high arched windows, illuminating endless rows of silent books, the old wooden desks of scholars, where pens sit resting in porcelain trays, and the simple paper pages resting in homes everywhere, holding stories that wait patiently for tomorrow's dawn. There is no need to hold onto any more facts, no need to turn any more pages, and no need to follow the thread of history any further tonight. The long evolution of script, print, and paper has brought us safely to this moment of stillness, where all the words ever written dissolve into a gentle, restful calm. Let your thoughts drift like soft graphite lines, fading into the cream tone of antique paper. Let your breathing slow to match the steady, quiet rhythm of a scribe's breathing in a tranquil scriptorium. The ink is dry, the press is still, the book is gently closed, and the world of writing sleeps peacefully alongside you. Rest now, surrounded by the quiet legacy of 5,000 years of human thought, as sleep folds over you like the softest page of all.